I see for questions, if delegates who have questions, I see that Victor had his hand raised physically. You can send an email in the chat. Please send an email to address the chair. And so that at this point, I am now honored to call on, and I will thanks everyone for your patience and forbearance throughout the day as we are going to be unmuting Raymond Muse, who is our current SD 59 Outreach and Inclusion Officer.
Hello, Moto.
Hello.
Thanks for your patience. We're unmuting Raymond.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, Raymond, we can hear you now.
Okay. The Affirmative Action Outreach and Inclusion Statement. The DFL seeks to end discrimination and bigotry in all its forms and to inspire broad participation in our party. As part of our commitment to outreach and inclusion, we will take affirmative steps to increase the participation of members of all underrepresented communities. When you vote today, remember this commitment includes electing members of underrepresented communities to positions both within the DFL party and the public office. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Next slide, please.
Okay, and the chat.
We are working on a preliminary credentials report.
We're freezing it.
So
Are you
It's
ready?
exactly 150. 159.
so I'm going to have the credentials,
You're gonna
I've got to go back. Just
credentials co-chair will make the preliminary credentials report. And credentials co-chairs for today's convention are Eric Wan and Peggy Clark. Make sure you're connected to your sound, Eric.
I'm not sure if I'm connected or not. Am I connected?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Okay, currently we have 150 people that are registered delegates that are present.
Thank you, credentials. Next slide, please.
We'll do it again.
I've got a request from Makeda Zulu, go ask me about the demographic breakdown of people. We don't.
Don't know if we have that. We'll refer it to the credentials in terms of A and B side. I think you jumped ahead. Did we jump ahead a slide? Let's go back one more then, perhaps. And one more. There we go. Thanks. We jumped ahead just a little bit there. So at this time, while Credentials is finishing up some work, and we do have some virtual remarks from our candidate seeking DFL endorsement who will want to address the convention. However, I want to address the convention very briefly before we get on to the business of electing our convention chair. So welcome to the 2022 Senate District 59 Democratic Farmer Labor Party Virtual Endorsing Convention. Thank you, fellow DFL delegates, alternates, distinguished party leaders, and DFL elected officials and guests. Please be patient and let's extend grace to one another as we conduct our business in this virtual environment due to the COVID-19 pandemic that has impacted too many in our community and state. We're assembled here today virtually to conduct our DFL party's business, including consideration of endorsement of legislative candidates for the state Senate and 2 House districts, election of local party officers, to consider platform resolutions, the party unit constitution, and election of delegates and alternates to the state and 5th congressional district conventions. Your neighbors and friends, DFL unpaid volunteers, have invested hundreds of hours of preparation time to make this convention function. Convention officials will strive to explain and display the processes and agenda items clearly. After serving as your Senate District Chair these past years, I have decided not to seek re-election to another term. So you will today be electing new party unit leadership. I want to take a moment to thank all my DFL colleagues and party staff who have supported me in my role as Senate District Chair and Vice Chair before that as Chair these past 8 years. While I cannot name everyone, surely I must mention outgoing Vice Chair Kathleen Schuler, who was redistricted into SD 61, my former two-term Vice Chair Ansonetta Caldwell, and my predecessor Chair Makeda Zulu. And thanks must go to my very understanding husband, Kim Jepson. It has been a pleasure to work with all the great DFLers in our district, as well as the fantastic elected officials who have represented our district over these decades. I'm going to ask you all once again, as I did in person in 2018 at Anwatin School, to recommit to intensive outreach and voter engagement to turn out the vote in the critical 22 midterm elections. You know we are seeing unprecedented nationwide efforts to suppress voting, especially among Black and Brown communities, as well as a direct assault on women's reproductive rights. We are living in a historic time, and I am very proud to be an American, as we have added an African-American justice to the US Supreme Court. I want to say, as our DFL State Party Chair, Ken Martin, has frequently said, and I'll try to be as loud as Ken, let's get all fired up and ready to win. We are the DFL, not the party, local leaders, not the candidates, but you, I, all of us. We are the DFL party. We are going to have to work our behinds off to ramp up the vote here in Minneapolis, Senate District 59, Hennepin County, and the 5th District to be successful in our local and statewide election contests. We know it's an uphill struggle. Please join your new SD 59 party leadership and me in that effort. I also do want to have one point of personal privilege to recommend that the party going forward. I wish to express, as your outgoing leader, a land acknowledgement, very brief. And so I'm going to use the land acknowledgement from the University of Minnesota. And I'm going to read this. The University of Minnesota Twin Cities is located on traditional, ancestral, and contemporary lands of Indigenous people. The university resides on Dakota land ceded in the treaties of 1837 and 1851. The IAS acknowledges this place has a complex and layered history. This land acknowledgement is one of the ways in which we work to educate the campus and community about this land and our relationships with it and each other. The IAS is committed to ongoing efforts to recognize, support, and advocate for American Indian nations and peoples. So with credit to the Institute for Advanced Study, I wish to make that a personal statement, point of privilege of the outgoing chair. So with that, we have had our flag ceremony and reading of the DFL Affirmative Action Outreach and Inclusion preliminary credentials. So please advance the slide to the election of the convention chair. Now you have been watching the streaming video that shows how you can check a green X to indicate a vote of yes. If you haven't, we could have a demonstration briefly. We are going to have a demo vote, but I think after the fully trained, qualified convention chair is seated, he could do that. But if you go to your participants and in the reactions, so on the taskbar on the lower part of your screen, normally if you're using a Windows device, you'll see reactions. And on that is raise hand, and then you see the next bar is check X coffee cup. I'm seeing Delegate B. Pam Kaufman shaking no. So I'm not sure if she is using a iPad or some other device. Okay. I'm going to try to address this a different way by unanimous consent. And I'll watch the windows to see if anybody is saying heck no. But at this point, I am going to ask for the election of Wayne Grimmer. And as a delegate myself, I am nominating Wayne Grimmer to be the convention chair. Wayne Grimmer, who is the chair of the 6th Congressional DFL District Party Unit. And I will ask for a second.
I will second that.
And Brianna Rose Lee has seconded it. And at this point, I am going to ask if there is unanimous consent and without objection, we elect Wayne Grimmer as convention chair, and I will monitor the reactions to make sure there's no objection. I see one person is coffee cup.
We have a couple of raised hands, 52 affirmative, 2 thumbs up, and 2 abstain, which might be a floor pass.
Very good. I will deem that that is unanimous consent without objection, and it is so ordered. So at this time, I am honored and privileged to ask Wayne Grimmer, the convention chair just elected, to take the virtual gavel, and I happen to have a real gavel here. So congratulations, Wayne, and welcome to Senate District 59, and thank you for agreeing to chair our convention. And at that point, I will pass the gavel to you, and I see there are maybe some people who would like to be recognized.
Now I'm a co-host so that I can unmute myself. All right. So thank you, everyone, and welcome to the convention. We'll try to move things along really quickly here. Before I move on any further, I want to move quickly to approve or to present our assistants and other roles in the to the convention, who will be assisting us in making sure we do the right things and get things done as quickly as possible. First off, I'd like to appoint Parliamentarian Barry Clegg, and as Secretary, Peggy Clark. For Sergeant at Arms, we have Bernard Robinson, Georgiana Antos, and Raymond Muse. And then for tellers, we will have Randy Egger to start with, and Cheryl Poling, who is the chair for CD3, hopefully joining us later. In addition to that, I just want to acknowledge the other folks that are going to be doing work with you, and you'll see them, of course, in the chat, but Jeff is obviously going to be floating around doing some problem solving and doing a lot of different things. I can't thank Conrad enough for doing the heavy lifting for the technology work. And so he's going to be doing that part of things, and we'll be recording the whole meeting. We've got Eric Clark doing credentials, Peggy Clark doing credentials, chair and secretary for us, Brianna Rose Lee and Victor Martinez doing resolutions and some Zoom management during the call. Kim Jepson and Tyler Balbuena doing Zoom management. And make sure I got a couple other things. Joel Rainville doing Zoom management, and Linda Elston and Linda Higgins helping out with Constitution and credentials. And finally, I will go ahead and mention Amy Bergquist and Joel Martinez, who are working with nominations just to kind of round out everything. So that's what we have on our plate here. And key thing to note is if you want to be acknowledged, you want to hit the message, the address the chair. So if you drop your messaging from everyone and pick address the chair, which should be at the top, then you will be able to submit that request to me, and they can route that and get that to me as soon as possible so that I can address that as quickly as we can, okay? With that being said, before we get into anything further, I would like to bring, if they're available, I would like to invite to the floor to address the convention, Governor Walz.
There we go. Did that work, Chair?
Yes, it did. Welcome, Governor. Good to see you.
It's usually the Senate Republicans who are trying to keep me from speaking. So, but good morning, Chair Grimmer, and to Chair Strand. Thank you for service to the state. We know that politics is about improving lives, and all the work that goes into that has certainly improved the lives of Minnesotans. So thank you. And good morning to each of you. Thank you for taking times out of your busy lives on a beautiful Saturday morning to come do the important work of democracy. We've had some stark reminders of how fragile this form of government is, whether it was the January 6th insurrection, or we're seeing our neighbors in Ukraine fighting for to protect their democracy. This is the work that matters. This gives voice to those who are voiceless, and I'm proud to stand with you. I'd also like to give a thank you on behalf of all Minnesotans. Thank you for caring for your neighbors during these last trying couple of years. Thank you for understanding some of the hard choices that had to be made to protect the larger number of folks, and a special thank you to our healthcare providers, our child care providers, our teachers, our food service workers, everyone who had to be in a very difficult and dangerous situation sometimes to protect their neighbors, but I'm grateful. I'm also grateful for your support over these 3 years. I believe we've made a difference from protecting Minnesota Care to historic investments in education, to making sure that there's decency in our politics, of trying to make sure that all folks are listened to, and that Minnesota is proud of our history, but we need to tell that whole history. And I'm very grateful for Chair Strand's acknowledgement of our indigenous lands and that responsibility. It's complex, it's hard, but it has to be done. And I'm grateful for that. It has been challenging, but I am still incredibly hopeful. I'm hopeful because Minnesotans know that when we do things together, like making sure we expand healthcare to all Minnesotans with a public option, we make a difference in lives. When we had paid family and medical leave, those are policies that are advocated by the folks here today because they make a difference. They make a difference for families. They make a difference in children's lives. They make a difference economically for Minnesota. And I'm proud of our response to the pandemic. When outside groups take a look at this, Minnesota ranks very near the top. Lowest number of deaths per capita, some of the highest responses environment or economically that we could get. And I'm proud that we're moving forward on things like clean cars in Minnesota, setting 2040 as a zero carbon emissions. Minnesota's at the forefront of many of these initiatives and will continue to be so. So come November, we're going to have some choices. Elections matter. They matter because voting rights matter, reproductive rights matter, environmental issues and climate change matter. Public schools and supporting them matter. And I always take Maya Angelou's quote as wisdom. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. The opponents for my job here as the privilege of serving as governor have made it very clear, rolling back voting rights, making us a Texas style abortion rights. And they've been very clear. We have $10 billion in surplus. I've asked for us to spend $5 billion of that on early childhood and education. They've asked for us to spend $30 million. So elections have consequences and choices. I, for one, am grateful for each and every one of you. While we may not agree on every issue, we understand that our values are the things that ground us. And I would tell you this, elections matter because compassion matters, empathy matters, equity matters, kindness matters, decency matters. And those things are all going to be on the ballot in November. So you have my pledge to build the largest campaign that we've ever seen statewide. Our coordinated campaign will have upwards of 80 field volunteers. I will continue to get the resources we need necessary, but I'm going to need your help to talk to your neighbors to make the case. I've not given up. One Minnesota matters. I'm going to go from here down to Central High School where my son goes to high school. And then I'm going to leave from Central High School here in St. Paul to go to Hibbing. And our message is the same, that our politics matter, that community matters, that decency matters, and that leaning into the issues that improve families and improves the quality of life is what we stand for. So I'm proud to stand with you. It's been a privilege to be your governor. I hope I can earn your support as we go forward. And I'd really enjoy doing this job, and we don't have a global pandemic or some other crisis on our hand, but we don't pick the plan that we play. And I'm proud of the team that we've put together, from people like Jan Malcolm to Commissioner Mueller to Steve Grove, others that have stood by our values, that have furthered the interests of Minnesota and have gotten results. So, Chair, thank you. I wish you a great convention today. To all of the folks who are on here, this is noble work. It's important work. And as I said when we started, we cannot take it for granted. So I go about this with joy in my heart. I go about it with a hopefulness. I go about it of making sure we set the record straight on what the differences are between those who are running against me and running against our candidates. And I'm going to close with just saying, between Senator Champion, Representative Lee, and Abaje, Senate District 59's voice at the Capitol is strong. It's effective, it makes a difference, and it's respected across the state. And for that, I'm grateful for all of you who put them in office. So, Chair, thank you for your time, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Governor. All right. What we will be doing for the rest of you, there are other speakers. Mostly they are in the form of videos. But there will be a couple of other live speakers that we will try to fit in over the course of the convention. Most of that will probably have to happen after our break. So that being said, we have a prayer break at 12:10 that we are going to drive towards very expeditiously, if as much as we can, while making sure that we do the right things here. So next up, there is a point here. I don't know if Jeff, if you've got somebody who wants to make the pitch for passing the hat here, but I will just say that this is all volunteer work, and there are some expenses that have to happen as part of this work. So please consider some donations to the Senate District via Act Blue or otherwise. Is there somebody that is going to speak to this, Jeff?
Yes, our communications officer, Conrad, is prepared, and he has put the link to the Act Blue in the website.
Wondrous.
Yeah, so thank you for everybody joining us today. This is, the whole, movement that we're a part of. An army moves on its stomach, and we need to make sure that we support our incredible volunteers and our incredible organizers and make sure that we have a great coordinated campaign here in Senate District 59 so that it's not just about electing the Democrats who live in this district, but also getting enough votes so that we can elect Democrats statewide, just as Keith Ellison always led a good campaign that the 5th wins Minnesota. And so if you can, please donate. I have put the link in the chat. It's simply sd59dfl.org/donate, which redirects to our Act Blue page. Otherwise, you can always go back to our website, which Jeff put in the slide deck here, and the link to donate is right at the top there. And we are 100% a volunteer organization. Everything goes into supporting our volunteers and the organizing efforts and making sure that people can get involved. And of course, that includes events like the Broadway Open Streets, other picnic in the park and kind of things like that. And so it's all good. So thank you for joining us today. And if you can do so, please chip in to help cover the cost of this convention.
Thank you, Conrad. All right, I'm going to just do a sanity check here as we move on to the next agenda item, which is upgrading of unchallenged alternates. Just checking in with the technology folks and the chair folks. Is there any questions or stuff that's come up there that we need to address? Once again, if people have things that they have questions on or they need clarification, there is guidance there to do that. And of course, you'll want to change your chat from everyone to address the chair co-host, which would be just underneath Conrad. All right, so I would like to invite the Credentials Committee to come up and present any credentials challenges and for folks to be able to I can't speak today, for folks to be able to upgrade it as unchallenged alternates. Need more coffee. Are there any credentials challenges?
We have pre-registration open.
Mr. Chair, there are no credentials challenges.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this time, it would be appropriate to upgrade any unchallenged alternates. So has the Credentials Committee already done that? Or are you in the process of doing that?
We are in the process. We'll just need a few more moments to
Wonderful.
check on what remains.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, so while they're doing that, we will next be jumping to the agenda or rules, but we have to wait for that to happen. So while we're doing that, I would invite the opportunity to maybe put a video up for one of our speakers.
Yes, I'll have that up momentarily here.
Thank you, Conrad.
Hello, everyone. This is Keith Ellison, and I'm your Attorney General and your neighbor. Yes, I live in Senate District 59, and I'm proudly represented by Senator Bobby Joe Champion and Representative Esther Abaje. Also, right to the north, my good friend Fu Lee. I think we have a great team right here in Senate District 59. But I'm running for Attorney General, and I'm running again. And I'm running again because we have not finished the business of creating a fair economy and making sure that everyone lives with dignity, safety, and respect. You know, we've gone out there and fought for a fair economy to make sure everybody can afford their lives by going after landlords who are not living up to their responsibilities to tenants, like Sue and Stephen Meldal, by the way, where we got a lot of money back for people who needed it and brought a stop to some very bad landlord practices. And we also set up a wage theft unit to help go after folks who were not paying workers their full payment that they deserve. Also been working on issues of public safety. You know, crime is a local government responsibility, but as Attorney General, I have stepped up to back up our local county attorney whenever asked. In fact, the Attorney General's office has prosecuted over 33 violent criminals since I became Attorney General across the state of Minnesota. But actually, we have a couple of cases in Hennepin County that we've done too. And we're working hard with you to make sure we have a safe community, but also a community that has justice, which is why we set up a statewide free expungement program called Seal My Records. You can go on our website right now, and if you need that service, it's available to you. In the end, folks, it's all about service. I believe in it. I love doing it. And I'd like to ask you to send me back to the Attorney General's office.
Would you like another video?
Nope, the credentials team is ready to speak, so I would invite them to present credentials report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the final report on delegates. All alternates have been promoted to delegate status, and the final count is 155 delegates.
All right. Thank you for that.
Right.
Excellent. All right, so get to my right screen here. All right. So next up, we have the adoption of the agenda and rules. So the agenda and rules should be something that you've been able to download directly from the SD59 DFL.org website. That should be something that you have hopefully taken a look at. If there, I would entertain, before we get into any discussion at this point, a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. All right, so is there any discussion, or are there any things that people have questions or points of order on?
Mr. Chair, Joel Rainville, co-chair of the Rules.
Really quiet, Joel.
I'm sorry?
You are really quiet.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better. It's
okay. Sorry, Mr. Chair, Joel Rainville, co-chair of the Rules Committee, along with Jeff Strand and Georgiana Yantos. As you mentioned, our rules were adopted from model rules and past documents to help govern this virtual convention. There are stipulations that help indicate how we're going to go about this virtual environment, including voting and walking sub-caucus process. So I would advise that everyone review those online. Perhaps Conrad could post a link in the chat with a direct link to those for people who haven't had a chance to review them, just to
I'll do it.
Thank you, and to help us in this process. So I think that we had the committee met many times to try to make sure that the agenda and rules would reflect an environment that would help us operate in this environment, and I think we have done so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that information and presentation. I would also just echo that as the chair, that having met with met with folks over the past week. In particular, they put a lot of work and time into this. And there's been a lot of consideration to make sure that things are fair and people can participate well in this virtual format, because of course there are limitations, and we want to acknowledge those and try to get around those as best we can, so that this can be as close to an in-person convention as we can make it. So, are there any other questions? Okay, I see there's a question that they do not see the link to the agenda or anything else. So if you go to the Senate, if you go to SD59DFL.org, you will get to, can we get that? Let me pull up something here just so you have it. All right, so the easy way, I'll go ahead and share my screen really quickly here. No, oh, somebody else did. Thank you. All right, so, or did I? Am I sharing my screen, or is that you, Conrad?
That is Conrad.
Thank you. I'm at the same spot. So, so if you go to SD59DFL.org, it will redirect you to this DFL.org website, which has the convention documents, including the agenda, the rules and agenda, the Constitution, and all the resolutions that you'll be voting on for the convention. There additionally, further up are translations of these documents. So please feel free to look at whatever language will be most beneficial to you. So, all right. All right, so we have a request to the chair. Please state the purpose for which you rise. Is it a point of information, point of order, making a motion, or making, those are pretty much just the options you have at this moment. Can you put into the okay, so Vusi, hang on. So Vusi, you are looking for help from the Credentials Committee. If that's what you're looking to do, please message somebody on the Credentials Committee. There's Linda Higgins. That is the person for that. So if you drop down, instead of addressing the chair, and you hit Eric Wan or Peggy Clark or Linda Higgins, then you should be able to get some response.
Permission to speak?
Sure. For what purpose do you rise?
To address the former statement.
What statement?
Vusi Zulu has been a delegate and a member of this convention for more than 40 years. He has low vision. He has been talking to Credentials for the last, I believe, 45 minutes trying to get onto Zoom. So what you just shared, he cannot do. And so my concern is, and I was simply asking, how is that going to work? Because he is a delegate and you just upgraded, and I want to make sure that he has his place. This is Delegate Makeda Zulu.
Okay, so that would be a point of information for everybody's reference. So just for as you rise to speak, that's simply what you were asking. What's a point of information for how we resolve that problem, right? So I appreciate that. It's anyone, can anyone on the credentials team, either now or in chat or some offline messaging directly to me, explain what we're doing to resolve that issue? I would appreciate that.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
We're working on it, and we will strive to expeditiously get Mr. Vusi Zulu a short link to get into the room where he can be led into the convention floor.
Great. I appreciate you guys working to resolve that, because any disabilities should not prevent people from participating in democracy, which I think we all agree on. So that's awesome. Thank you for pushing to get that figured out. I appreciate it. Next up, I know that there's a question in chat around, can you vote for resolutions now? The answer is yes. You can vote for resolutions throughout the convention at any time while you're participating and doing this work. If you have a moment and you feel like that doesn't take as much of your brain power, and you can divide your time between participating in and that, or if you want to do it during a break at any point, you can go ahead and do resolutions. We will address that more thoroughly when we get to that part of the agenda, but I would specifically state that the last submission that you do will be the one that is considered. So if you go in there and you go, oh, I didn't want to vote it that way, I've changed my mind, you could go back in, redo the resolutions, and they will consider the last submission for you. So, all right. All right, so there was a question also about there are other people that are having problems getting in. Is there, are there other folks that were having problems with getting access to the meeting? And not just Wusu? Jeff, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, I'm talking to the other Operations Center people.
Do we have a mechanism, to be clear, for them to reach out outside of the meeting for them to do that?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, hello. Chair recognizes Linda Higgins.
Conrad has it tied down
We are
pretty tight.
working with technology assistance and credentials and our arrangements person to try to get everybody. We have a handful of people who people in chat have told us that they can't get in. So we're trying to get that worked through. So we'll ask for patience, please, and we'll get you there.
Okay. Is there a sense of how many that we have with these kind of challenges at this point, or not?
4,
Okay.
5,
Okay.
something like that.
Okay. I wasn't looking for an exact number, so an idea is good. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. All right. So thank you for working on that, everyone. We will get those technical issues resolved and get everybody in. That is important, and it's going to happen. It's something that is the reality of things. So I appreciate your patience and also bringing it to our attention, because if there are challenges, sometimes it's unclear for people how to resolve those issues and be able to participate and move forward. So, all right. So next up, I would like to move towards the all right, so we have the agenda and rules online that I have mentioned. Is there, we have introduced them. there any other comments or questions or points of order regarding the agenda and rules? Here.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if there are
recognize
no,
Linda.
if there are no comments or questions, I'll move approval of the agenda and the rules.
Okay. I think with those have already been moved, we're
Oh.
just entertaining discussion at this point.
Okay.
So. All right, so if there, I know that one person made a comment that they would want to proceed with business until Mr. Zulu is with us. I would agree that we don't want to get to anything substantial. So I think we can progress up till probably item 12 without any real harm to that delegate. Yeah. I understand the concern. So that being said, if there's no further discussion, I would close discussion and all in favor of adopting the agenda and the rules, please go ahead and do your hand stuff, your check boxes and all that fun stuff. Okay, what we got. All right. All opposed. Yes, don't see a lot of opposed, so good. All right, the motion carries. We have approved an agenda and our rules. So thank you everyone for doing that. Sorry, that was a little wonky, but we'll move forward. All right, so there is next on the agenda item, a Constitution Committee report.
Yeah, I just sent him a text
Consideration of
for
the
that.
adoption
Thank you.
for Senate District 59 Constitution amendments, and I would invite the Constitution Rules and Bylaws community to speak to the group. So,
Chair Grimmer, pardon the interruption. We do have a B. James Hingley who appears to have a hand raised.
okay.
If you want, he could send to the access the chair.
Yes. Mr. Hingley, if you can, do you know how to go ahead and do a message in chat to address the chair?
I just pushed the wrong button. I just wanted to vote yes on that last.
Oh, cool. No worries. All right, I got you.
Dale got a thing, I specifically sent information.
All right. I do appreciate people putting messages into to explain people who are having technology challenges. But if you could go ahead and instead of putting that into the everyone chat, if you could put it to the credentials committee, that would be much more helpful. So. All right. Linda, is there something that you wanted to say because you are unmuted and looking pensive?
I'm ready to
All right.
present the credential or Constitution report.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Chair recognized Linda to present the Constitution report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would like to see the proposed changes of the Constitution, you can find them on the SD59DFL.org page, where all of the convention documents are located. We basically just did a little cleanup of the Constitution. In section 3, we added a reference that updates who is eligible for office. by referencing a new state party document. In section 3, the pre-convention committees are spelled out. In there, we added a sentence saying that the district's executive committee may combine committees as necessary. For example, this year, the Constitution and the Rules and Committee were joined. So that was an example of that. In section 5 is a new section that we learned about from our Senate district next door in Northeast and Southeast, Senate District 60. This is a way that if our convention, move this over here, loses a quorum before we get all of our work done, we have an option of convening 30 minutes later and finishing our business. In Article 5, Section 1, we're making a change to the number of directors that are part of our executive committee. In previous years, we have had 12 directors in our executive committee. The state party allows us to have between 12 and 19 directors. So we were thinking that if people were so kind as to want to volunteer for these positions, we should take them up on it and expand the number so as long as it doesn't exceed 19. In section 2, item D, the treasurer's paragraph, we point out that the treasurer should also assist the deputy treasurer to learn the functions of the treasurer's office. This is a way we can deepen our bench and provide for the development of future leaders for our Senate district. The next paragraph is the outreach officer. This officer has had some different names in the past. We are updating the officer name to outreach officer to reflect what the state party does. Sometime in the past, we included the chair emeritus as a member of the executive committee. And in here, we say that that chair shall serve for a period of 2 years after the adjournment of our convention today, and spell out that the chair emeritus has full voting rights and shall assist in an orderly transition to the new leaders. Paragraph H is more detail on the possibility of moving the number of directors from a solid 12 to 19. Paragraph H12 also just updates the outreach officer title. Article 4 in the general rules, section 1, upon leaving office, the party officers shall turn over all party records, books, and properties to their successor. That's just a grammar thing. Section 4, the state party has worked hard at getting a DFL code of conduct. And this change in our constitution states that the Senate district chair and vice chair shall ensure that all elected and appointed leaders of our district party unit are informed of and acknowledge this code of conduct. And the very last sentence of the Constitution is the traditional updating the date of the Constitution. And that, Mr. Chair, is that.
All right.
And I will
Thank you.
move that approval.
It has been moved and it does not need a second as it was introduced by our committee. So I would entertain any discussion or motions for points of information, amendments, things like that. So.
Mr. Chair, this is arrangements. I just got a notice from our technology accessibility room that there is plenty of room, plenty of extra Chromebooks, and they have a good process of logging people in and things like that. So, you know, we're trying to keep COVID down. And so it's, of course, only at, you know, if somebody wants to with the risk there, given that there are delegates in this convention with COVID right now. But that is an opportunity that is available to people if they want it, and they have plenty of N95 masks made by Honeywell. So we're trying to be good there too. Excellent.
And where is that specifically, Conrad? So
that is at North Regional Library on Lowry Avenue North. So to go to North Regional Library, and then folks are on the second floor in the large meeting room that I think is 205. And they have about 20 some Chromebooks that all have webcams and software, and they have a good process for logging people in. So there's a number of people on this meeting who are in the technology accessibility room currently, and that worked out fine, and they don't need to have an email or other technology.
Excellent. By the way, for everybody who, for everybody's edification, I guess I will state that this is a great idea and a good process, and I'm really happy that the leadership put the time and efforts to make this available. So it's a good idea. So. All right. So that being said, we have the Constitution available for any points of order, questions, or amendments.
Is it ready to be moved to adoption?
It has already been moved. So at this point, we are in discussion. So is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, discussion is.
There is a hand raised by Frank Brown.
All right. It's obscured by my message. Frank, for what purpose do you rise? Go ahead and unmute yourself and address.
I'm Frank Brown. I just want to address the change to outreach officer. You know, as a former state affirmative action officer, I think we live in a very unique Senate district with a lot of people of color. So myself, I would rather keep that as we have it in our Constitution and not necessarily just go by what the state has. You know, as long as the state allows us to have that, I think affirmative action is a strong form of saying that we want to make sure that we take positive action towards equality and equity. So I would like to keep that just the way it is. Section E, looks like Article 5, Section E. I like to keep that the way it is without changing the name of the.
So Frank, then if you want to do that, then you will want to present that in the form of a motion for amending the Constitution, rules, and bylaws as presented to whatever phrasing you would like it to be. So
I got you. So I'd like to move to not change Article 5, Section E, as stated by the Constitution and Bylaws Committee.
And Conrad, with arrangements, would second that motion.
All right, thank you, Conrad. All right, so we have a motion to not make that change from affirmative action outreach officer to outreach officer and leave it as affirmative action outreach officer for the description.
Is Conrad aware that there are all these people who can't get in?
Yes, and I have the email right now.
They're working on it, right? So, all right. All right, is there any, so there's a motion and a second on the floor to make that change. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, discussion is now closed. All in favor of the amendment that Frank introduced, signify by saying, or putting your hands up or down or coffee or.
And then, Mr. Chair, if you could let me know when to take the recording of the vote itself.
All right. All right, we'll give just another moment or two. All right, go ahead, Conrad, and take a recording of the vote. It is noted that this motion passes, and so that therefore the amendment stands, and that change will not be part of the amendments and changes to the Constitution. So that being said, the Constitution it stands in front of you with that amendment to it. So we have a hand raised from Chair Strand. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Error, I apologize.
That was an error? Okay. All right. So the Constitution is in front of you with that amendment. Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Check my visual of everybody, make sure I'm not missing anybody. All right, seeing no further discussion, discussion is closed. Please make sure that the voting is cleared. I think someone did that, probably Randy. I'll go ahead and vote for the Constitution amendment, or Constitution as presented with that amendment. It's come through here. All right, go ahead. If is everybody good? Give just another moment for you to weigh in. All right, Conrad, go ahead and make a record of the vote.
Done. 68 affirmative when we recorded, but now it's 70 plus 1.
Yep. That is affirmed and passes. Congratulations, you guys have a new constitution or updated constitution for your new unit boundaries. That being said, we are at our prayer break time. So we will now take a break and we will see you again in about 20 minutes.
So the time is 12:12. We will see you again at 12:32, that is.
Yep. Pardon me, I did have somebody reach out saying that the correct prayer time might actually be 1:10 because of the time change.
Oh, no, I was wondering about that. Can anybody affirm that who I did think that was off.
I just sent all these people.
Chair, we're verifying that with the source that was used.
Yep, all right. So I think we still need to take the break because we probably have people who have already seized upon that and are breaking and away from their computers. So we may have to take another one at 1:10. But for now, I think we have to take a break and be back at 1:30 or at 12:32.
And I'll put that on screen for people.
Thank you, Conrad. Yeah, I don't want people to be missing out because they already left. All right, while we're in break, obviously some people are going to be taking breaks. There's no convention business that can happen at this point outside of probably the credentials team trying to resolve any technical issues. So I appreciate you guys doing that extra work and getting that figured out. So yeah, stay in Zoom. Thank you, Brianna. Do not leave the convention, just leave your computer. All right, Conrad, you want to get rid of the fun music and the Thanks everyone for your patience while we're working through some technical issues. It looks like some people have gotten updates from the original requests that they've gotten. So I'm not sure if that is a provider issue or something else going on, but they continue to work through the issues and try to get everybody seated and properly credentialed. So at this point, we are out of break and we're back into our convention. And I would like to ask someone from credentials to let us know what the credentials report is at this time and if what outstanding issues remain, not just challenges.
I think we're going to be waiting on that because we just had a tranche of people. So people who pre-registered the same day or while the convention was starting, and then some dignitaries as well.
Okay.
So we are trying to make it as easy to join as possible while also helping prevent an issue where you might have like a Zoom bomber or other person like that. So people can still pre-register and they will be approved if everything looks good. But then please do not send out that registration link because we just want to make sure that only people who want to be at this convention will be at this convention. It's not a matter of public on the internet, as this is being live streamed to the whole world.
So while that is happening, as I mentioned just after we got into the break, we are going to take some time to hear from some speakers, pre-recorded and other means so that they can have some time to resolve those issues. So that being said, if we could get the next video queued up, that would be great.
Hello, Senate District 59, Steve Simon, Minnesota Secretary of State. Thank you so much for being part of democracy today. I like to say as Secretary of State that I'm in the democracy business, and it's a heck of a time to be in that business. In 2020, despite a once-in-a-century pandemic, Minnesota really led the way. Literally, for the third time in a row, Minnesota was #1 in America in voter turnout. That is a huge accomplishment for all of us. We did that together by pulling in the same direction. But and I know that there are a lot of threats to our democracy, starting and ending with this cloud of disinformation about the 2020 election. And it's having some really harmful effects. Look, if all this was a bunch of people saying false stuff about a past event, we'd probably shrug our shoulders. After all, everyone's got a right to be wrong. We've got people who think Elvis is still alive. We've got people who think that the moon landings were fake, and that's okay. But this is different. And it's different because of what it has inspired, not just the storming of the US Capitol, but really bad and harmful action in state after state after state, including our Minnesota State Senate. Laws and bills that take us backwards and make it harder for eligible people to vote. We've got to say no, and we've got to push back. So to me, and I know to you, it's about defending democracy. It's about expanding the freedom to vote. And it's about pushing back against dangerous and poisonous disinformation. And the way we do that together is we have to lead with the truth, because the truth is on our side. I'm going to need your help. This is going to be a challenging year, and this is going to be a close contest. So I want to thank you in advance for what you're doing today, and thank you for what you're going to do across the ticket and for the offices that matter. We can do this, and we will.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I love that guy. So next up, we do have a report from the Credentials Committee. So I would invite them to present.
Mr. Chair, the Credentials Committee would like to report that our current number of delegates is 164.
So do we have any outstanding issues in terms of people trying to get in?
That problem seems to have been solved. People are now coming in through the waiting room and we're admitting them one at a time. And this number should not change.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. All right, so I would entertain a motion to approve the credentials report at this time, since we are about to get into substantial business where that will be more important.
So moved by Conrad with arrangements.
Thank you, Conrad. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, we have a
Chair
motion and a
Strand.
second from Chair Strand. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, discussion is closed. All in favor of approving the credentials report, go ahead and use your voting icons.
And then Chair, let me know when to take a screenshot for the record.
You got it, sir. Wait, give you just a couple more moments. If anybody has any lack of clarity about how to do this vote, please go ahead and reach out to one of the technology folks to make sure that you have this clarified so that you can actually vote if you want to. So I see a hand up from Vusu. Is that for the purpose of voting, or is it for the purpose of addressing the convention?
I will unmute the delegate.
That was for the purpose of voting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, go ahead and take a record of the vote, Conrad.
The record shows 95 affirmative plus 2 hands up and 1 thumbs up.
All right. And we will consider that motion approved. You do have a good credentials report at this point. So that's good news. All right, next up on the agenda, we have the Resolutions Committee presentation and an explanation of the resolutions ballot voting process. I would invite the Resolutions Committee members to come to speak to that point.
Hi, my name is Brianna Rose Lee. I was the co-chair for the Resolutions Committee. So how this is going to work is you all should have the link, and I'll drop it again in the chat once I'm done speaking. You'll be able to go through all of the 59 resolutions. We will need you to include your ballot number on this, just so we're able to make sure that only the correct people are voting. There are 59 resolutions, so I just want to say thank you to everyone who submitted. We had a lot of great diversity in subject matter and resolutions, which is really awesome. So just thank you all for your energy. We will be only able to submit 42, though, to the state party for them to move on. So it will be the top 42. However, only motions that have a 60% beat a 60% threshold with positive votes will continue on. So whichever number hits us to 42 or below. How you're going to vote is you can choose to either vote to approve. You can vote to not approve, and you are also able to abstain, and abstaining will not change the numbers either way. So it's not going to detract, nor is it going to add. And we would love these to be submitted. You don't need to finish them by the time we close out the convention necessarily, but they do need to be submitted by 8 p.m. tonight. And that's really important. So 8 p.m. tonight is when this voting will close on the resolutions. At the very bottom of the screen, after the 59th resolution that you vote on, there will be a signature. It's an online signature. We understand it's not going to look perfect. Don't worry about that. And then right below it is a green button that will say send in your votes. And that's how you'll submit. So you want to make sure you get all the way to the bottom and hit that green button so we know that everything has been submitted. And that should be it. I want to make sure I am open for any questions. So please direct message me in the chat if you're having trouble accessing it, but I will throw in the link right now, just so you all have it fresh. And thank you again for everyone who submitted. Have a good day.
All right, thank you very much. Just quickly, before you completely go away, are there any questions or points of clarification that anybody needs from that? Right? Is there any other points? All right, thank you very much, Brianna. Let's move on with the next agenda item. So we are going into now the endorsement of the State Senate District 59 candidates.
Oh, it looks like we have a raised hand.
Yep. Switch screens. All right. For what the chair recognizes Polly Jo Peterson. For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Polly Peterson. A point of interest. Do I have to be doing this from within the convention to vote on resolutions? Because when I look on my separate device, I'm not finding a way to vote.
Nope, that's totally fine. You can wait until after we're finished with convention business if you don't want to have two screens up simultaneously. Okay. Just needs to be submitted by, or sorry, just by 8 p.m.
I understand that. I'd love to do it at the same time, but when I go in, I get a PDF. I don't get anything that gives me any options to vote.
Oh, I think you might be looking on the website with the old link. I did drop the link that you're able to vote on in the chat.
Okay,
that one was what we had posted just to make sure people had time to look them over ahead of time. So thank you for doing that.
Okay.
Yep, the link to the resolutions for not voting, but just reading them is on the public website. But the link to actually vote is on your postcard, and then also the link that Brianna put in the chat. Those are the same thing. One just goes to the other. But the public website has I'll call it a paper list of the resolutions, not the ability to vote on them because we don't want to make that public facing.
And I guess I'll add real quick too, whatever you are able to resubmit it if you feel like you did something wrong or whatever, you are able to resubmit it, and whatever the most recent version is, that's the one that will count. So if you have any questions at all, just resubmit it.
All right. All right, are there any other questions? All right. Seeing no further questions, moving on again. And we are going to get into the business of doing the endorsement for State Senate, district as well as the House districts. Now, keep in mind that there's a little bit of nuance to this, so let me walk you through this from the rules and what we're looking at here. So we are going to go ahead and give an opportunity here. Give me a second here. I'm going to up the rules to make sure I'm speaking to it exactly. All right. There we go. All right. All right, so we were going to open things. I'm going to step through this process really quickly. We're going to open things for nominations for state senate, which will be nominated by name only, not extra speeches or anything like that. And then we are going to allow those candidates to speak, or that candidate to speak. And then before we get into any Q&A, what we're going to do then is also allow the option for people to nominate for the House side of things. And then we are going to take time for a Q&A for all of the candidates at the same time, rather than having it split out, so that we can have you get some information from the candidates if you weren't able to attend the pre-candidate meetings that were held. So does everybody understand, or does anybody have any questions about that?
And then Chair, which person is the one who is going to nominate our first candidate for Senate?
I do not know that, so we will open the floor for nominations for Senate. I see Linda has her hand up.
Thank you. I couldn't find the hand button.
Yeah, I saw you physically with your hands up. So.
Mr. Chair, I'm proud to nominate Senator Bobby Joe Champion to be our state senator.
All right. Let the record show that Bobby Joe Champion has been entered into the record as a candidate for endorsement for Senate District 59. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Nominations, by the way, do not require a second here. So are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations, nominations are closed. I see a hand up from Bruce. Go ahead and for what purpose do you rise, sir?
To move for unanimous ballot.
You are super quiet.
Love it.
We'll spend 30 minutes discussing.
I move a unanimous ballot in support of Senator Bobby Joe Champion.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to move by unanimous consent to approve Bobby Joe Champion as your endorsed candidate.
I would second that.
All right, there is a second. Thank you, Brianna. All right, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
And then Chair, let me know when to clear feedback before we vote on the motion.
Yep.
We'll have to suspend
You should
the
be
rules.
clear at this point, Conrad. All right. So all in favor of endorsing Bobby Joe Champion as your Senate endorsed candidate, signify by voting as we've already done in the past. All right, just a couple more moments here. All right. Go ahead and take a record there, Conrad.
There are 5 hands raised, 113 affirmative, 1 negative, and 1 abstention.
Okay. So with that negative, we cannot do a unanimous consent. So the motion fails. All right. If you would go ahead and clear the hands, that would be good. All right, so we have an endorsement there. And then at this point, I would now entertain open nominations for Senate House, or sorry, House District 59A. All right, I see a hand up from Tyler.
I will happily nominate someone who I'm happy to call my next door neighbor, Fu Lee, for State House of Representatives in District and the A side of 59.
All right, thank you, Tyler. Let the record show that Fu Lee has been entered in for the House District A side of 59. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations, nominations are closed. Wondering if anybody's going to want to do unanimous consent here too or not. All right, Karen, you are recognized by the chair. For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you. I would move that we endorse Representative Lee by unanimous consent.
All right. The motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, Kim Jepson, 4-1. I second that motion.
Thank you, Kim. I appreciate that. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Linda, were you saying something?
I was going to just ask the chair to remind people who live on the B side of the district that you don't get to vote on this one. We get to vote on the next vote. So it's only the A side.
And then Chair, you are muted.
I will go ahead and remind people of that right before we vote, Linda. So definitely appreciate that reminder there. All right, so is there any discussion? Any other discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, discussion is closed. Just a reminder, per Linda's instruction, this is only for people on the A side, not the B side of the district. So please do not vote or put in your icons in if you're on the B side. All right. All
then cleared.
Please clear the votes. All right, go ahead and start voting. While this is happening, I'm going to do something about my barking dog.
And then Chair, there is currently one affirmative vote from the B side, Polly Peterson. So if you could not be reacting, thank you. And then it's a nice clean ballot right now, 41 affirmative and 1 abstention.
I am muted somehow again. Thank you. I was like, why are people motioning here? There's more than one. What's going on? I'm not sure where I stopped being heard. So let me state this.
So we're just voting and we're continuing to vote, but we are ready to close voting whenever the chair wants to.
Yeah, go ahead and close voting. So we have a record. Did I go ahead and rule as the chair on the unanimous consent, or was I muted for that?
No, you are not. So I'm just making a better recording of entirety of it so that people are very clear about how everybody voted for the record, as the DFL would like for a endorsement vote for public office.
Yep. All right. So next up, go ahead and clear the vote then. We have nominations open for House District B side of Senate District 59. All right, Usu, you are recognized, sir.
I move Representative Esther Agbaji placed in nomination.
All right. Thank you, Vusu. Oh my gosh. All right, I apologize that my dog keeps barking. I will do something about that momentarily. We will go ahead and recognize that Esther has been nominated for Senate District 59B on the House side. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations?
There's two
Crystal
hands
has a
raised
hand
by Chair Jeffrey Strand and Crystal Porter. So whatever order we want to do that.
Thank you. No, I don't have hands. Who was up there, Conrad?
Jeffrey Strand, and then I saw that Crystal Porter had.
Yeah, I saw Crystal. I didn't see Jeffrey. All right, Jeff, go ahead, and then Crystal, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. I do not live in the B side of the district, but I just want to ask that once the Senate side A and side B are concluded, I would ask that we give the elected officials 2 minutes, since we have not had to do the 10-minute candidate speeches. And so they have saved the convention a great deal of time.
Absolutely, that would totally be in order. All right. And then I don't see the other person on my screen. Who was the other person again, Conrad?
Estelle Porter.
Estelle Porter.
Indicated wanting to do a second in the chat.
Thank you. That was what I was looking for. So, all right. So we do have a second now. I appreciate that. I see and would like to recognize Wally.
My question is, after we go through this process, will we still have the question and answer process for the candidates?
It is called out specifically for us to do that. If you would prefer that to not happen, it would require a suspension of the rules and for that purpose of having that stricken from the agenda. And the
question, so.
Yep. So when we get to that, if you want to do that, that
Cool.
will be in order. Yep. All right. Kevina or Kevina, I don't know how to pronounce your name. You are recognized. Or not. I see your hand went down and you went away. All right, so I will take that as that you did not want to be recognized to speak. All right.
Mr. Chair, may I assist you by indicating that apparently you may have been muted, but there was a ask the chair, Representative Lee's endorsement wasn't announced or heard by everyone apparently. If that was the case, that it was well over 60%.
If that would had happened or not. So, Representative Lee is effectively endorsed at this point by unanimous consent. Congratulations for everybody for having that endorsement. So
the final vote was 40 affirmative and 1 abstention.
All right. Linda, you have applause hands up. Is that?
Because I'm incompetent. I would like to move a unanimous ballot for Esther Agbaje for State Representative 59B.
All right. I have heard the motion. Do we have a second?
Second from Conrad with arrangements.
All right, we have a second from Conrad. So is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, discussion is now closed. I would remind again for people on this vote, that is the B side of the house. So people on the A side should not be voting. Please be aware that you are only voting if you are on the B side of the house for Esther. And I see 2 people with their hands up. So I'm assuming you are, since I've seen your hands up before for voting, that you are voting prematurely. Please be aware voting is not happening yet. So you are going to have your votes cleared once the voting is actually started, and then you will have to vote again. So, nomination for. What's that?
When should I clear the feedback?
Yeah, hold on a second. I will cue you. So discussion is closed. I will now go ahead and open voting. So please go ahead and clear anything, and then voting will open. All right, go ahead. This is for unanimous consent for Esther to be the endorsed candidate for House B side of Senate District 59. Only House B should be voting. All right, a couple more moments here. All right, Conrad, if you could take a record, this would be good.
So the current is 7 hands raised, 79 affirmative, 3 negative. And I can, there's at least 1 negative from the B side, 1 of the slowdown, if that's what they meant, and 1 abstention and 1 thumbs up.
Okay. So, am I to understand you said there is a negative on the B side?
Yes, I see Victor Martinez, and then let's see here. Then we also have Mark Jaffe, who's on the B side.
Okay.
And
so we don't need to go into all that. So just the note is that since there is a negative, then unanimous consent is not granted, and we will have to take an actual vote for the House B side. So the motion fails, and we will move on. All right. So now that we have those nominations, it would be in order at this point for it would be in order at this point for the senator to be able to present for 10 minutes on their side of things.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for interjecting that It appears there is a 1:15 prayer break.
Oh, yes, you were right.
And
We are at that time. So we are at a point where it would be appropriate for us to recess for break so that we can do the proper prayer break time. And once we reconvene, we will go ahead and pick up our business where we left off and do the presentations and possibly Q&A at that point.
So Chair, are we doing 20 minutes starting now or starting at 1:15?
I believe the prayer time is at 1:15, so it would be in order to take a break now and then reconvene at 1:30.
Chair, with your, sorry, Commissioner Higgins, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to consult with Imam Matthew Ramadan about the rest of the afternoon at my 876-1890 phone number after the prayer break.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of clarification, please.
Thank you. Go ahead and you are recognized.
Thank you. So Senator Champion and Representative Agbaje, the votes that we took were not unanimous. Do we now need to take votes that will determine whether they had 60% or more? And when do we do that?
That we will do that, but it would be in order for them to do their presentations at this point and then potentially to move on to a Q&A before we go to those actual votes.
So they will do their 10-minute presentations, then we'll do the Q&A, then we will do the vote.
Yes, and keep in mind that we will do a vote for the Senate district for Bobby Joe Champion, and then we will recess the full Senate district, convene House District B side to be able to do the voting for the B side as well. Does that help clarify things?
Would a motion be in order to take that vote now?
I do not think it would be.
Say it again.
I do not think it would be. It would require a suspension of the rules and the 2/3 vote. And I'm not sure that that would be a proper thing as well. So to be fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Busu, you are recognized.
Yes, I was going to address the similar issue. I do think it would have been appropriate for us to move for the fact that their names, that they have been nominated, and then take that vote. Now, to do that now, similar to what was done with the unanimous consent for the A side. So I didn't see any reason why we could not have taken the vote for Senator Champion and also for Representative Agbaje. We can do the question and answers afterwards, after they have been nominated and they have 60%.
So, okay. So I appreciate that point that you are making. I will hear a couple other people here, but we do have to move to a prayer break. So is there, for the two people that have their hands up now, Bernard and Conrad, is it something that we have to address now, or can we break for prayer and
I was just
ask questions afterwards?
I was just going to ask if we could make a motion after the prayer break, that if we can make a motion to suspend the rules and endorse by acclamation, which is not a unanimous consent, and that we have the motion to suspend the rules, and then the motion to, or sorry, then the next vote would be to make the endorsements. And then because we are, one past the hour that we can, or sorry, that one past the noon, that we can make those endorsements more quickly, since there was nearly unanimous consent anyway. And then limit the speaking time if the candidates are so willing, so that we can get onto the business of other things that we need to do.
That is very clearly and very well said, and very well taken, Comrade. Thank you. So at this point, we are in break. so that people can observe prayers. We'll be back and reconvened at 1:33.
Well, that's close to getting what I wanted. Just didn't have the right words.
All right, Conrad, if you could go ahead and turn down the fun music. All right, when we last left our intrepid heroes, we were about to take a break and we were discussing the next steps for the process and what you guys would like to do as a body. So I would entertain any motions at this point per the discussions that we had before the break in terms of suspending the rules, et cetera, et cetera. Conrad, you have your hand up. You are recognized, sir. Can't hear you if you're saying something, Conrad.
Sorry, I had the music on. In the interest of having as much time as possible for those people who want to become state delegates so that they can have time for sub-caucusing, since we have already done some preliminary votes and shown that there is near unanimous consent, much more than 90% or whatever on these candidates, that first we would do a suspension of the rules endorsed by acclamation for Senate for 59 for champion. And then once that is done, that we would make a second motion to suspend the rules endorsed by acclamation for Ibaje, and that would also be by acclamation, and make those endorsements. So then candidates can speak for the time that they were given, the 10 minutes they were given. But I think with the support that both candidates have, and the fact that there is only a couple hours until the library closes for our technology accessibility space. For example, our affirmative action and outreach officer is at the technology space, and many of our officers are, and people like Eric Wan, who have said they want to become a state delegate and want that opportunity to do so. So I want to make sure that we have enough time for them to do that. And I see that there's other hands raised. So I won't make the motions quite yet, but I'll let others speak while we're kind of in an open discussion on that, or unless you want me to make the motion.
It would be best if you made the motion and then we had discussion around it, so.
Okay, so I will make the motion to suspend the rules and endorse by acclamation Senator Bobby Jobe Champion from Senate District 59. And that is the first motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Joel Martinez, you are recognized. For what purpose do you rise?
Okay, sorry. I'm not really into Zoom, so I'm trying to learn how to play Zoom. I'm more like a Teams person. Yeah, exactly what Conrad said. I was gonna say the same thing. You took the words out of my mouth, and I like the music too. So I like your playlist.
All right, thank you, Joel. Usu, you are recognized, sir.
No, I was just going to second, and I thought we would have to raise a hand to be able to second, but I see that's not also the case. So,
well, it should be, but
no worries, it's already been done. So,
yep.
No need for a long speech from me.
Thank you, sir. All right. So that being said, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. The motion is to suspend the rules, which requires a 2/3 majority, and then to vote by acclamation to approve Bobby Jobe Champion as your Senate candidate endorsed for SD 59. All right. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, discussion is closed. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by voting, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry, I didn't give you an opportunity to clear there, Conrad. But.
And then just let me know when I am recording during actually live right now, but let me know when to do the sweep of how people voted for this first 2/3 vote.
Thank you, Conrad. Just to give a couple more moments for people to vote. Again, this is for suspension of the rules in order to consider the motion for acclamation for Bobby Joe Champion. All right. Go ahead and take a record of the vote at this point, Conrad.
That is done. The final tally, depending on the time period, was 6 hands raised, 85 affirmative, 4 thumbs up, and 1 clap. So
All right. I
affirmative
will take that as the suspension of the rules for the consideration has been approved. So now we will move to the actual motion of acclamation for endorsement for Bobby Joe Champion for Senate District 59. So clear the votes. All right, so now you are voting for acclamation for Bobby Joe Champion. Go ahead and click away. I see David Flannery has his hand up. I will go ahead and ask, you are recognized, go ahead and address the convention. Only really points of order or information are really proper at this time, but go ahead.
Vote.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank
Vote
you.
the affirmative.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, just a couple more moments. All right, let's go ahead and take a record of the vote.
That is done, and approximately 12 hands up, 120 affirmative, 1 abstention, and 2 thumbs up.
All right, I will take that vote of acclamation as having passed. Congratulations, you all have an endorsement for Senate District candidate for SD 59. Congratulations, Bobby Joe Champion. All right, so I'm going to bring up a point of order here for the next motion in order to move things along more quickly. If we could go ahead and clear the votes and the hands so that I can be aware if somebody is actually raising their hand. So as somebody, and I was thinking about this as somebody properly brought up and addressed to me, is that we can suspend the rules and address multiple motions at the same time if we specify those motions. So I would like to remind everybody, if you want to, per the next motion for suspending the rules, you could do this for the purpose of acclamation, voting by acclamation for Esther to be able to be approved as House B candidate and an endorsement there, and at the same time to change the agenda for the 15-minute Q&A and for the 10-minute presentations so that it's just 2 minutes for them. So just letting you know that is something that you can do in order to save some time. And I know Conrad has his hand up first, but I'm going to let Barry, as the parliamentarian, speak first. Go ahead, sir, you are recognized.
Thank you. I would like to move that we suspend the rules and endorse Esther Abaje by acclamation.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
There's a second in the chat from Crystal.
All right, thank you. All right, so do we have any do we have any of the discussion? Barry, if you want to speak to the motion as the maker of the motion, are there any other amendments or any other points of order? Barry, I'll let you go first, and then we'll tackle Conrad. And then
I think Conrad has already explained the rationale for this.
Yep.
We can, as you pointed out, Chair, we can consolidate this into one vote to expeditiously deal with it.
Sounds good.
I just want to say that we can't do the whole convention agenda, but we can do this 59B agenda. So I was just letting people know that we can do this as two parts, one for Esther and then one part for the rest of the agenda, as the chair was talking about.
That will work. All right. Augustine, you are recognized.
Oh my God.
You are unmuted. Go for it.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, what was the vote on Esther's vote?
Conrad, if you could go back and review that and share that, that'd be excellent.
We know 2 abstentions.
It may take a moment here, Augustine.
Just call me Willie's fine.
All right. I don't know, but I like Augustine. That's an awesome name.
Well, thank you.
I don't have it right in front of me, but there was 1 or 2 no votes, and so that is why it did not pass unanimous consent. But for the suspension of the rules, we only need 2/3 majority. So I would assume that would be, happen there.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Next up, Kim, you are recognized. For what purpose do you rise?
I was just letting you know that Joel Rainville has a friendly amendment.
All right. Where is that? Let's see now. Right. Joel, can somebody,
Mr. Chair.
Is that in the chat or was that somewhere else?
Oh. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh, if I'm recognized.
I will recognize you, Joel. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for rising, because I was like, I can't find you. You're recognized, sir.
I'm wondering if between Conrad's statement and then also Barry Clegg, our parliamentarian, if it would be in order to have this motion be to suspend the rules to allow for the B-side acclamation, as well as to after that limit each of the nominated individuals to a 2-minute speech, or if we need to do that as 2 amendments or 2 motions.
So that'd be 2 motions, because you can't have half the body vote on the rest of the body.
I think that's correct. Barry, as the parliamentarian, what is your ruling or consideration there?
The general rule is that you can't have 2 motions dealing with separate matters combined into one.
Right.
So I think that would be a separate motion, which would be voted on after putting on the motion currently before the body.
But we would be able to combine the 2 agenda changes effectively into one as a motion, right?
I'm sorry, the 2 agenda changes you're talking about?
Yeah, so if we're getting rid of the 10-minute presentation and the Q&A.
Yes, we could combine those 2.
Cool, thank you, sir. All right. Kim, do you still have your hand up, or is it is it another handout you have? All right, I see you brought it down. All right, I see Brian Boucher has a hand applause. Is that a handout that you are looking for? All right, thank you. All right, so the motion on the table is to suspend the rules and approve by acclamation the Esther as your House District B candidate. Everybody clear the voting so that we can get accurate counts. Conrad, if you could clear the votes. Again, this is the House B side only that should be voting. All right, go ahead and start voting. All right, just a couple more moments. Thank you all for voting. All right. Conrad, if you could go ahead and take a record of the votes.
Library. To get in.
Chair, I'm seeing 86 yes checks, 7 hands raised, and 3 red X's, and I'm Secretary Pro Tem.
Thank you for stepping in.
And I see
All right.
one affirmative from the A side, but that is all that there is from the A side. So that was an accidental vote, and you can.
All right. It is the ruling of the chair that the motion passes, and you now have an endorsement by acclamation for your House B candidate, Esther. Congratulations. All right, so
Is
next
there a
up,
separate vote that was needed for the actual endorsement, or is that by itself?
yeah, Mr. Clegg, is that okay to do it that way, or do we need to do it separately?
That is okay. Conrad, I would refer you to Robert's Rules of Order, 12th edition, section 25.4.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
okay to consolidate motions when you're dealing with a suspension of the rules.
Thank you, sir. Good parliamentarian is always worth their weight in gold. All right, so that business is conducted for that suspension of the rules. I would entertain a suspension of the rules for consideration of modifying the rules for, as we just previously discussed. I won't spell it out for you. Joel, you have your hand up, and then
Smith.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would move to suspend the rules as previously outlined to allow for 2 minutes for each of the endorsed candidates and to remove the question and answer period from the agenda.
Seconded, Tyler Balbuena, 4-2.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I might remind people to go ahead and maybe make a motion to amend that to remove the 10-minute section for presentation by the candidates as well.
Move to amend.
All right.
I would accept that friendly amendment.
All right. There's no such thing as a friendly amendment. So Jeff has moved to amend that. I will just do this as a simple agreement or not by the body. Go ahead and vote on that right now. And then we'll just do this really quickly. Raise your hand if you're in favor of amending the motion to include the 10-minute candidate presentations being removed. All right. All right, so we have a note from Brian Boucher saying that motions to suspend the rules are not debatable and not amendable. So if we could get a quick count of this vote here while I consider that with the parliamentarian.
Mr. Chair, if I can speak.
You are very quiet, but who is that?
This is Joel Rainville again. That's why I was going to, I guess, restate my motion earlier.
Okay, so
in the amendment.
So I would be willing to do that to make that clear and make that not be an issue of contention.
Mr. Chair, we have 15 hand raised, 92 yes checks, 2 no X's, and 1 coffee cup abstention.
All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead and clear the votes. Go ahead and speak, Joel.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Sorry, yeah, I will restate the motion that we suspend the rules to remove the 10-minute speaking portion of the agenda for each of the endorsed candidates, as well as the 15-minute question and answer period, to be replaced by a 2-minute speaking time for each endorsed candidate.
And we removed the 10 minutes, right? Did I hear that part?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. So now we have a more whole motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second that again.
All right. Thank you very much, Tyler. All right. So that being said, this motion is non-debatable. So I will go ahead and if you clear the voting for everybody, Conrad. All right, go ahead and vote to suspend the rules and remove the 10-minute section for speaking and presentation for the candidates, and to give them 2 minutes each to address the body, and to also remove the 15-minute Q&A session. All right, give you a couple more moments. All right. Conrad, if you would record the vote.
The vote is recorded. The vote at the end of the screenshot was 7 hand raised, 108 affirmative, and 6 negative.
All right, and that clearly passes. So you have a vote by acclamation to change or want to change the rules and allow that to happen. So, so at this point, I would go ahead and recognize the candidates to be able to come up and address the convention for 2 minutes each. After which we will go ahead and look at some other speakers as well. So I would invite Bobby Joe Champion to be able to address the convention first.
Let me say, first of all, thank you to everyone that's here today, and thank you to Jeff Strand, and thank you for all your service with our Senate district. We sincerely appreciate that, and thank you for allowing me for quite some time to represent Senate District 59. One of the things I think is important for you to know is that we work as a team together, and we work as a team in order to make sure that we can do what's in the best interest of Senate District 59. Needless to say, I often say that if it's good for Senate District 59, then it's good for the rest of the state. And we really believe that, whether we are talking about fully funding education, making sure that there's a comprehensive approach to public safety, making sure that we have the real investments around jobs and economic development, whether we're making sure that our families are housed and that we have various housing, options in our great district, but also making sure that we are fighting and recognizing climate change. I know that I'm in the Senate and I'm constantly battling with people who don't even recognize climate change. And so we're doing everything that we can in order to make sure that we adopt and move forward responsible policies and making really wonderful investments that benefit us all. One last thing that I'll say when we think in terms of our young people and public safety. Public safety is something that we've been debating a lot because we think it's important for us not just to be safe, but to feel safe. And to do that, there has to be a comprehensive approach to that. And we bifurcate adults and juveniles, but yet and still making sure that we meet all of their needs. I know that there are some people who wanted us to still do a form and questions, and we did some this morning, but please know that you can call me or Representative Lee or Esther or Representative Baje, and we'll be happy to talk with you about the things that you are thinking, feeling, and wanting us to continue to work on. But we are committed to working on your behalf, working with you, and working alongside of you. So thank you for the 2 minutes to speak. And I want you to know that I do not take this endorsement or your support lightly. So thank you so very much.
All right, thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Fu Lee to address the convention for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, neighbors, for spending your sunny Saturday afternoon with all of us. Really appreciate the time commitment that you have put into this, and especially thank you to Chair Strand for your years of service, for our Senate district and our congressional district. Really appreciate all the effort and the work that you have put into this, with the rest of your leadership team. Really appreciate the endorsement today, and just know that I will continue to fight with Senator Champion and Representative Baje over at the Capitol for all of us here in the Senate district and for the state of Minnesota. Senator Champion already covered some of the issue areas that we've been working on. I just want to really emphasize environmental justice for all of us who live on the north side, downtown North Loop, who are impacted by the heavy industries right next to the river. It is time right now for us to hold these industrial corporations accountable for the pollutions that they have let out that has disproportionately impacted our communities of color and those who are on the lower income spectrum here in our Senate district. And so do know that, we'll be continuing to fight for environmental justice. And I'm really excited that we will be putting together a capital investment bill to make a significant investment back into the north side. We were able to do that last year with Senator Champion and Representative Dean. And so this year going forward, I'm really excited to work with Representative Baje to bring in more additional investment into the north side, North Loop, downtown area. And then, just really going to bat for all of you, and also to help Senator Champion become a chair in the Senate so that we could actually move on climate change, on issues that we care about around, significant investment into education. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you. And again, thank you so very much for the endorsement.
All right, thank you. Next up, I would like to invite Esther Baje to address the convention for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much to all of the delegates. I just want to say thank you again for putting your trust and support in me as I work to continue to represent all of you at the Capitol, along with Senator Champion and Representative Lee. I also want to give my thanks to outgoing Chair Jeff Strand for his years of service to our community and making sure that we are always on track to continue to elect strong Democrats in Minnesota. As Senator Champion and Representative Lee stated, we all work together to represent all of you at the Capitol. And one of the big things that we're always working on is housing, because we know without housing, everything else starts to fall apart. And so we're putting all of our efforts to make sure that people have the down payment assistance they need to become homeowners, have the rental assistance that they need to stay in their homes, and that we're also putting significant funding into public housing so people are living in dignified places. In addition, we are working together to ensure that our young people have the tools and the mental health resources that they need, especially in schools. And we're also working to make sure that our healthcare system is up to par, and that people have access to not only for their physical health, but also their mental health, and ensuring that maternal health is also on board, particularly maternal health for Black women. So thank you all so much for your time and your talents today. It's with people like you who make our democracy work. And we know, as we heard from Secretary of State Simon, that is under attack around our country, and it could be here in Minnesota as well. So thank you all for the work that you do. And again, thank you so much for your endorsement. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of you to ensure that we get the resources that we deserve in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thank you all for endorsing your candidates. This is a good thing. I will now move on to, we got a next agenda item. However, we also have a couple of people who are looking to speak to you as well. And those people are Julie Blaha and Ilhan Omar, in that order. So I would like to invite first for Julie Blaha to address the convention or her representative, and then go ahead and move on to Representative Omar.
All right. Yeah, hi, I'm Brandy Brown. I'm actually speaking today on behalf of State Auditor Julie Blaha. She can't make it today. I know that she would have. She's everywhere. She can't be everywhere. She tries very hard, but she can't be everywhere. But Julie wanted me to share a little bit about what she does and why she does it. And she's overseeing about $40 billion in local government spending. And recently the office picked up the oversight of another $20 billion in federal dollars spent in the state. And so this oversight is made up of examinations like audits and investigations, support like training, financial tools, and analysis, reporting data to the people, reporting data that people need to make decisions based on facts. And the reason she does this is to protect our freedom to make decisions in our own communities. But unfortunately, this is under attack from the Republicans, and she's seeing these attacks towards the auditor's office. For example, over the past few years, since during the pandemic, local government officials, staff, and residents stepped up to protect local health, infrastructure, and economies. And they moved a record amount of resources at a record speed with record complexity. And they did all of that from home with cats walking all over their keyboards and just chaos ensuing at home, not unlike this convention right now. But like local people really work together to prevent the economic free fall. And so they're not getting the things they deserve from the Republicans. The Republicans are pouring over audits, calling for sham audits, looking for ways to undercut local heroes during the pandemic. And they want to take all of that away. They want to take away local control. But Julie had positioned her office to build up and not tear down our local communities. And some of the things she did are she rebuilt relationships across the state, both metro and rural Minnesota. She increased funding to reclaim work lost over the past 15 years. And she not only to stop the privatization of key state audit work, but moved into union work by taking it on at her office. She works really, really hard to communicate with the citizens of Minnesota, the residents. She revamped the communications office. She's sharing complex financial data in plain language, and she frequently holds listening sessions around the state to connect with regular people. And then some of the decisions her office has stood up for closer to home are promoting forfeiture return that reduces the disparity of treatment during arrests, advocating for fair calculations that lead to strong public pensions, and pushing to include climate change considerations in the state investments strategy. She amplified the need for stable local government funding and aided in the prosecution of those who steal from our children by embezzling school funds. And she's just getting going. And really, I just want you to join me in supporting State Auditor Blaha. She's doing a great job. If you really want to get involved, visit her website. And, I thank you on behalf of Julie Blaha. I know she wishes she could be here, and I'm sure she will be finding opportunities to connect with you all other times. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I will say that she is a neighbor of mine, just a couple miles down the road. So she lives in my area of the woods. All right, next up, I would like to invite to address the convention for 2 minutes, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Wayne. Good afternoon, DFLers. I just wanted to first start out by thanking you for taking a night and a day out of your busy schedule to participate in our democracy. I know how important and valuable your involvement in our democracy is, and it's what makes our state a blue state. And I know that when I talk to Keith, Tim, Peggy, Julie, Steve, and others, they always talk about how the fifth is the organizing engine because it helps boost turnout and make sure that our state remains to be blue. I will say that when I took the mantle from Keith, I felt a lot of pressure in keeping that organizing going. And last year, we actually started a deep canvassing program where we knocked almost entirely the north side of the district and knocked on every single door of the suburban cities that we represent. These conversations have allowed us to continue to advocate. I know that in a representative democracy, representatives need to hear directly from the people that they represent. If you are not having fluency in the day-to-day struggles of the people you seek to represent, you are not going to be able to produce the legislation that is necessary on their behalf. And so I just want to also congratulate Bobby Joe Champion, Fu Lee, and Esther Abaje for their collaboration and the work that they are doing on behalf of our shared constituents. I've had the opportunity to work with them as we've delivered $17 million in community projects that were recently earmarked for our district. I've also had the opportunity to work with them as we delivered $500 million to keep childcare centers open, which brought the First Lady to come celebrate that achievement of having Minnesota be the first one to implement that program. I've also had the opportunity to work with them as we crafted legislation to hold police accountable in pushing for the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. We've also collaboratively worked on issues around maternal health in addressing the fact that Black women are 4 times more likely to die while giving birth. And I've also had the opportunity to work with them as we've addressed a lot of the environmental challenges that not just the North Side, but the district and the country is experiencing. It is through the work that we do collectively on behalf of our constituents that we continue to thrive and make sure that the resources that are needed from Washington get to our district. And it is the work that we do together collaboratively as DFLers that we will continue to make sure our district has one of the highest turnouts not just in the state, but in the country. In the last election, 2020, we increased voter turnout from 360,000 in the 5th to 400,000. And I look forward to doing that work with you all. Again, thank you so much for taking the time and participating in our democracy. And I look forward to your continued support.
Chair, you're muted. Chair, you're muted.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making my mouth move while I find the unmute button. Thank you, Representative Omar. The next person that I had to recognize is Jeff Strand. For what purpose do you rise to speak, sir? You are muted. After that, I will recognize Don Samuels, but I now. Jeff
Yes,
Strand is
Chair.
recognized.
So Chair, in terms of another, let me explain, in terms of another motion to suspend the rules related to changing the designated time of the prayer break that was listed as 3:50 p.m. And I've spoken with Imam Ramadan, and I believe 4:50 p.m. is the correct time. And also in terms of speaking with the people who are participating in our accessibility technology room here, physically brick and mortar at North Regional Library, along with the Operations Center, that we would ask for the convention's consideration in our moving from the library. Since it closes, we must be out of here by 5 p.m. I think an appropriate time, having consulted with colleagues here and in the accessibility room, any individuals affected, giving them time to get back to their homes or other place with internet so we won't have a challenge, would be approximately 4:45 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. If that would be something the convention would consider. And then that would take care of one element.
All right. So is that an actual motion for consideration, or is it throwing the?
Yes.
Okay.
It actually is.
Thank you. So we have a motion for the convention to have a prayer break at 4:45 and allow people transit time, and to potentially reconvene at 5:30 if our business is not completed by then. So do we have a second?
I second that motion, Conrad, from arrangements, so that people who need to still use the Chromebooks can do so from another location that we find, and I'm sure the team's working on that right now.
Okay. Thank you, Conrad. Thanks for the second. All right. Is for people who have their hands up right now, do any of you have discussion for or against this motion that you would like?
There's no discussion on a motion to suspend the rules.
Yeah. Oh, it's suspending the rules. You're right. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to do so. Could you clear the voting so that we can go ahead and vote to suspend the rules and introduce the schedule change for the prayer break and break?
The feedback was cleared when then you started talking, and then people have started voting on it. So I think that's.
Yeah, I will take that as a good start. So everyone, if you could vote, please continue to do so. We'll leave that open for a little bit, and then we will record that vote and move forward.
And then somebody was supposed to find out what they.
Chair, the preliminary is 87 yes checks, 3 hands up, 3 no, 89 checks yes, 90. Trying to record this as a pro tem secretary moving target.
Thank you, sir. All right, just a couple more moments and then we'll close voting.
Tyler Balbuena, 4-2 point of information.
Go ahead, Tyler.
I just want to assure the people that are voting against it, we would only reconvene at 5:30 if we don't have business conducted by then. We hope to be done by then.
That's the way I stated it or restated it as well. So thank you, Tyler. All right, let's go ahead and close voting. Take a record, Conrad.
Final record shows 3 hands raised, 101 affirmative, 4 negative, and 1 thumbs up.
All right, I will consider that a vote in favor. So the The rules in the agenda are amended as such. So we will have a break at 4:45 if we are not done with business by then, and we will reconvene at 5:30. All right. So next up, clear stuff again. I believe Don Samuels was the next up with a hand up before, and then there was somebody else with a hand up. So I would like to first acknowledge and recognize Don Samuels. Go ahead and speak, sir. Oh, I'll prompt you to unmute. There you go.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just to make sure that I'm not being inappropriate, I do intend to make a campaign speech of sorts. Now that Congresswoman Omar had access, I just want to make sure that that is okay and that doesn't violate any.
So the only question I would have for you, sir, is are you a someone who is a DFLer and looking for a DFL endorsement from the congressional district convention?
I'm not looking for endorsement today. I'm going straight to the primaries.
Right. I don't know.
I did not. I was not involved in the caucus. My decision to run came after, so.
I understood. Let me consult briefly with the parliamentarian, but I'm not sure that's in order at this point.
Okay.
But I will check to make sure. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, I believe you are correct. I think it would only be in order if you were seeking the DFL endorsement at the DFL convention.
Point of order.
Yep.
Would a motion be acceptable to overrule the parliamentarian?
It is a possibility that you can consider.
It's actually the chair that makes the ruling, and then it would be in order to
So let me start by ruling that it is not in order for him to speak per the rules of the convention at this point. So now that that is stated, it is possible for you to appeal that and to suspend, to overrule that. So.
I will appeal that to the chair then, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will. Do I have a second for that? It looks like Patricia has her hand up. I caught your waving motion down there. So, okay. Next up, I would like to go ahead and to the point at this point, these should be the discussions and points for or against the reconsideration of the chair's ruling and to allow Mr. Samuels to address the convention. So is there anybody who would like to speak for or against that? And I would go ahead and refer to the maker of the motion, Tyler, to start that if you would like to.
Yeah, I think as a body, we would be doing ourselves a disservice if we didn't hear Don Samuels speak, particularly considering that his opponent did have a chance to speak. And even though he said that he's not seeking endorsement at this time, that could change. I would also just like to point out that we are a primary state. We do as a body make endorsements, and that's good and well, but we should be making those endorsements with the understanding that at the end of the day, a primary is what makes these decisions for us. And as the most involved people in the process, I think we need to give all the candidates an ability to get their point across and make their case. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. All right, Bernard, you have your hand up, sir. Do you rise for or against this motion? I'm gonna. I gave you a.
There we go.
There you go.
I rise in favor of the motion. Don Samuels is a significant member of the community here. His voice deserves to be heard. He also represents a historically marginalized population. And we say that we stand for everyone and that we take into consideration whatever the outreach and inclusion statement And it would be going contrary to everything we stand for if we didn't allow Don Samuels to have an opportunity to speak to this body once again, because this is a primary state. Thanks, Tyler, for saying all that.
All right. Thank you, Bernard. So next up, since we've seen and heard two speakers for the motion, do the two people who have their hands up, are you speaking against the motion? It would be best if we had speakers against the motion before we entertained any speakers for the motion. So are either of you going to speak against the motion? And can you throw something in chat here for us to see that? And that's for Augustine, also known as Willie, and Michael. All right, looks like Michael is saying yes, he wants to speak against the motion. Go ahead, I tried to unmute you. There you go.
All right, I'm speaking against the motion. I'm sorry that this is, I'm being the negative one here, but Mr. Samuels has not declared his candidacy to, he has declared his candidacy, but he has not declared any willingness yet to run for the DFL endorsement. This body is a preliminary to that. Now, we are not in the primary yet, and we haven't had the primary, and this is the appropriate time for us to deal with our own endorsement process. Now, if we ask Don Samuels to come up and speak, who is not seeking our endorsement, why haven't we invited, are there any Republican candidates for the 5th Congressional District or for state auditor or anybody else? Why haven't we invited them to speak? Since it's an open state and everything else, why haven't we thrown the door completely open? If you don't seek our endorsement, I personally am insulted that you would want to speak to us. If you are here to declare that you are looking for our endorsement, then you should be allowed to speak. But if not, I'm against it.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we have 2 for and 1 against. I would prefer a 1 against first before we entertain another 4. Is anybody wanting to speak against the motion? We have Augustine, Raymond, and Vijay who have their hands up. Are you, any of you wanting to speak against the motion? If so, please put something in chat so I can recognize you specifically. Otherwise, I will take you in order. All right, so I'm going to recognize Augustine. Go ahead. And then I just saw your message, Winnie, so I will recognize you next.
I'm speaking against the motion. I think that we are a democracy. I think we need to let people speak. We're at a convention, of course, but yet I want to hear what candidates have to say. Whoever the candidate is, this is a DFL. It's not a Republican Party. That's what the Republicans do. So I want to hear the voices of our community. And Don Samuel has been a voice of the community, and he has a right to speak at this party convention. We are DFLers, folks. Let's have our voices heard. And so I'm just going to say that. So I would hope Don could speak at this time.
All right. Thank you, Augustine. All right. Next up, I know Vijay and Winnie are wanting to speak against. So we have had 3 speeches for. So I will go ahead and recognize them unless Raymond is speaking against. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and recognize Vijay. Actually, I'm going to recognize Winnie first because they had their hand up first. Recognize Winnie first because they had their hand up first.
Hello, this is Winnie Brown.
Hey, Winnie.
Hey. Hello, this is Winnie Brown. Oh, hey.
Is there somebody else with, in the meeting as well as you, Winnie, in your room?
No, because I'm on my laptop and it's just me.
Oh, it's VJ. I'm sorry, maybe. All right.
It's just me.
All right, go ahead, Winnie. I'm
Okay.
just hearing background noise.
So am I.
Not sure who it is.
Okay, I was
hearing background noise.
So am I.
Sure who it is. Oh, good Lord. I
There's
think it's
also
your
a
system,
delay.
it's the live stream going.
There's also a delay.
Winnie, I think what's happened is somehow you probably are in the Zoom meeting, both via a phone call and your application.
No, just my PC.
All right. A phone
call. No, just my PC.
Yeah. So Winnie, go ahead and try to speak and we'll see if we can decipher what you're saying. Go ahead.
Okay, my objection is similar to the guy that spoke before me. If he's not here wanting anything from us, I don't think we should waste our time listening to him. Because I took it as an insult as well.
Is that it, Winnie? Are you?
Yes, I'll stop now because it's awful.
Thank you for trying at least. All right. Next up, I will go ahead and allow Vijay to speak.
Okay, I'm unmuted?
Yep.
All right, great. I think I would speak against this for it's a matter of respect. We're spending our time here so we can endorse candidates. And then he's saying what we do here doesn't matter at all. And then he's asking us for time to speak, to tell us that what we're doing here is totally unimportant. I mean, I miss the logic in that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, so we've got
Chair,
three, four.
just a note, Chair, that our rules permit 3 speakers on a side.
Yep. So we've had 3 for, and 3 against. So unless somebody wants to suspend the rules and allow more speaking, the speaking will be closed.
You mean clear feedback and then vote?
Yeah, but potentially here. I think we need to acknowledge Ray and Joel. So I'll go with Ray first. Ray, I'm going to recognize you, but please note that you are, it should be a point of order or something else because we've had 3 speeches for and 3 against. Ray, you are recognized.
Point of order.
Yep.
Been in track with the time schedule, noticing the time wasted and so forth. In my opinion, he could have already spoke and been done with it, and we could have considered it for whatever reason. That was my point of order. We wasted a lot of time going back and forth, if he should, if he shouldn't, and we've turned this into the, instead of DFL, we've turned it into exclusionary, you know? Let's include everybody at the table, okay? If you don't want anything from us, good.
So,
But at least,
Ray, your point is acknowledged, but you're out of order because that is a point supporting him speaking, and that is not in order.
I'm saying we were wasting.
Are we able to call the question?
Yes, we are. So I'm acknowledging 2 people to be able to make a point of order or point of inquiry at this point before we move to that vote. So Joel, if you're asking a point of order or inquiry that it's not related to this motion, you are invited to speak.
Oh, hi. I think it'll be great just to let Don speak or anybody who's running for office. I think this
That's
is the whole.
not in order.
Okay.
So if you're speaking to that motion, it is not in order because we have 3 speeches for and against already.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Chair, the correct question before the body should be, shall the ruling of the chair be upheld?
Correct. The ruling of the chair was that he should not be allowed to speak as he is not seeking the DFL endorsement. So that is the ruling of the chair. The motion is to overrule the chair and allow him to speak to the convention. All right.
So just to clarify for the chair, what is an affirmative and what is a negative?
Yep. So an affirmative, let's make this clean. An affirmative would say that you want him to speak, and a negative would be that you don't want him to speak. Just to make that clean, because otherwise we get into double negatives and double positives, and that's a nightmare. All right. Is there a point of order from Frank, or okay, I'm going to let you unmute and go ahead and ask your question.
I just have a point of clarification. Is this a 2/3 vote or a simple majority?
This would be a 2/3 vote.
No, this is a simple majority.
Oh, is this a simple majority? Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you, Frank. Thanks for that clarification. All right, so we will now, if we could clear the voting. And then we will open things up for voting. So yes, you want him to speak. No, you don't want him to speak. While we're taking this vote, we'll just give a couple more moments and I will instruct those who have messaged me directly about things that they want to motion or do, that is a problem because I'm not going to see it. You need to ask the chair and direct your messages to address the chair, not to me individually, please. So. All right. Let's go ahead and take a record of the vote, Conrad. To be clear, for those of you who are putting your hands up because somebody's raised this as a concern, that means we're interpreting that to mean that you are probably in favor, and it will only become an issue if something is close. But just to be clear, you should be using a check mark that is a green box or a red X or red circle with an X.
So at the end of the recording, there was 1 hand raised, 64 affirmative, 54 negative, and 8 abstentions. And so there are more affirmative than other votes right now.
All right. All right, so then the body has spoken, and this is democracy in action. So you have said that you want him to speak. So at this point, we will let Mr. Samuels speak and address the convention for 2 minutes.
Timekeeper.
Oh, here, I'll click for you to unmute, sir. You got it?
Hi, everyone. Let me say thank you for allowing me to speak. I feel honored and flattered. I want to thank all the folks who followed Michael Fedor and expressed your opinion to the contrary. I honor your opinions, and I'm grateful to be part of this democratic process. I want to congratulate Bobby and Steve, Bobby and Fuli and Esther, and thank you for your service, and want to thank everyone here who is part of this process that we've been involved in for over a couple of decades. It's great to be part of the DFL and the incredible democratic process. I, of course, am Don Samuels. My wife's on here, incredible wife Sandra, and together we've served this community for 25 years. Raised our 3 daughters here on this tough block, Hillside Avenue, and launched them into adulthood. I'm a community leader. We organized from block club to neighborhood group, then got sent to the city council by my neighbors and served 3 terms, 1 term on the school board. One of the things I'm most proud of is that while chair of the Public Safety Committee, I led the reduction of violent crime by double digits for 7 years straight. That's because I held vigils for people who were killed, brought the attention of the city council to our community, and transformed the attitude toward the north side so that when the federal government sent $110 million here to mitigate the housing crisis, $100 million came to North Minneapolis without one complaint from a council member because we had transformed their sympathies and their attention to mitigate the problems on the north side. I believe that we need to end our inequities. That's why I'm proud of my work at the City Council to ban the box that you check to say you're a felon or not. It ultimately became not just a city rule, but a state rule and then a law for the entire state. And I'm proud to have initiated that at the City Council. I currently lead the Lights On program in my day job as a citizen. And in 15 states across the country now, in the entire state of Minnesota, when you get pulled over for a broken light, as Philando Castile was pulled over, instead of a ticket or a confrontation or a lecture, you get a voucher to fix that for free for up to $250. I'm proud to say that I raised all of the money for that, for the about $7,000 of transformed interaction between police and community that have happened around the country over the last few years. I want to work to end divisiveness in Washington. We're too divisive. I think you know that my opponent is a symbol of exclusivity and not going along with the administration or the president's agendas, like the infrastructure bill, and making sure that the police of the Capitol is shored up, that another incident like January 6th doesn't happen. I want to work with my peers at the Capitol to get things done for the people of the 5th District. And I want to assure you that I'm going to take all of the democratic values of making sure climate change is reduced and making sure that we have universal health care, making sure that LGBTQ people are honored and that their rights are delivered, and making sure that the woman's right to vote is preserved and that voting rights are honored and preserved. All of these things are strong democratic values I support. My opponent does too, but I'm going to do it in a collaborative way, not pouting outside of rooms or taking a contrarian view, and but being humble in my leadership and delivering at the end of the session resources for the people. I'm going to make you proud and get done at a national scale what I've done locally. I'm proud to be asked to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you very much for that speech and addressing the body. All right, so next up, I would like to move on. So we are obviously not separating into House District Conventions at per 13 because that is no longer needed. So we now move on to 14, which is the ratification of the precinct officers. Is someone from...
Thanks, Chair Brimmer. I had sent a report of the election of the precinct officers for new Senate District 59. And I realize I have one typo on there.
No, it's not. It's another. It's a fake.
So basically, I could take the convention time and read all of these names, or I could say that we basically had a duly called meeting on April 4th, 2022, with a quorum present, and we solicited names from the contactless precinct caucuses, along with prior leaders who we had declared vacant through the State Executive Committee order. And that to the extent possible, the Central Committee meeting, well attended, elected the precinct chairs and/or precinct vice chairs and second vice chairs for many of the precincts. And that is actually sent to our tech assistant. Be happy to read the names, but I would ask for ratification by the convention of the Central Committee action, and then the new leadership of the Senate District will work to fill any vacancies in precinct chair, precinct vice chair, or second vice chair going forward. And could I move that as a motion? And then also correct any scrivener's errors, since we've all been burning the midnight oil to get all of this work prepared.
All right, so there's a motion on the table.
Second.
Thank you for the second. All right, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Okay, I see someone with their hand up. I hesitate to pronounce your name incorrectly, since I understand you. I've been just pronouncing another person's name incorrectly, but go ahead, Makeda.
You did great.
All right.
You got it right. I'd like to know the names, and I'd like to know the gender breakdown and the ethnicity and the ages of our Senate district. The slate that you're putting forward.
Is that something you have in electronic format?
I do.
Chair Strand, that you could just share with the convention on screen?
Yes.
Could we maybe?
I do not.
What was that, Conrad?
Since people wanted to do the ages of people, could we put it into the chat and somebody can open it up themselves?
Don't collect ages.
Yeah, ages aren't collected. That's not a criteria that we collect. All right, so we'll wait a moment while they work on getting that shared on screen so everybody can have an idea what that looks like. So I think that's a fair request. And Makeda, I'm going to ask you on mute so you can share the accurate pronunciation so that I can get it right if Fuzi rises to speak again.
You would like, I'm sorry, Chair, what would you like me to do?
Accurate pronunciation of, is it Vusi or Fuzu?
Oh, his full name is Vusa Musi, but short, it's like Lucy with a V.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
I was pronouncing it wrong, and I wanted to make sure I got that right. I appreciate that. You're in the middle of starting screen sharing, and we're waiting for it to catch up with the real world. Says it started, but it hasn't shared yet.
Oop.
Still hasn't shared, Jeff. Do you want to stop and reshare?
Or also, Jeff, if you could post the file in the chat and then I can share it. And then Jeff, you are muted if you're trying to speak.
Yeah, so I have helped the secretary to summarize this table. And so we have, I don't have all of the contactless precinct forms here in our remote location. The secretary is sitting next to me. I can
What do we want to know?
huddle with her about in people's individual gender or self-described racial or ethnic. And
We do not have any racial.
we don't have that, so you have the information there, and the candidates were people who on their contactless precinct caucus forms had self-identified interest in leading in precincts.
So what are the top 3 lines on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. So we don't have a specific gender breakdown other than the fact that Alexis.
Do you want me to say something?
Mr. Chair, the Secretary Peggy Clark would like to make a remark if she may.
Okay, go ahead. You are recognized, Peggy.
Hey,
I just wanted you to know that most of these people that are on our list are people that were already previously precinct chairs or vice chairs, and they have been gender balanced. And we did have a discussion at our central committee meeting whenever we were making these recommendations that it did involve gender balance or equal division.
Okay.
I don't have anything with us that would provide that level of demographic data because some of the people are not delegates today. And the only data that I have with me is the gender identity of the people who are delegates. But you can trust that we did have that discussion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, Mr. Chair, could I
Right.
clarify a fact?
Yeah,
To the best of my knowledge and belief, 12 of the new precinct leaders elected by Central Committee were not previous leaders. And so, so I don't think the characterization was fully accurate because I can see on the list that I would identify 12 individuals who were not precinct leaders for 2020-2022, who may have been leaders in the party in the past, including my predecessor.
Okay. I'm not quite sure, Chair Strand, what point you're trying to make with that.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't misinterpreted that most or all of the people on the list, it looks like about half of the people were previously precinct chairs.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, so I would just, I'm going to recognize a couple of folks here, but I just do want to state that I think that is perfectly in order for the committee to report that they achieved as much gender balance as was necessary, and that we shouldn't be nitpicking and trying to check their work. I think that we can trust your fellow members to do the work correctly. So that being said, I will go ahead and recognize Makeda dropped her hand, so maybe she was making that point herself. All right, so I will recognize Matthew. Oh, you are muted, sir. I'm giving you a prompt to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Yes, Matthew Ramadan. I'm in 3-8. I'm a longtime Northsider, but I currently live downtown and do live in 3-8. And I do see there is that position is unfilled. If there's no objection, I will step forward unless there's anybody else who wants the position. I was trying to give it to somebody else, but if there's nobody else, I will step forward.
All right. Is that acceptable to you, Chair Strand? Is that something that's in order for you guys?
I have no objection if the convention, the highest governing body of the district, so determines. Otherwise, vacancies would be filled at future central committee, but.
Okay, so let's do it this way. I will go ahead and present that to the body. If there is no objection, and that means somebody would have to raise their hand and make a motion or make a statement against that, then we will go ahead and let that happen and have Matthew become a chair for that area. All right, so is there any objection?
We have a hand raised, Polly Jo.
Makeda has her hand raised. Oh, no. Okay, so I will quickly check in with Polly Jo. I don't think that this is the same thing, but I will go ahead and recognize Polly Jo if this is point of order or point of information.
Hi, I have a point of order question. I would request that we stop having political discussions in the chat and the chat be used for convention business, not for people's political agendas, because I don't have time to worry about all that while I'm trying to be at the convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Polly Jo. I had seen that going on as well, and I agree with that. I would point out as the chair that people are trying to observe and understand what's going on with the convention. And if they've got a dozen messages scrolling past that they have to read through, that is legitimate political discourse, but not relevant to the convention, that is not very helpful for folks. So if you would refrain from doing that, particularly talking about the defund the police discussion, that would be awesome. Thank you, everyone. All right, so is there any objection to Matthew? All right, any objection? All right, seeing no objection, Matthew, you are in. Thank you, sir. Thanks for stepping up. All right. Barry, you have your hand up?
Yes, I move we adopt the amended, we approve the amended list of precinct officers.
All right, there's a motion to
arrangement seconds.
All right, thank you. There's a motion and a second. All right. Is there anybody who wants to speak or discuss for or against this? Makeda, I will go ahead and recognize you.
I just wanted to clarify, I trust the committee wholeheartedly, but I do think that we have to really think about, I mean, if we look at the faces that are on the screen, we are getting grayer and grayer. And so we have to be recruiting younger folks to be a part, and we need to see a variety of last names here. And so we won't be able to do it if we don't check ourselves. So it's just about inclusion. It wasn't about thinking anybody had not been diligent, because I know that our team is always diligent.
Awesome. Yeah, I apologize if my statement was misconstrued to cast any shade on you. That was not my intent. my apologies for that. If that message was received poorly, so I appreciate you saying that too. All right, I would like to recognize Keith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I normally would be in favor of a motion to approve the slate, but I would ask the body to consider a individual vote on the members, given the fact that the committee has put a candidate on this slate who I think has demonstrated values and tactics not in the best interest of the party and the spirit of this district, in her poor, distasteful, and bordering on disgusting comments about a candidate for the congressional district.
Wow, that's a bit to unpack. So, all right. Barry, how do you think we might entertain this? I don't think it would be in order to consider each candidate
I think that
at time if we want to get out of here before midnight. So
I think the motion is a motion to divide the question so that we would have to individually vote on each member on the list. It requires a second and is not debatable.
Okay. So I will go ahead and ask if there is a second. And while I'm doing that, I will go ahead and recognize Lucy. Please tell me if I got your pronunciation right finally.
Yes, you did. You did get my
Hey,
pronunciation correct.
My apologies for getting it wrong earlier. You are recognized, sir.
No worries. Can you hear me? You should be.
Yes,
yes,
you can hear you loud and clear. Go for it.
I'm rising for a point of information. I want clarity before taking this vote. I would like to know if the maker of the amendment has a particular precinct in mind, and if so, why not just single out that precinct and allow the others to be voted on as a group rather than having to do them each individually. So that is my point of information that I am requesting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that note, and that was something that dawned on me as well. However, I would like to ask Barry if that would be in order to call that person out individually based on the concerns represented by the individual bringing forth the motion. Go ahead, Barry.
I believe it would be in order, but the maker of the motion specified a vote on each individual precinct officer. If the maker of the motion chooses to revise that motion, they could.
Right. So thank you very much, Barry. I will go ahead and recognize the maker of the motion, Keith.
Mr. Chair, in respect for everyone's time, I'll withdraw my motion and have thought of another way to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As one of the co-chairs of the Code of Conduct Committee, which is not fully operational, but should be within the next month or so, I welcome you to bring your concerns to that committee as well, which is conduct@dfl.org. So, all right. All right, so ratification is on the agenda. Joe Mowry brought a point forward that point of order that election of precinct officers is not on the agenda. It is merely a ratification of those already elected. If we are going to elect some, that would have to be added to the agenda at the end of the rest of the business. So that being said, we do have one person that was put on that ratification list. So I think that water is already under the bridge. But I would entertain let me say it this way. We have a motion to accept this list of folks on the floor. So is there any other discussion for or against, or any other points of order to be made? All right. Oh, Peggy, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I just wanted to explain, because I don't know that it was clear as far as why this list is before us now. Because we didn't have in-person caucuses, we did not elect precinct leadership. And the state ruling was that we needed to fill those positions on or before our convention today, because once the convention disbands, we have new officers and directors leadership. And if we didn't have precinct chairs in place, then we would have no leadership at all within the district, basically. So with this minimal list that we were able to put together of people that had been previously precinct officers, and with any people that expressed interest through the non-attendee process that was online or via form, this was the best that we could do to put this together for right now, so that we would have a continuation of leadership until the new central committee meets after the adjournment of this convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. I do appreciate that clarification for people. That is very helpful. All right, Chair recognizes Frank Brown. I will hit you with the unmute prompt. Go for it.
I just want to call the question.
All right, the question has been called. So let's go ahead and vote at this point. Clear the voting. Conrad, if you would. And then go ahead and commence voting to ratify this list for your precinct chairs, vice chairs, et cetera. All right, while we're voting here, James still has his hand up, but it's vote probably. Thank you, by the way, to Joe for addressing the chair in the messages so that we could see that and address that concern. That's how this should work best. I appreciate it.
There are not really any new votes. Would be good to record.
Yes, go for it. Oh, somebody's asking for repeating the motion. The motion is to ratify the list of precinct chairs, vice chairs, et cetera, as was presented on the screen by Jeff Strand. Go ahead and do a count of the votes.
So the count at the final frame of the video here is 2 hands raised, 99 affirmative, 1 abstention, and 1 thumbs up.
All right, motion carries. You have a ratified list of precinct officers. Congratulations, that's a good thing. So, all right, next up, we're going to move on to our next bit of business and try to keep things moving. So we have a nominations committee report and election of party officers. We also have some more speakers to try to squeeze in here. So bear with us. I will try to figure out the right times to make that happen. But for now, I would invite the nominations committee to make their report to the convention.
If they need time, I can invite a speaker.
Amy Berquist, Chair, should be unmuted.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Amy Berquist. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm co-chair of the Nominations Committee. Thanks for sticking with us today. I know it's been a busy day and it looks like it's gorgeous outside. I'm going to share my screen, which is assuming I can, which will show you the report of the Nominations Committee. So I'm going to do that right now. And if you're seeing me sharing my screen, you should see a paragraph that gives some background about the Nominations Committee and the people who applied and the people we screened. So we received applications from 17 people. We would have loved to have more applications, but that's what we received. One of those 17 people withdrew before her screening interview, and one candidate submitted the form after the convention began. So we screened all the people, we had screening interviews with everyone we could. So our recommendations are going to be listed below after I scroll down. And then I give in the top paragraph some demographic information about the people who applied. There were 6 people who identify as females, 10 people who identify as males, 4 people who identify as members of one or more racial or ethnic minority groups, and I give in parentheses the descriptions they gave for themselves, 3 people who identify as persons with disabilities, 2 people who identify as seniors or elderly, 5 people who identify as LGBTQIA+ or its extended community, and 2 people who identify as members of an underrepresented group or community but did not provide any additional detail. And when I scroll down, you'll see, just to make things easier, I did some color coding because we allowed people to select a first choice and subsequent choices. So if their name is green, that for a particular position, that means that position was their first choice. If it's yellow, that means that was not their first choice. And if it's marked in blue, that means that was their only choice. They wanted only one position. I also, for purposes of transparency, marked with a dagger symbol the names of any people who are active members of the Nominations Committee. And you'll see in the table on the left column, I list the position that needs to be filled. In the second column, the candidates who expressed interest in filling that position. The third column is the recommendation of the Nominations Committee, and the fourth column includes explanations where relevant. So I would ask the chair whether I should scroll down and just display the candidates for chair, or whether I should display more information at this point in time.
I think it would be best and more in order if we just did it for chair to start with.
Okay.
And they can take each of the roles in order.
All right. So there were 2 candidates for chair that you can see on your screen, and you can see the other information as well. The nomination committee's recommendation is Joel Rainville. The nomination committee so voted to recommend Joel Rainville, but we also found Conrad Zbikowski qualified for the position of chair.
Excellent. So those 2. So are you entering into nominations, both Joel and Conrad, or are you just entering into nominations?
Our committee's recommendation is Joel Rainville, so that would be the report of the committee.
Okay, thanks for clarification. So the name of Joel Rainville is entered into nominations, does not require a second from the Nominations Committee. I will now open the floor to nominations. Again, from the floor, it is just the candidate name that is nominated. No seconds are needed, no speeches. So I would recognize Conrad to address the convention.
Hello, my name is Conrad, and as the Nominations Committee shared, I did a screening with the Nominations Committee, and they found that I was qualified for the position of chair. And I know I can't make any speech right now, but I would like to nominate myself and have short remarks, as I know that we got time to do here. So just some short remarks from both of us, and then to have some sort of vote there.
Your comments are well taken. Thank you very much, Conrad.
Are there any other nominations for chair of Senate District 59? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations, nominations are now closed. And we will go ahead and hear from each of your nominated candidates, both Conrad and Joel, to address the convention for 2 minutes each. And I will go ahead and do a really fancy random number generator here I have.
Joel can speak first, that's fine.
Okay, if you're going to defer to Joel, Joel, do you accept?
Certainly.
All right, go ahead, Joel. Keep in mind you're really quiet, so you might want to get close to the microphone.
How's that?
A little better, but still
okay.
Pretty quiet.
I wonder why my audio is so deferred today. Well, thank you for the support of the nominations committee. I'm Joel Rainville. I've lived in the Senate District for about, since 2012, currently on the A side since 2016. Born and raised in Minneapolis and have been active in the DFL party since I was 18 years old when I first could vote. I've held various offices both in the old 59 in Northeast Minneapolis and here in the new 59, as we call it, since moving here in 2012. I think my priorities going forward for the next 2 years would be to help raise more funds to support the efforts of the Senate District, to focus on party building and engaging with the residents who are moving into the neighborhood. Every day, new people are moving into the neighborhood and may not know who our local elected officials are and what the DFL party is doing in North Minneapolis and now part of Northeast Minneapolis and downtown. I think our focus needs to be on helping support our elected officials as they engage with members of our community at the various community events. And then, of course, my role as chair would be to make sure that voices are heard from those who are either underserved or underrepresented, as well as to find new talent to help fill our vacant positions in the SD 59 Leadership Committee.
All right, thank you, Joel. Go ahead, Conrad. You're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Conrad Zabakowski. I have been working in, as Joel also said, working in the DFL since I was able to vote for the first time. And I think what is most important here is that I have been putting in the work for this Senate district. I show up to the meetings, most all meetings that I can with my work schedule. And I have been working hard to make sure that people in the Senate district are able to make their voices heard in our local DFL politics, even in the time of COVID. So we have at least one delegate who I see on the call today who is COVID positive right now. And so they would not be able to participate in person, of course, in a regular convention. And also, you know, if we had a situation where there was a breakout within a convention, that'd be not very good. So I know that people are looking forward to getting together in person again. And I have a plan to help do that, where we, of course, do our outreach and inclusion with events like Picnic with a Party and the Open Streets on Broadway. And then also I want to have some events that are tailored to, as Makeda said, involving more young people. So that would be Pints with the Party at breweries around our district, which we have at least 5 breweries in our district. So that's great. And I would yield the rest of my time to the convention. But I think I have put in the time, I have put in the effort. And if you are participating in this convention today without a risk of COVID and still being able to vote and get through that, what we're able to do, I was in no smart part a part of that. And I'd appreciate your support to have a more inclusive party. Thank you.
Thank you, Conrad. All right, we have 2 nominated candidates in front of you for their speeches. Now we move to voting. So Conrad, and if you could clarify, are we still going to be doing this by our emojis and whatnot, or is there a different process that we should be following now?
So I understand that the Credentials Committee has been really swamped with trying to make sure that people are credentialed and coming into the meeting, and that we don't have anything, instigators or something. So I would suggest that the chair acknowledge affirmative votes for one candidate and then affirmative votes for another candidate, and understand that people, if they vote twice, well, it's not really helpful.
Yes. I will, that's what I was looking to do. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't obviating some other process that should be in place. So, all right. So to be clear, what we're going to do here is we're going to vote for each candidate in turn. So what we're going to do is clear the votes. Now, some of you might be wondering, hey, Conrad's counting the votes. Why? That seems like a conflict of interest. Well, the good thing here is that's why we have Randy here. So Randy is a teller, so he can help us and make sure
Joanne
that.
Hager, admin.
Who is speaking? All right. Randy is here to help with any conflicts of interest like that. So we'll be able to have a separate set of eyes there. Not that we don't trust Conrad, but hey,
I just wanted to make the point that everybody who is a co-host can see the tally.
Yeah. And just it's very transparent at the end of the day, and I just want to make sure everybody is clear about that and they don't have any questions about that. So,
I got it.
Peggy, you're unmuted. Do you need to speak or something?
Well, I was going to say, I thought that we were going to have a ballot that had the two candidates on it, but maybe this will suffice. We have many people in our participant list that are not vote eligible. So we would need to eliminate the votes that didn't count. So it's going to take us a little while to do that. I mean, it's not going to take 10 minutes or anything, but we'll have to scroll through the list and eliminate anybody that's voted that shouldn't have voted.
Yep.
So
if
that's
you guys are
acceptable,
okay with
then
doing
that's
that,
what we'll do.
Then we can do that. So I think that would generally be easier considering the numbers, but I don't want to speak for you. So, all right. Thank you, Peggy. I appreciate the clarification there too. All right. So with that being said, I am going to ask that all icons be cleared for voting. We're going to start with voting for, we're going reverse order of the speakers. So we'll start with Conrad and then we'll go with Joel. So we're going to open voting for Conrad to start. So if you would like to vote for Conrad, please go ahead and do the green checkbox. Please don't bother to vote against unless you really feel passionate, but you can vote against, obviously. Please go ahead and vote for. All right, so while this is going on, there's a question that John Cairn says he has to leave for a meeting and wants to come back on his cell phone. And can he do that if he has a smartphone and it has Zoom on that and he's using his same login credentials there, that should work just fine. So if he's just calling in though, that may or may not be 100%. All right, so just a couple more moments for voting. All right, if we could take a record of the votes. And if our tellers and folks would go ahead and work on doing a count, that would be awesome. And making sure that we have got any invalid inadvertent votes addressed, that would be wonderful. And I'm going to pour myself some more coffee.
Okay, here's the result. When the when the voting was frozen, the count was 68 affirmative votes for Conrad.
All right. Thank you very much, Peggy. All right, so I'd like to go ahead and clear everybody's votes. All right, next up, we are now voting for Joel Rainville. So if you would like to have Joel Rainville become your chair, please vote for Joel at this time. All right, just a couple more moments for those still thinking. All right. If we could go ahead and take a count, that would be great.
35-1-2.
Thank you for adjusting and doing this work this way versus doing a ballot, because I think we'll probably save some time.
Okay, the results of the Joel Rainville vote are 35 affirmative, 1 negative, and 2 thumbs up.
All right.
Or no, yeah. Yep, at the time you froze it. Yep, that's what it was.
Okay. Thank you, Peggy.
Yep.
Well, I would like to then declare that Conrad has received the endorsement or the support for the body. So congratulations, Conrad. You are the new chair for Senate District 59.
Thank you, and let's move forward so that we can get to state delegates as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you, Conrad. All right, Amy, next up, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I will now scroll down, and for vice chair, we had, as you can see, 2 candidates. We excluded Joel Rainville as a candidate because the chair and vice chair must be of different genders, and there were only 2 candidates for chair, both of whom identified as male. And therefore, our recommendation is that Brianna Lee be elected vice chair.
All right. So as you know, proper gender division means that the person that is vice chair is not identified as male, since Conrad identifies as male. So that is in order. I will now open up the floor for nominations. I will now go ahead and recognize Barry as the parliamentarian. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if there are other officers for which there is only one nominee, and if we could consider those as a group and only separately consider offices where there are 2 or more nominees.
Technically, that is not, let me double check, but I don't think that's permissible for the call rules. So let me make sure I'm thinking of that correctly. But while we're doing that, we have Brianna Lee entered into nominations. So we will go ahead and I would suggest, Barry, that we go ahead and conduct this vote, and then we will go ahead and look at that while this is happening and explore that as an option.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. So nominations are open. Brianna Lee is introduced into nominations from the nominations committee. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations, nominations are closed, and I would entertain a motion to vote by acclamation to accept Brianna Lee as your vice chair. Do we have anybody?
I would so move as the co-chair of the nominations committee.
Okay. All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Barry. All right. We have a motion as second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Sorry, I feel like I'm at a convention again. All in favor, we're opening up voting. Go ahead and hit your emojis. Good Lord. All right, so while we're doing that, got this. Make sure I'm thinking of this right. All right, just a couple more seconds. All right, let's do a capture vote.
And if the teller could do that, I know I did for previous things, but if the teller could do it just for all these nominations.
That'd be great.
Okay, the results of the vote for Vice Chair Brianna Lee. We had one wavy hand, 88 affirmatives, 2 negative, 2 abstain, and 2 thumbs up.
All right. With that, Brianna, I would like to announce that Brianna Lee is your new vice chair. Congratulations, Brianna. Brianna,
Thank you, everyone.
Since you didn't get time to address the group, do you want to speak for 2 minutes or not?
I don't want to take up time during our convention,
Understood.
but I'll just say hi and thank you. And if you do want to reach out or have any questions for me, please email me or call me. I'm very available, and I will make sure to listen and get back to all of you.
Excellent. All right, so I believe that what Barry pointed out, it would be in order at this point. So Amy, if you want to share, are there any of these positions where you have a contest or somebody you're presenting more than one person?
So yes, there are some positions that do have a contest, but I can share my screen and you can see which ones for which there is no contest, et cetera. So I'll just scroll down and you'll see there's no contest for Secretary Administrative Director, no contest for Communications Officer, and no contest for Chair Emeritus.
Okay, well, obviously, right?
Yes.
Jeff, you got deposed. How did that happen? All right, so the one contest, it's then at treasurer, and we have no applicants for affirmative action and outreach. So
that's correct.
Point of order, because I may make a motion.
Yep, go for it.
Would it be in order to just have a motion to elect the entire slate of recommended candidates from the nominations board? In the interest of time and given that these people.
It would be, but of course, what we'll have to do is something separate for the treasurer role, right? So.
I see.
Well, just to clarify, because the nominations committee did have recommendations for, if Tyler's comment is suggestion is
To be fair, then and let me clarify this. To be fair, it would be in order. I would instruct the body if there is somebody that is looking to be nominated, then you would want to vote down that suspension of the rules or vote down that proposal to do everything by a slate, right? So go ahead, Tyler, go ahead and make that motion.
So I will ask that Amy scroll down so that we can see the other names on the list too, but I do make that motion that we elect the slate of recommended candidates.
All right. So again, the motion is on the table. Go ahead and scroll down some more.
Okay, sure. So, and let me know if you're going too quickly or if I'm going too quickly.
Leave it there. Leave it there.
Okay.
That's right there. We want it. All right. So these are the middle column, the third one over, are the ones that are recommended
That's correct.
by the nominations committee. So the motion from Tyler is for you to accept these by acclamation. So if you have any objection to that, or you want somebody to be nominated, you won't want to vote against this. Otherwise, it's a good way to handle this. So that being said, I would like to recognize Lucy for a moment. Do you have a?
Yeah, I'm raising for a point of information at this point. I understand the motion to be one for expediency, so it's an expedient motion. However, it does indeed preclude any persons who may have an interest in challenging for one of the positions, in spite of the fact that they did not go before the nominations committee. Therefore, I would prefer that we at least allow folks an opportunity to express their desire to challenge for one of those positions, whether or not it is recommended or not.
Understood, Lucy. Appreciate the point of order and information. All right. So that being said, we are at this point open for discussion. So we've had a supporting or a comment in opposition to this motion.
Point of order.
Yeah, go ahead, Lucy.
I did mean for my unless it would be out of line for my resolution to cover the other general director positions as well. So we might want to scroll.
Correct. I'm not thinking of the director positions. I'm talking about just the positions on screen.
But I did mean my resolution to cover the other director positions so that we'd elect them as the recommended as a slate as with the other.
I did not take it as such. I am taking it as the people who are on screen, specifically the officers. So.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Next up, if there's anybody speaking for the motion, that would be preferable. But I will go ahead and recognize Makeda, and then Ray, and then Frank. Go ahead, Makeda.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Would you all be able to share the ethnicity and the age of the people who are on the slate? We are an extremely diverse district, and I do not want to assume by looking at names that someone is one thing or another, but I do want our leadership to have a diversity of ethnicity and age.
All right. I would say that the age part is subjective and not particularly in order, because that's not something we consider as a party in terms of our electing people as officers per se. So, but that being said, if you could put on the screen again, the slides there. you could leave that up, that'd be great. So obviously, Chair Emeritus, it's kind of a foregone conclusion unless you don't want him to be present. So effectively, we have 3 women. I don't know how young or old they are, but I hesitate to necessarily have them kind of come up on screen, present themselves. Because,
Chair, I have a suggestion.
Well, hold on just a second. Let me make my point, and then I will let you I will acknowledge you and let you have a suggestion here. I hesitate to put people on screen because it is difficult to judge people or make an assessment based on their skin color, what their true culture, heritage, and actual background is. So I hesitate and I'm concerned about that. So that I wanted to make that point. Go ahead now, Amy, if you want to make a point.
Sure. So as part of the application process, we included a question that is basically a restatement of the DFL policy on outreach and inclusion and affirmative action. I'll post that in the chat so everyone can see how we posed the question. So everyone should be able to see what that question was. And what I can do for the candidates on the screen is simply read what they wrote in response to that question. If that would satisfy the person who asked the question, that would be my suggestion.
So would go ahead, Makeda, would you be amenable to looking in or hearing that those responses as a way to consider their qualifications, or is that not really addressing your concern? I'm unmuting you, Makeda.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know what was asked in the affirmative action question. Whether or not you qualifications are always important. And part of that qualification is a diverse leadership, not just a diverse bench. And so I'm not sure what that is going to answer, but I want to be clear that I am talking about diversity of ethnicity in our leadership, not just in the bench.
Yeah. To be clear, just so everyone knows, the statement or the question is, please feel free to use this space to tell us anything you would like us to know about you that might be relevant to these efforts. For example, are you a member of any underrepresented groups or communities? If yes, please share any details you'd like us to know. So, all right, so that being said, I'm debating on how this would be best to proceed with this. So I have a little bit of a hesitancy, but I think these are generally probably open comments or comments that people would have expected, might not be private. Would that be appropriate is my concern. Do we have any expectation of privacy for these comments to the committee?
I have a suggestion that might offer in a way of a solution. If Amy is just able to read off what people identified as without attaching that to a name.
Okay. I'd be amenable to that. All right. So Amy, go for it. I will allow that. I think that's a relevant thing for the body to consider as a whole, and not to betray the individual expectations of privacy that they might have shared in each of their responses. So
that sounds fair. And I have a question as well. I have received a message from one of the 2 candidates, without making painfully obvious, one of the 2 candidates for the contested position that's on the screen, that candidate no longer wishes to be considered for that position.
All right, all right.
So with that information in mind, shall I share that person's information as well, even though that person no longer wishes to be considered for that position?
No, I don't think that would be appropriate then, so.
All right. So I'll go ahead and in an order that it makes sense to me, but shouldn't make sense to anyone else, I will just read what people wrote in response to that particular prompt. So the first response is a little bit long, I apologize, but I have served as SD59/old SD59 chair or vice chair approximately the last 16 years. I have served on the Minnesota DFL Outreach and Inclusion Committee for CD3. I have written OIC outreach grants for SD59 and have implemented the community outreach actions and events. I was committed to growing and developing diverse and inclusive leadership in SD59 and embraced the DFL values in regard to the election of BIPOC DFL endorsed candidates. I myself am gay, out since 1978, and a member of the LGBTQIA community and household member of the Stonewall DFL caucus. That's one person.
Thank you.
You don't get any gold stars if you can figure out who that is.
Yeah. And for those who have their hands up, I will recognize you once this is done. So thank you for being patient.
The next person wrote in response, LGBTI. The next person wrote in response, I have become somewhat disabled due to severe osteoarthritis. I use Metro Mobility for primary transport. I am also sufficiently low income to qualify for public housing, where I have lived since May 2020. Most of the years my son, now 26, was in Minneapolis Public Schools. I served on site council, PTAs, and booster clubs at Barton Open and South High. I was also involved when my stepson, now 40, was at Jefferson, on Wanton, Southwest, and eventually Hennepin County Homeschool due to some errors in judgment as a teenager. In addition, I served on a number of MPS district committees, parent advisory, Area C work group, curriculum and instruction, World's Better Space Workforce, and Bridge Committee for Self-Governed Schools. I have lived or done long-term house sitting in every ward in the city except for Ward 1 and Ward 7. I have served in every Senate district or volunteered in Minneapolis, but the vast majority of my time was spent in the Wedge, where I owned a house for 20 years. Then the next, which I believe is the last, is NA.
All right. All right, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it, Amy. So there appears to be at least some diversity there, whether that's enough for one individual versus another is to be debated, but at least you have some visibility into the candidates. I will go ahead and recognize Lucy first.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I have no idea why I'm being recognized. I don't recall ever raising my hand on this issue. But thank you very much. Please, let's move on.
All right, take care. No worries. All right, next up, Ray, you are recognized. Oh, Ray just brought his hand down. All right, Frank, you are recognized.
Chair, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that we take a vote on the whole slate all the way down through. And if Tyler would accept that amendment, I would love to let's get this done.
All right. So we don't have friendly amendments, but Tyler, if you would.
I will say that was my.
Restate your amendment to include all 4 roles and names that would be in order. That's fine.
As I had tried to clarify, my original intention was to extend this all the way down to the director positions.
Not you want to include the director positions.
Yes.
That's what I would like to offer them.
I thought you didn't want to include the director positions. My apologies for not understanding that. Do we have? I'm going to rule that that's not in order because there is a separate process for specifically directors. And you have an opportunity at this convention to have people nominate themselves from the floor to be able to fill other director positions. And that would be more appropriate at this point. I think it would be best not to do it that way. That being said, I guess it ultimately is the will of the body, but I think you have a separate process for doing that.
I'll keep my motion as originally interpreted to cover the officers.
Thank you. Bernard, you are recognized, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Oh, you got muted again.
Okay. I'd like to make just one point of clarification before I make my statement. Is Boosie suggesting that there are people that are running for a position that were not vetted by the nominations committee?
I don't believe so.
Okay, if that's not what's in question, then I have no statement to make.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard.
You're welcome.
Right,
Thank
next
you.
up, Jeff, you are recognized, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. As the outgoing chair, I do want to say to the convention so that you know, and this is in complete earnest sincerity, that it is not, and I mean to cast no aspersion against the new officers that may be elected or have been elected. But I will say that it was my commitment over the past 2 to 4 years to work towards succession planning. And I've been privileged to work with very strong African-American women in the party in my 8 years as chair, and prior to that as vice chair, I think it was 8 years. And so I did reach out to people who were on this call in an effort to encourage people from the BIPOC API community to step up to be outreach officer or affirmative action outreach officer, as we call it, and chair, vice chair, and even in this session. And so I wish, and I would urge, I will continue to do that. And I will urge my successors to put together a very diligent outreach effort to ensure that the balance of directors and other officers are really representative of our district, which of course is extremely diverse. And I believe in looking at the stats, I believe we are a African-American majority district, and I'm proud to live here. So I will commit to helping the new leadership carry on regardless of how the officers are elected for the balance. But I want you fellow colleagues to know that I have worked very diligently over the past 2 to 4 years to try to get succession planning and diverse leadership. And I'm sorry if I haven't succeeded in that.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. All right, so lower your hand. All right, so is there any other discussion? Augustine, you are recognized by the chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say also, though I love my brothers, African-American sisters, and I want to say that I'm a Latino. And I hope that the outreach committee consider Latino population also, as well as Asian, as well as indigenous people. We can't just talk about, the black and white situation. And I love y'all, but we got to consider everyone. And that's not what I'm hearing. I've been a former state representative in this district. And I want to continue to have a voice there, but we also need the Latino voice. I just have to mention that. And I know my colleagues that have been working quite a bit on this issue. And we've been fighting for this issue decades. But we can't forget one another. 58 is the best district around, and we got to keep it that way. And we got a lot of influx of different immigrants, minorities. I'm born and raised here in the North Side as a Mexicano Chicano. And I want to continue to include those people into this power of the District 59. It's important. We're growing. And so I just needed to say that because the discussion wasn't about the Latino community. Thank you.
Thank you, Augustine. Point taken, there are folks that are often not recognized as people of color because they don't appear so. So anyway, Makeda, you are recognized.
I just want to clarify, I said diversity of the ethnicity, and I certainly had you in mind, Brother Willie. So I hope you ain't talking crazy. So yeah, I'm talking about all of us, all of us and all of our many different backgrounds. And again, it's not raising the question as if people aren't being thoughtful about it. It is raising the question so it stays in front of our minds because, we can get comfortable. We all can. And so, I'm sorry if it caused a long time. I know folks are ready to move on, but I think it's important for us to keep that in front of our minds.
Absolutely, McKenna. All right. So at this point, Augustine, for what purpose?
I just want to say thank you, my sister, because we are all into this fight together, and I'm not picking different things. I think you said it correctly. We're all together. I just
You're just calling attention to
everyone,
Latino and Hispanic community, right? So I appreciate
everyone's included. That's what the district is about. Thank you, Michaela. I love you, girl.
Awesome. All right, so I would then now, if we could clear hands and everything in preparation for vote. The vote will be to approve the nominations committee's presentation and recommendations for these roles as they appear on the screen, which is the third column over. So we're talking about Peggy Clark, Amy Bearquist, Ivy Young, and Jeffrey Stratt. So you are voting to approve those to be your Secretary, Administrative Director, Treasurer, Communications Officer, and Chair Emeritus, respectively. All right, voting is now open. While you're voting, I just want to acknowledge that some of this is taking longer than you might want it to be, but this is democracy in action in its messy sausage making. So thank you for sticking with it and doing the hard work, because it's not glorious. It's not it's exciting at times. In fact, it's sometimes the opposite of exciting, but it is good work, and I appreciate you all doing it. All right, just a couple more moments. All right, if we could take a count now, that'd be great. And I am then going to acknowledge Lynn Crockett.
Yes, I just want to know what's going to happen to the affirmative action outreach officer. Did I miss that? You're not filling that position?
Yep, no. That is a great question. My intention is to open that as a nomination to the floor, which is part of the reason for the same thing for the directors. We should afford that opportunity for that to be open to the floor to nominations. So that will be next. All right, how are we doing on votes?
Sorry.
Oh, so I guess two people are counting.
Go ahead, Conrad. If you got it, you announce it.
Nice.
I'll defer to the credentials committee.
86.
Okay, well, yeah, at the point when we froze it, we had a positive 86 plus 2 raised hands and two no's.
All right. So the motion carries. You have Secretary, Administrative Director, Treasurer, Communications Officer, and Chair Emeritus. All right. Thank you, everyone. I will go ahead and offer, though I know what the answer is there anybody who has just been elected who needs to speak to the convention? All right. I will go ahead and take that as a no. Thank you all for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
wanting to move
I do
things
want to
along.
say something.
Oh, gotcha. Go ahead, Peggy.
I actually do want to say something. You know, I've only lived here a couple of years and I've been in many other Senate districts, and we have great potential here. And we have a lot of really cool people that can do a lot of really cool things. And I'm going to blame it on the pandemic. I think because people haven't been able to get together, that we haven't had a building of community like we might be able to. And this secretary position has been vacant on and off for a while because of somebody moving. I had major problems with relatives in another state, and now I have a health condition. So we really do need somebody for this job. I'm doing it now because it's a job that's important and needs to be done, but I would welcome anybody that wants to come to do it. We tried to beat the trees as much as we could for people to step forward to take some of these leadership positions, and we were not very successful, but hopefully there'll be more. And I think it would be great if a lot more people that don't look like me came to the ranks to help us get the work done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. I will go ahead and just chime in for people who are unaware of the process. If Peggy wants to, or your leadership committee and your central committee were to get somebody who is interested in secretary, and Peggy wanted to step down at that point, that body would have the power to then go ahead and get somebody elected so that Peggy can do other things. So just to be clear, that's how that would look. So thank you, Peggy. All right. Is there anybody else? All right, moving on. So next up, go ahead and throw on the screen. We have the affirmative action and outreach that they'd like to open to nominations from the floor, since there were no recommendations from the nomination team because they couldn't find anybody. So that being said, nominations are now open for the affirmative action and outreach officer. Jeff, you have your hand up, sir.
Yes, Mr. Raymond Muse, who is the prior incumbent, has asked to be nominated, and I am happy to submit his name into nomination.
All right.
I'll second that.
Raymond Muse has been entered into nominations for the affirmative action and outreach officer. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations. Oh, Uzi, you are just beating the buzzer here. I'm going to recognize you. Go for it.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I rise to submit the name of Lynn Crockett into nomination.
All right. So we have also introduced into the affirmative action outreach officer, Lynn Crockett. All right. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations, nominations are now closed. So you have two candidates, and we can do this by the previous process identified. I would start by giving each of these candidates 2 minutes to address the convention. Raymond and Lynn, are you available to address the convention? I just want to make sure. All right. So I see you're both here. I will go ahead and I will go ahead and invite Raymond to speak first for 2 minutes to the convention. Here, let me get you in here. I just gave you an ask to unmute, so you should have a prompt. And Raymond seems to have dropped from the call somewhere. All right. Lynn, I would invite you to speak to the convention for a couple of minutes. Can somebody figure out what happened with Raymond? I don't want it to just be a technology issue.
I'm sorry. I can't take that. My plate is full right now. I'm at capacity. And who is Raymond?
Enough work.
Raymond, who
Mr.
is Raymond?
Chair, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, a point of information that Mr. Muse had to leave to catch his ride to do the transition since he was in the other room. And so Raymond has been he was the prior incumbent outreach,
Can you hang
affirmative
on just
action
a second
outreach and
there, Jeff?
inclusion. Yes.
Can you hang on just a second? Okay, so just to be clear, Lynn, you are dropping out from consideration and refusing the nomination.
Yes.
All right, just want to make sure. So now go ahead, Jeff.
I don't mean to speak for Raymond, but he had to leave to catch his transportation ride. And, but Raymond was the affirmative action outreach and inclusion officer for 2018, 2020, and then was elected when the person elected in 2020 resigned. And so he is the immediate past incumbent.
All right.
And
Thank you,
he
Jeff.
did ask to serve again.
Right. So seeing as Raymond is now the only candidate who has been nominated to this position, I would entertain a motion to approve him by acclamation.
So moved, and I call the question.
All right, Tyler has made the motion. All right. Do I have a second? Linda, second. Okay, so all in favor, can we clear the votes quickly? All right, so we are about to open voting. All in favor of approving and saying aye to Raymond being your new affirmative action and outreach officer, go ahead and start voting now. All right, just a couple more moments. All right, let's go ahead and do an official count.
All right, we have 80 affirmative votes for Mr. Muse.
All right. Congratulations, you have an affirmative action and outreach officer. Thank you to Raymond for stepping up. All right, next up for the nominations committee, can you go ahead and present, I think you're looking at the directors now?
Yeah, yes, that's right. And I'll do some explaining as I do some editing on the screen, so everything is transparent. You'll see the candidates the nomination committee recommended for director. There were a total of 5 male identified people and 2 female identified people. We have at this convention now voted to expand the number of potential directors to 19. We did not recommend Joel Rainville as director because we had recommended him as chair. And because he is not chair, it would be presumably appropriate to shift him over to be an additional recommendation for a director position.
Absolutely.
Conversely, because Raymond Muse hadn't expressed interest in an officer position, we recommended him as director, but there's not any sense in having him be both an officer and a director. So I would suggest that I will strike through Raymond Muse's name and add Joel Rainville's name under the list of recommendations for director. If there are any other members of the nomination committee who have any objection to that, let me know, but I think that seems fairly obvious. The rest should all remain, and I'll just make that edit, those edits on the screen right now.
I, as the chair, I think that's perfectly in order. Thank you for describing that perfectly to the convention. So
I would move that we elect the list from the nominations committee. And if I get a second, I'd like to call the question.
All right. So the motion has been made to approve the list of folks to the director position.
Peggy Clark, seconds.
Second. All right. So we have a second. All right. And then I will go ahead and recognize Tyler to be able to call the question.
I do so. I would like to call the question.
All right, so motion is in front of you. Clear the voting quick first.
Let's see.
All right. You are voting now to approve the slate of folks identified by the nominations committee to be your new directors. This is not a complete filling of the 19 roles, but those can be filled at a future date. And if appropriate, we can open nominations for those open positions after this. So that being said, open up voting. Some of you were already at it, so that's good. All right, just a couple more moments. All right, let's go ahead and take our record.
Let's see, we have 74 affirmative votes and a thumbs up. Oh, it's 75 total.
All right, motion carries. You have Tyler, Jose, Joel, Bernard, Eric, Erica, and Georgiana as your new directors. Congratulations. All right. Now, I think it would be in order for us to open nominations for any unfilled director slots with a preference to people who do not identify as male, as I believe that most of those are identified as male. Could you throw that back up on the screen quick again?
I nominate Makeda.
All right. Yep. So
as it says down at the bottom, if the convention accepts these recommendations, we can have no more than 5 additional male directors and no more than 8 additional female directors out of the 19.
Exactly. Thank you for clarifying that. I don't have to describe that. I appreciate it. All right. I would like to recognize Makeda.
Thank you. And I may be out of order, but I've been writing lists based on who's been staying the whole day and who looks, who I've based it on who looks younger than me. So I'd like to nominate Joel Martinez, Katie Fogel, James Pena, and then a few seasoned veterans, Willie Dominguez, Judy Baker, and Sandra Samuels.
All right, can you throw, are you able to get those, Amy, or do you want those thrown into chat so you can capture them?
I'd really appreciate them being in chat. And if it's possible, do I have their genders? That would be really helpful as well.
Yes. And then, so if you could put those in chat, Makeda, and then I do want to know and turn back to these individuals to allow them to accept or reject that nomination. So. Let's get those names in there. You can do them one at a time, Makeda. You don't have to do them all at once. All right, you have your hand raised. I'll go ahead and recognize you. Go for it.
The chat is disabled for the rest of us.
What? Yeah.
And that's okay. I think we were doing some chatting that you had asked us to stop doing, which is fine.
Yeah.
So I can send it to one person, which is fine too. I just wanted you to know why I wasn't writing it.
Sure. Thank you. Is there a reason the chat is completely disabled?
In the meantime, Makeda, you could chat directly to me, Amy Berquist, B-side.
All right, so I will now recognize April.
You want everyone or you want?
Hi, I can't read it. I can't read the thing. Could you please enlarge it?
Is it too small? Okay.
For me, it's too small.
Yep.
Please.
Amy, if you just do Control Plus, it will expand that size.
Yeah. What is it that people are needing to read? Did you want to see
Probably
who's
the
already been
names.
elected?
So I could read the names
Of people who have been elected? Sorry to interrupt.
No, just can you please enlarge? I cannot read the names anymore. You had it enlarged before and now it's not. It's smaller.
So just to clarify, are you looking for me to enlarge the names of the people who have already been elected? Is that what you're looking for?
No,
like
the ones that we're voting on. That would be
okay,
nice.
those we've already voted on.
Yeah, those we already voted on, and we are
okay. So that's good. I could
names.
see that.
We are taking new names, and we will get those on that screen as soon as.
Yeah, I just wanted
April.
Enlarged. That's all.
Gotcha. Thank you, April. All right, Brianna, you are recognized.
Thank you. I wanted to submit a name, Clay Byington, for director.
Can you spell that out quickly?
Sure. First name C-L-A-Y, last name B-Y-I-N-G-T-O-N.
Okay.
Apologize, I didn't get that. If somebody can put it in the chat to me, that would be really helpful.
I'll send that to you.
Already trying to take.
Thank you. All right. Chair recognizes Victor Martinez. I gave you a prompt to unmute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, go for it, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'd like to be a director. Nominate myself.
All right, you are in the nominations here. Thank you, sir.
And Victor, could you please let me know either by stating or by putting in the chat your gender?
I've unmuted you quickly, Victor. If you don't.
Yes, I'm male. I'm male.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. All right. Next up, we have Bernard.
I would like to nominate Triasia Givens, she, her, hers.
All right. Can you put that spelling in the chat to Amy?
Already done.
Thank you.
Right on.
Rock on.
And Bernard, just to clarify, does Triasia Gibbons identify as female?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
All right. Makeda, you still have your hand up. I'm going to assume you brought it up again, so I'm going to recognize. Oh, I'm not going to recognize you. Okay. All right. Sandra Hollinger Samuels is declining the nomination. If anybody else is declining the nomination, please raise your hand to be recognized or state so in the chat. All right. So now we have a number of folks who've been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any? Oh, Katie, you're recognized.
Can I have more clarification of what exactly this role entails? And I apologize that I don't know that.
I will jokingly, as I ask somebody else in your district to speak to this, whatever the chair wants you to do. So, all right, could somebody from the district actually speak to this so that she has some clarity?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think overall, a director position is a voting member of the Central Committee, but more broadly is an active volunteer in the Democratic Party, the DFL Farmer Labor Party in our district. And so, of course, we can vote as a Central Committee to work on different things and to spend money to support our DFL candidates. But then more broadly, so it's a versatile position, the director specifically. And then our officers are the ones with more specific duties, like the treasurer, for example, is the one that writes the checks and does the finance reports and things like that. So the director position is what you want to make of it. And so if I would encourage you to, if there's specific skills that you have that you want to bring to the role, we would welcome any and all skills and things that you want to do to help support our DFL candidates and help people vote in the 2022 election.
Thank you, Conrad. Did you have your hand up for something else, by the way?
Oh, so before the previous person spoke, I was going to, if we were done with the nominations, to be inclusive and approve all the nominations, since there are less than the total that would be needed. And I think we are on equal division there, that if for the sake of everybody who wants to raise their hand can be included, to approve those by acclamation, but only once the nominations are done and if equal division is still in good order there.
I will second that pending what Augustine has to say.
Yep. All right. Next up, Augustine, you are recognized, sir.
I would like to recognize Makeda. She has so many great things to participate in. She's a great person, and I think she would be a great director for this position. That's my nomination.
So are you nominating Makeda?
I sure am.
All right. Thank you, sir. Makeda, just to confirm, give you a moment to accept or decline. She's saying she declines. But you can help on the committee. Now I will take a point of personal privilege as the chair and state that I consistently see two things that are happen across the state at any place that I have visited in every convention, which is, one, when I go to events, the predominant folks attending events, coordinating and doing them are usually women. When I go to conventions, the predominant folks that are stepping up to be directors are men. So I would encourage you as women to accept the fact that you're doing the work already. You can go ahead and take a little credit and the title that goes along with it. So just my 2 cents. So.
With that, I'd like to call the question.
All right. Question has been called. So all in favor of approving the slate as presented, which would get you to no more male directors that you can fill in the future, but more female directors that are available. Let's go ahead and clear the voting here quickly before we actually open things up. But you would have then 10 male directors, and is it 4 female directors at this point? In total?
So we've currently already elected 2.
Yep.
And these new additions would mean 3 more. So
3
if my
more,
math is
okay.
correct, that makes 5.
All right, good. So that would be 5 female directors. To be clear, gender division or gender equity and division is based on not necessarily the folks that are actually in the role in this case. You can leave those positions open for people who did not identify as male for those remaining 4 slots. But you would not be able to get any more male directors at this time in the future until one of them steps down. So that being said, I will go ahead and open the voting. Go ahead and vote. Did you figure it out, Victor? Good, good. All right, just a couple more moments and then we'll take a record.
Mr. Chair, just do you see that Delegate Katie Fogel has a question?
Yep, I will address that post the vote conclusion because we can't do any other business during the vote. So. All right, let's go ahead and take a record of the vote.
All right, we have 78 affirmative votes, a couple of thumbs ups, 1 abstain, and 2 no votes.
All right, motion carries. So you have some more directors to your role. Now, during the voting, Katie mentioned in the chat that she wants to decline. So technically at this point, she is resigning the role. So because we couldn't interrupt the vote in the middle of it, it was kind of already in process. So you technically, Katie, you are a director, and it is up to you to state that you want to resign from that role. So just to be clear. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for getting those roles voted in. We will move on to our next agenda item. And keep in mind, we're trying to move along quickly. There are people who have not gotten a chance to speak yet or have their videos, but we are trying to get people to move forward as much as we can.
We still have State Central Committee.
Right. All right. I go ahead and muted that so it can be have clear comms here. All right. So with that, we would move to the Nominations Committee report for the election of 7 State Central Committee members, delegates, and 9 alternates.
All right. So you should see up on your screen, and I will zoom out a little bit. These are the Nominations Committee's recommendations for the 5 state central committee delegates. My understanding is we have 5 delegates in addition to our chair and vice chair who are automatically delegates to the state central committee. So you'll see our recommendations and the explanation. I do see, however, that we again need to update as we did before with respect to Joel Rainville. So I'm going to eliminate the strike through his name.
Thank you.
And I will also delete the text over on the right about Joel Rainville.
Right. So would that be someone that you would be considering putting in as a recommendation or not at this point then?
I feel like I, as co-chair, don't have the authority to make that kind of a recommendation at this point. The nominations committee was looking at, you know, so we'd have to reconvene basically.
If you had, but by virtue of their role, then they wouldn't be, then that would be one thing. If you were on the fence or you weren't sure about them, then that's fine. I just wanted to be clear. What I am taking from this is that you did not necessarily have him as a recommendation to a state central committee delegate. And the only way that would be considered was if he was actually the chair.
I mean, I think the nominations committee decided on the slate as a whole. And so we didn't consider him for state central committee delegate because we had voted to consider him for chair.
Just wanted to be clear so we can move forward as cleanly and clearly as possible. All right, chair recognizes Linda Higgins. You're unmuted already.
Oh, thank you. So remind us, we have 5 delegates, 7 alternates, but all of the alternates would be men, it looks like. I'm wondering.
That's actually not the case.
Yeah,
we do have an alternate.
We have to gender balance. I'm sorry, we have to gender balance. We have 2 women that are on the slate.
I can scroll down. We did have a woman who, a female who wanted to be an alternate only. So we would have a female alternate.
Before we get much farther, should we possibly call for nominations from the floor and then see our entire group of possibilities?
That may be in order. I'm going to recognize the parliamentarian here to speak, so he can bring up whatever point he was planning to make and maybe answer that question for us.
I was just going to move that we vote on the slate recommended by the nominations committee as a group. And then once that group is confirmed, we accept nominations from the floor for other available positions.
I second and call the question.
All right. The motion has been made. It has been seconded and the question has been called. So, and that would be appropriate at this time. So let's clear the votes here. Just for everybody's clarity, we are voting on the slate of individuals presented to you to become delegates and alternates to the state central committee. And then if there are other slots that are unfilled at that time, then we will open things up for nominations for those remaining slots. All right, let's make sure the votes are cleared. All right, and then I see Linda and Aparna. Let's go ahead and start voting. So to be clear, while you're voting, Conrad and Brianna as chair and vice chair are your first 2 state central committee delegates as actual delegates. And then the remaining roles, which are 5, then become available to those who want to become delegates. All right, just a couple more moments. All right, let's go ahead and take a record.
Secretary stepped out. Secretary Pro Tem, we're showing 67 affirmative checks, 1 X and 1 coffee cup. Abstain.
May I enter?
Sure, but you are in a convention.
That's why I'm asking if I can be on the floor.
Not as a.
No, I'm just delivering coffee.
Oh, that's fine. My wife is going to save me. Coffee. All right. What do we have for a record?
I had tallied 67 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
All right. Motion carries. The slate of candidates nominated by the nominations committee is approved. Tyler, I will recognize you to address the convention.
There we go. I've been trying to suggest that she message you directly, but I am getting word in the chat, and I've heard it a couple times that Carrie Joe, who's a candidate for school board, would like to speak at some point.
Yep.
Okay.
I understand. I'm trying to move things along.
Yep. Nope. I just want to make sure.
Before the 4:45 break, and I want to get to a certain point. My apologies to those who wish to speak, but it's we fit you in as we can. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I've received a direct message from somebody who would like to offer to serve as SCC alternate, and I think that person may be non-male, but hasn't clarified in the direct message yet.
Okay.
Should I add that person's name?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay.
Whoever has done that, as you see your name on the screen, please go ahead and let them know also your gender identity. All right. If we could clear the votes, that would be great. Bernard, I think you have your hand up. I would like to recognize you, sir. Oh. I think you were there and then you're not. I'm going to give you a prompt again.
All right, there we are. I just wanted to nominate Treasia Givens as SCC alternate, she, her, hers.
All right, we have that on the screen. Thank you very much.
Right on.
All right, I would like to recognize Barry as our parliamentarian or as a participant.
Thank you. I was going to nominate Joel Rainville for delegate. I believe we have male spots available for delegate.
I think that might not be the case, actually.
Then as alternate, if we have.
That would be appropriate.
So to clarify, we had, my understanding was what we'd last voted on was to approve the entire SCC delegate and alternate slate. And because we have 7 alternate slots total, and because of the equal division / gender diversity rules, we can have no more than 3 male SCC alternates.
Correct.
And so my understanding is we've already approved the 3 male alternates that we can have. So therefore,
yes, they are alternates. You're right. Sorry.
Yep.
Yep, you are correct.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
So I have received via messages, and otherwise 3 people who identify as not, or who have been identified as non-male or female. I've now received a 4th message from a 4th person, so I'll add that person's name to the list. For Sandra Hollinger Sam, I assume there's more to that last name, but I can't see anything more than that in the chat. So if you can put your full last name, then I'll be able to fully represent you up on the screen.
Oh, thank you for doing that. Oh,
thanks very much.
That's a cool name. All right. Thank you.
Ray. Yes.
All right. So that being said, Barry, you still have your hand up? Are you? Is that an artifact?
My mistake. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. All right. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations, nominations are now closed. And I would entertain a motion looks like we've got 4 people in here. Person identifies as non-male. So we have only 3 spots left, to be clear.
That's correct.
Okay, so we have a contest here. So I would like to take a moment here as we're getting very close to our break time.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this might make things more efficient. I've just received a message from one of the 4 candidates who would like to withdraw. Well,
okay.
Yes, would like to withdraw.
All right, so we have a candidate who is withdrawing their name from consideration. I appreciate that. So, all right, so we now have 3 folks, 3 people who do not identify as male for our 3 remaining alternate slots. I would entertain a motion to vote them in by acclamation.
So moved.
All right.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Somebody to call a question to?
I will.
All right, thanks, Tyler. All right, so we have the 3 people in front of you. Clear the voting. And once again, these are 3 people for alternates to fill the spots that have not previously been filled by the nominations committee recommendations and your votes. All right, voting is open.
Feedback was cleared, but then started filling up again. So just
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. As long as we have a reset as that's happening, I'm good. Thanks, Conrad. So what we're going to do as we wrap up this voting, we're going to take time for a couple of a speech or 2, and then we are going to break. So be prepared for that. All right, just a couple more moments. Conrad, you have your hand up. You are recognized, sir.
I just want to say that if we do have candidates who are in the Zoom meeting and are, residents of SD 59, I think that it'd be best to recognize those people first.
I agree.
We can always have more videos or things like that afterwards.
I totally agree.
Breaking for a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry?
All right. I totally agree with that, Conrad. Let's go ahead and take a record of the votes. And
45 yes, 1 abstention, and 1 hand.
all right. So motion carries. You have a full slate of SCC delegates and alternates. Congratulations to those who have been elected. That's very important work, so I appreciate you stepping up to do that. Conrad, can you confirm? I'm going to call it first, Carrie Jo, as they've been so patiently waiting for quite a bit of time to go ahead and address the convention for 2 minutes. Conrad, if you could share with me while that's happening, other candidates who are on the call to make sure that I've got things prioritized, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, I just invite them to raise their hands and it should be self-evident, or we can always invite them.
Raising their hands while everybody's stuff is up might be difficult. All right. I am giving you a prompt to unmute.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Right.
I appreciate you allowing me to address the delegates and alternates who are putting in this work for the DFL party today. My name is Carrie Jo Felder, and I'm running for school board at large. And I am running again because I think that the fight that I have within myself for our students and parents and communities is very much needed. I understand what I'm getting myself into, so I'm understanding what needs to be done. And so I was looking for support from my own group, SD59. This is a 4-year term, and I'm going to stick with it as long as it takes. I also just want to say that we also need to vie for fully funded public schools. It's very important that we do that. We have we start off in a deficit every year because it's not fully funded, and this happened when Pawlenty was in office. And so I just want to let you know that I know the game. I know what it means to us. I have children at Franklin at North High School. I've got skin in the game, and that I'm willing to bring back to where it needs to be educationally for our students and for our communities. I've lived over north, over south, and northeast. And so each one is a special community, and each one deserves to have the very best education that it can offer its residents, its community. And so I look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you very much. And thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Next up, I would like to invite Kimberly to speak for up to 2 minutes. Can't see that person. I'm trying to find them.
I did do an ask to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Conrad. I figured one of us would get to them.
There we go.
All right. Thank you for waiting for so long, Kimberly. I know it's been painful, but go for it.
Actually, I've enjoyed listening in, and I'm learning a lot. But my name is Kimberly Caprini, and I am running for Minneapolis Public School Board at large. I'm running because my work is not done yet. Throughout my tenure as an education advocate, I've worked in many different capacities. Because of my experience growing up in Minneapolis, I feel I am very prepared to rebuild the foundation of public education throughout Minneapolis public schools. Our history over the last 20 years has been riddled with changes that didn't always meet the needs of all children. My historical knowledge of where we've been as a district puts me in a position to ensure we don't make the same mistakes we've made every year, changing everything and starting over from scratch. Our students don't have time to keep starting over. Anyone that knows my work over the last decade knows I am committed to public education, and I have the utmost respect for teachers and support staff. I'm thankful for and proud of the education that both my daughters have received, and I refuse to believe that Minneapolis public schools can't do better by our most vulnerable students. It's my goal to ensure MPS becomes a more just and sustainable district. I believe we are on a pathway to continue to recreate the trust with all stakeholders, and I'm excited about doing that work with our Minneapolis neighbors to accomplish that goal. If you'd like, you can go to my website, kimberlycaprini.com, and check out a lot of the accomplishments that I've made. Some of them that I'm very proud of is supporting the inclusion of ethnic studies as a graduation requirement, expanding 3-school for our youngest learners, and securing millions of dollars in capital improvement funds for our Northside schools, as well as schools across the district. I've held business or I've held office hours over before the pandemic, and I even met with families on Zoom calls and have consistently stayed engaged in our schools. I still sit on 2 site councils, which I'm very proud of. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you today, and I certainly hope that you'll take a look at my website and learn more about what I've accomplished and what I still need to complete. My work is not done, so thank you very much, and I hope to gain your support at the convention in May. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we are into break. I would remind the convention that we are on break until 5:30, at which point we will take some more speeches and do the fun part of the walking subcaucus for the congressional district and state delegates and alternates. So we are in recess, or we are in a break until 5:30.
And then we'll be playing the music during this break, but you're free to turn down your sound a little bit. The music is just to let you know that your audio is working, and it's royalty free. So the idea is that we're not going to have a copyright infringement on YouTube or something. So it's just meant to make sure that our audio is working, so you know that that's working, so everything's good. So thank you for staying with us, and we'll, yeah, so 5:30.
All right. Thank you, Conrad. All right, let's get this ball rolling again. All right. So while we get things back in motion, I would invite us to Conrad to queue up a video for one of our speakers to give people a little bit more chance to get into the meeting if they're running a little late. So let's hear from a couple speakers and then we'll move on.
For Minneapolis and the surrounding area. My name is Saraswati and my last name is Singh, as in song. I'm running to be the Hennepin County Attorney. That's to be the top prosecutor for Minneapolis and the surrounding area. Why does that matter? Officer Chauvin murdered George Floyd in our county. And I live here. I love it here. And I care. And I'm worried about my community. I've known about these issues my whole life, and I'm tired of waiting. And in the meantime, I've become a prosecutor, a progressive prosecutor, handling the toughest cases in the system: murders, sexual assaults involving children and adults, domestic assaults, carjackings, everything in between. And my priorities are focused on what our community needs: public safety, police accountability, and racial equity. And I'm the right person. I know I look young, but I'm the same age as Amy Klobuchar when she ran and won for Hennepin County Attorney, 37. Also, I worked at the Minnesota Attorney General's office, going to 62 counties throughout the state, doing civil and criminal cases. Governor Walz appointed me to the Council of Asian Pacific Minnesotans, where I oversee a state agency. I'm the right person at the right time. And when I'm Hennepin County Attorney, it will be historic. I will be the first woman of color to have ever achieved that position. My name is Saraswati Singh, and I'm running for Hennepin County Attorney. I'm a progressive prosecutor, a Hindu, and the daughter of Indian immigrants. And I'm going to bring all of that experience with me. Join me.
All right, let's hear one more.
Justice to me means that all of the laws that we have in place are being used fairly and equally. There has to be a fairness and an equality component. I was a tough judge and I was fair. My dad was an attorney. He was an attorney in the inner city of Milwaukee. Most of his clients were poor Black people. And so sometimes he struggled in terms of supporting us. There were 9 of us. We were sent to Catholic schools. We grew up in the inner city. My dad said it was more important to go to school, get an education. That's how you change things. And so we all got together and took this picture. Right after I graduated from high school, my plan was to go to Marquette and become a psychologist. But then my world turned upside down when I got pregnant. Jocelyn was extremely smart. I was 19 at the time when I had her, and it was like the 2 of us grew up together. I wanted her to have a father, but her father just disappeared. I needed to support my daughter, so I decided to go to nursing school, and I got my bachelor's degree. I worked in nursing for over 10 years. I loved it, and I decided to go to law school at Marquette. And I put myself through law school, and over 8 years, I worked in private practice. Amy Klobuchar hired me, and she wanted me specifically to be her community prosecutor over North. And so that began my trajectory to the city attorney's office. The city attorney, Susan Siegel at the time, recruited me to be her criminal deputy. And that was from that office that Governor Mark Dayton appointed me to the bench. I know I can make changes within the office and outside of the office. I'm not a politician. I don't want to be a politician. And I was a fair and impartial judge. And that's what I'm going to continue to bring with me when I go to that office.
Thank you very much. I will also ask, because I believe Ryan Winkler was intending to speak in person. If somebody from Winkler's campaign or Ryan himself is on at this point, I looked for him earlier, but I did not see him. All right, I still don't see him. It looks like we have some folks to admit from the waiting room as well. Just a heads up for the credentials committee. All right, so that being said, let's move on to the next item of our agenda. So we have the election, sorry, we've already done that. We have the resolutions committee report, which is basically a period of comment and advocacy that will have a 30-minute time limit and a provision for delegates to discuss resolutions that are pulled for discussion. So I would invite someone from the nominee or from the resolutions committee to step forward and address the convention.
Hi, I can address the convention. So my name is Brianna Lee. I am one of the co-chairs for the resolutions committee. We do have all 59 up right now, and I know people have been voting on them all day, but we just want to open up this time if anyone wants to speak to any of their resolutions. So if anyone would like to speak, please just raise your hand.
Just raise your hand and I will recognize you. So first off, Tyler, I recognize you.
I move that we suspend the rules and skip this portion, given that we are kind of over time to begin with.
All right. Oh. Sorry, I'm just reading a note here about Peggy Clark actually being Mary and she's not a co-host and can't assist. I think we could change that, frankly, if you need us to. All right, so there is a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I did see one in the chat.
Oh, I see it too, Therese Martin. All right, so motion and a second. I am going to recognize Mary Louise. And then I will go back to you, Tyler, because I think I know what you're going to want to do. Go ahead and speak, Mary Louise. I gave you a prompt to be able to unmute. I'm going to click again for you. Mary Louise, you are recognized.
Hi, am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Great, thank you. I second Tyler's motion and I call the question.
All right. All right, the question has been called. Clear all of the icons at this point so we can have a clean vote. All right, so go ahead and vote now to approve suspending the rules and not addressing this as part of the convention business and just accept the voting for the resolutions as your consent or a disagreement with those resolutions. All right. Let's wait just a little bit more. All right, can we do a record of this vote?
There are 57 affirmative, 58 affirmative, 4 negative.
All right, motion carries. We will move on to the next order of business. And by the way, this happens in almost every convention I'm at, so you're not among the few or anything like that. So thank you for making that motion. All right, next up, we have the election of the 21 state convention delegates and 21 state convention alternates who will also serve as 5th congressional district delegates. So this is the same list of people for each. I will note a couple of things before we open things up. The state convention is on May 20th, 21st, and 22nd. So that's a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday. It is in Rochester. So please be aware that that there is obviously a cost associated with that in terms of maybe having to take time off of work, as well as if you want to not commute and get some sort of a hotel room. The hotels are pretty much anywhere from $70 if outside of walking distance, about $120 at the lowest within walking distance, and on up from there. So just be aware that there are some costs there. I will state that per chair Strand's points that we have previously discussed, that just cost alone should not be an obstacle. So please consider it, and there are ways to figure this out and possibly ways to help you to get that covered. So things like bunking together, all kinds of different things to be able to work through and get that considered. So please consider that as you nominate yourself to be a delegate or an alternate to the CD convention and the state convention. So that's for the state convention. So that being said, on the other side of things, I had this up. The CD5 convention all this up is on Saturday, May 7th at North Community High School. The registration will be at 11 a.m. and the convening will gavel in at noon. So that's the other place that delegates and alternates will be elected to, in addition to the state convention, obviously much closer to home and less of a consideration there. So I just wanted to call that out deliberately so you all know what you are getting yourself into. So, all right, go back to the screen now where I can see everybody. I've given some basic instruction.
I'm sorry, I hate to break in, but there seems to no longer be
Yeah,
an
I see
option
that.
for people to address the chair. Yeah.
Yeah, so, thank you. Let me address that. There was a thought from here that you can go ahead and just raise your hand. I will see it because it gets prioritized at the top left corner and going to the right for me. And I have been monitoring that fairly well. So if you want to address the chair, just go ahead and raise your hand and I will recognize you and get you into the queue, as it were. So no need to send that message to the addressing the chair that you once did. I will go ahead and handle this in a more manual, traditional way than we've done in in-person conventions. So with that being said, just making sure. Back to the other issues. All right. So got people raising and lowering hands like crazy. All right. So the way this is going to happen, one other set of instructions. I'm going to open nominations. If we get a selection of delegates and alternates that had gender balance, then we might be able to dispense with doing a walking sub-caucus, though I personally love walking sub-caucuses. But if not, I will ask once those once those delegates are in, then I will offer the opportunity for you to consider a walking sub-caucus as per our rules, and then based on the number of people that vote to do that, that will be accepted or denied. It really is only the number of people that it takes to elect one delegate that is needed. So it's not a high bar, but I will go ahead and open that up at that time. But for now, I would like to open things up for nominations and have people nominate to delegate or alternate. And if you could specify your name, your gender identity, and if you would like to be a delegate or alternate, that would be perfect. And if I could get somebody to put on the screen that information, that would be wonderful so we can all see it. And then if you could share your name into the chat, that would be also helpful so that we can get the spelling of your name correct and move through this as quickly as we can. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and start recognizing people. So Anthony, you are recognized.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate myself to be a delegate.
All right, Anthony, and how do you identify as
male, please.
All right, thank you, Anthony. All right. Give me a second so that we get things updated on the screen here. It's small now. We will make it a little larger as things get closer to any kind of voting. So, all right, Mary Louise, you are recognized.
I would also like to nominate myself as a delegate, and I identify as female.
All right. Thank you, Mary Louise. Next up, we have Bernard.
I would like to nominate myself as a delegate. He, him, his. I like to nominate 2 people.
All right, who is this, the other person? I know you're a he, him, his. By the way, you're really, really quiet, but I can't.
Sorry, yes, he, him, his. And the second person is Triasia Gibbons, she, her, hers.
Okay, so that's Triasia. Can you spell that last name or throw that into chat quickly?
First name is Triasia. Looks like Triasia.
Yep.
And the last name is Gibbons, Gibbens.
G-I what?
G-I-B as in Victor, E-N-S.
That's what I thought. It's a V, not a B.
They're right on.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Bernard.
Right on.
All right. Next up, I recognize Tyler Valabuena.
I would like to nominate myself for delegate. And I would also like to nominate, because I don't see him in the chat, I know he's interested, Eric Wan for delegate, both male.
Thank you for doing that. I see that from the chat because Eric was not able to raise his hand. So you are being entered right now, Eric. Thanks for chiming in.
Thank you, Chair.
There is a question from a delegate. Are we including more detail than gender? I would go ahead and ask that person to raise their hand so that they can be acknowledged, and then we can ask and get clarity as to what details you might be looking for and whether or not that is in order or appropriate. Okay. Brianna Lee, you are recognized.
Hi, I would like to nominate myself, and I would also like to nominate John Rosenquist, who identifies as male. Sorry, and I identify as female.
Brianna, you were elected as vice chair, so you aren't automatically a state delegate, I believe.
No.
Oh, I thought that was just for SCC.
That's just for SCC. You are not an automatic delegate to the convention. Yep.
Yeah.
I
had to look that up too, Conrad. I was like, I'm not quite sure. I didn't want to.
Yeah, so Conrad, if you want to be at the the congressional district convention and the state convention, you might want to enter yourself into nominations.
I'll be an alternate to let other people have their chance to vote because I know that the work can be done as an alternate too.
Absolutely spot on.
And I was also nominating one other.
Yeah, go ahead.
John Rosenquist. The spelling of the last name is Rosenquist, and he is a delegate here today. So,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to address a couple of other comments in chat as well. Somebody made the comment, I believe we are already CD5 delegates. And I would like to clarify, this is the way that you are getting to be elected as CD5 delegates and delegate to the state convention. There is no other way for you to do that. So if you want to be a delegate or an alternate, you would have to be nominated at this time. The state central committee, if you were a part of that, is a different thing. It is the way that the state conducts business in between conventions and happens approximately on a quarterly basis. So that is not something that is the same as the state convention or the congressional district convention. There are two different bodies with two different elections and requirements and needs to be elected to the roles. All right. All right, I would like to recognize Patricia Kelly, and I do see other names, by the way, in chat. I will get to those in between here, okay? Patricia, you are muted still. Okay, I'm going to click to give you.
There, I got it. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, we're all set. Patricia Kelly, female, she, her, and I'd like to nominate myself to be a delegate.
All right. Thank you, Patricia.
And I am also on the chat for in case they needed spelling or something.
Awesome, awesome. I would like to call out that John Cairns, JOHNCAIRNS, is in chat as asking to be I would like to believe that means delegate, not an elevate. So John Cairns, can we enter that into nominations here? All right, thank you very much. Joel, you are recognized, sir.
Hi, Joel Rainville would like to nominate myself for delegate.
All right, thank you, Joel. Next up, I have a nomination from chat for Joel Martinez. So I'm gonna just call that out and say, if you want to nominate that again, I just would need a confirmation of gender identity. So that would be great if you could put that into chat. All right, Joel, do you have your hand up again because you want to nominate somebody else, or is it just still up? All right, thank you, sir. All right, next up, James Bialke, you are recognized, sir.
James Bialke, male. I want to be a delegate.
All right, James Bialke, thank you for that. All right, next up, we have Joanne Hager.
Yes, hi. I'd like to nominate myself to be an alternate for the state and the county.
Thanks for the person, I don't know for sure who is running the document, but I appreciate you having to scramble and type things.
And as I said in the chat, I identify as female.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Joanne. All right, next up, the chair recognizes Frank Brown.
Hi, I'm Frank Brown, and I want to nominate myself to be a delegate. I identify as male.
All right, thank you, Frank. Next up, we have Matandu Zulu. Maybe that's a correct pronunciation. Please correct me with the correct pronunciation, but you are recognized.
Yes, that's the correct pronunciation. I would like to put my name in as a state delegate, and also that of my husband, Busumuzi Zulu, as a delegate.
And then gender and
my gender is female. Notando is female. Busumuzi is male.
Can you spell that first name?
Spellings are in the chat.
I'm sorry.
Can you spell your husband's first name, please?
I'm sure. V as in Victor, U-S-U-M-U-Z-I.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have the chair recognized Matt Pelican. Good to see you, sir.
Hey, Wayne, a good convention so far, so congratulations. And I think it's gone smoothly. And wanted to say congratulations to Conrad and the other newly elected folks stepping in. The local party units are really what drives grassroots progressive action in this state. So it's so important, and I'm happy to be here virtually. And I'd like to nominate Dustin Sprouse, who identifies as male, for state convention delegate.
Awesome. Can you spell that last name for the transcriber here, Matt?
The last name is Sprouse.
Cool. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Wayne.
All right, Chair recognizes Cameron.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, my name is Cameron Lindsay. I identify as male, he, him, his pronouns, and I would like to nominate myself as a delegate.
Excellent.
And
Thank
I
you,
put that in
Cameron.
the chat as well if you need for reference.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, next up, the chair would like to recognize Elaine.
Hi, I would like to nominate myself as an alternate. And I would also like to recognize or nominate Kevina Munich, and that's Munich, and that's female. No, I should be on the female here.
Yeah, you type male. Also that she is requesting to be an alternate, not a delegate. All right, what's the other name now, Elaine?
Kevina, Kevina, Munich, Munich, female.
Awesome. Thank you, Elaine. All right. Chair recognize Michael Fedor. Or Fedor. Hopefully I got it close.
Okay, there we go. I think I've got myself unmuted. Mike Fedor. I identify as male. And I'd like to nominate myself.
For delegate, presumably?
For delegate. And if you need me to, I can put that in the chat as well.
I think we've got it, sir. Thank you. All right. Next up, I would like to recognize Dustin Sprouse. Good to see you as well.
Thank you very much, Wade. I would like to nominate Matt Pelican for delegate.
All right. Matt Pelican.
And he identifies as he, him.
Thank you. Screen changed. That's not cool. Okay, let's hang on a second. My screen changed, so I can't see people's hands. I don't know why that happened, but hang on a second. All right. Next up, I would like to recognize Lee Munich.
I would like to nominate myself, Lee Munich, male.
All right. Thank you, Lee. Next up, I would like to recognize Elizabeth Mars something. Elizabeth, okay. Go ahead, Elizabeth. Oh my, you are super quiet. Is there any way for you to get closer to a microphone?
Chair, excuse me.
Yes,
She said in the chat that she is not able to talk right now,
Oh, okay, okay.
but she
Gotcha.
wanted to be nominated as a delegate.
Wonderful.
And
Thank you.
Harry, does she identify as female?
Yes, she has that posted as female, yes. Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, next up, I'd like to recognize Raymond Hughes.
I would like to nominate myself as a delegate. Can I nominate as an alternate as well?
Certainly. I think we're going to have a process where we figure that out here shortly. But fine at this point, I think that's okay.
Okay. A delegate.
Basically, if people are not delegates, I would encourage them to become alternates because we do regularly, from the conventions I've been at, try to get alternates onto the floor to be part of the process so that you can learn and be participating in doing the work of democracy. So that's really important. So, all right, thank you, Raymond. Chair recognizes Joseph Bondrick. Joseph, did you get a prompt to unmute?
There is no Joseph B in the meeting right now.
Joseph Bondrick?
Well, that's how it's spelled.
What's that? What are you trying to say?
He spells it F-A-H-N, Fondrick. He's a delegate.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's in the meeting or not.
He's got his hand up.
All right.
Oh yeah, there he is. Yep.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, victory. Go ahead, Joseph.
I'm Joe Fondrick. I'm Joe Fondrick. I identify as male and I would like to be a delegate.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Next up, I would like to recognize Viviana Salazar.
My name is Viviana Salazar. I identify as a female, and I would like to be a delegate.
All right. Thank you, Viviana. Next up, I would like to recognize Richard Lightsha. You're probably stunned I don't know how to pronounce that.
Lightsha.
I gave you, there you go, Lightsha.
Okay. My name is Richard Lightshu and identify as male. And I'd like to nominate myself as an alternate.
Thank you, Richard Lightshu. Next up, I'd like to recognize Matthew Ramadan.
Hi, this is Matthew Ramadan. I identify as male and I'd like to nominate myself as a delegate.
Thank you, Matthew. I would like to, the chair recognize Sandra Hollinger Samuels.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to nominate myself as a delegate. And I'd also like to nominate Keith Kozerski. Keith had to just drop off. And I'm female, and Keith Korzerski is male.
All right, hang on a second so that you can spell that unless you've already thrown it in chat.
And yeah, and Keith, and then for male, and then Korzerski, Kozerski.
Excellent. Thank you, Sandra. Next up, I would like to recognize Jeffrey Strand. I'm going to let you unmute yourself so I don't accidentally remute you. All right, I'm going to give you a prompt, Jeff.
Great, thanks, Chair. Jeffrey Strand, he, him, LGBTQ delegate. Consider alternate as well.
Our transcriber, okay. All right, next up, the chair recognizes Karen or Karen Rotz.
Hi, my name's Karen Rutt. Sorry, my kitchen's super loud in the background. I'd like to nominate myself as a delegate and my gender identity is female.
All right, thank you, Karen. Chair recognizes Victor Martinez. MROTZ. You got that? Chair recognizes Victor.
Thank you so much. I'd like to nominate myself, Victor Martinez, for a delegate male. Thank you. And I would also like to nominate Chancey for alternate female. And I would also.
Can you give the full name?
Chancey Charles. And then also for female delegate, Kristen. Last name is Herzig.
Is that Kristen, did you say?
Yes.
Is that with a K?
Yes, Kristin. Last name Herzig.
All right, thank you, Victor. Chair recognizes Don Samuels.
What's the current status?
I'm giving you a prompt to unmute, Don, because you're talking to yourself right now.
It was fun, but
We're only at
Don
11.
Samuels, male, nominating myself for both delegate and alternate.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, and I am going to, the chair recognizes Omar Lewis White.
Curious.
I gave you a prompt, Omar.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate myself as delegate. I identify as male.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. That's Omar, O-M-A-R, Lewis White. All right. Chair recognizes Marilyn Boria.
I would like to nominate myself as a delegate or alternate. I'm a female senior citizen.
Thank you, Marilyn. Got it. All right. Chair recognizes Lisa Hondros.
Hi, yes, my name's Lisa Hondros and I would like to be a delegate, a female.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. You got the spelling, that's good. Chair would like to recognize Joel Martinez.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Bertha Martinez as a delegate and an alternate. Female.
All right, so nominating, what was the first name? I'm sorry.
Bertha is B-E-R-T-H-A, Martinez, M-A-R-T-I-N-E-Z.
All right.
B as boy. B as boy.
I see that in the chat now, so I appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Joel. Chair recognizes Amy Bergquist.
Thank you. I'm going to try to clean things up a little bit because I think there are a lot of people in the chat who self-nominated but haven't been caught. So I'm going to make a bunch of nominations if that's okay.
Yeah, I was going to.
If that's okay, I'm just going to nominate everyone I found in the chat who wasn't already on the list, and I'll paste them. I'll repaste them into the chat to make things easier. So first, I want to nominate myself. I'm female. Then I also want to nominate Bertha Alicia Oliveros Martinez, female, Lisa Hondros, female, Elaine Howe, female, Kristen Herzig, female, Clay Byington, male, Lynn Crockett, female, if Lynn intends to be a delegate to the state conventions, Lynn just put CD5. So maybe Lynn can clarify that. John Cairns, male, and Joel Martinez, if he's not already on the list, because I can't scroll up on the list. I think Joel identifies as male.
John Cairns is already there.
Okay,
Joel
great.
Martinez
Sorry
is
for the
already
duplicates. Yep. And then there was an Aura Hoax who wanted to be a
there.
delegate.
There are a couple
they're on
of
list.
people behind here. They've raised their hand, but haven't been called on yet. So.
Okay, and then for alternates, I want to nominate also Alex Kim, male, and Makeda Zulu, female. And then there's a correction to the spelling of Keith Kozerski. It's Kozerski. But I'll paste that all in the chat to try to help out. Those are all my nominations.
Appreciate it.
Sorry if I missed anyone.
No, yeah, as we get these up here, we will take a moment to review and for people to confirm that they are nominated and that we've caught you. And if not, then we'll give an opportunity for that to you to nominate and correct our error. So, all right. All right. Chair recognizes Makeda. There you go. Makeda, go ahead. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. You are not muted, but we can't hear you. Still can't hear anything, Makeda? All right, I'm going to mute you for a moment and recognize Judith and maybe see if you've got some sort of issue with our audio. So, all right, Judith Baker, you are recognized by the chair.
Would like to be a delegate.
All right, and your gender identity?
Female.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. All right. Thank you for putting those names in, Amy. Let's give a second here. Chansey, if you could fix Chansey's name spelling, that would be awesome. All right, I'm going to give you, I'm going to unmute you, Makeda. Let's try this again. All right, go ahead. Still can't hear anything from you. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. All right, I'm going to mute you again, and then we'll tackle that in a bit. Let me go ahead. I'm going to recognize Ray Dean. Ray, go ahead.
Hi, Raymond Dean. I'd like to put myself in for a delegate.
All right. And what you identify as male?
As
or?
male, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, so let's try one more time with Makeda. Giving you a prompt to unmute.
She's no longer in the meeting.
Yeah, she's probably dropping and trying to rejoin to resolve her issue. So give her a minute here.
She did say in a chat, Chair, that she was, thank you, I was just trying to help my people, my folks.
Yeah.
I think that was actually meant to be a response to me. I messaged her and told her that I would nominate whoever she wanted me to nominate if she just told me in the chat. So I'm not entirely certain what was meant by that.
Gotcha. It looks like somebody made a comment that she did nominate herself and said that is in one of the alternates.
Yeah, she nominated herself in the chat for an alternate position.
Yep. All right. Are we trued up with the nominations at this point, including the ones from Amy? I don't see Elaine Health in that list. Oh, she was in the alternates?
Makeda? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, Elaine, not Makeda.
Sorry.
All right. We have Kristen Herzig. Can you fix Kristen's spelling? Do I have an extra I in her last name? There you go. Thank you. Clay, Lynn Crockett, and John Cairns and that, or Hooks, Alex Kim. We have Alex Kim in the alternates. All right. Chancey in the alternates. Sorry, back to the alternate, please. Chancey. All right, good. And then Makeda. All right. All right, so another one that came in after that, Victor Martinez is nominating Willie Dominguez as an alternate, as delegate and alternate male.
And then is Willie with an IE, I think?
Yes. Dominguez. All right, you got it. All right. We have a couple more folks with their hands up. So Victor Martinez, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to also nominate Benjamin Broughton as delegate and alternate.
All right, can you spell that last name? Sorry, I'm unmuting you again.
No problem. I was like, hey, okay, is the
Benjamin?
Yes.
What's the last name?
Broughton, or it's spelled, it's like in the
I think whoever's typing knows the spelling.
Braten.
All right, and that's for both delegate and alternate, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you, Victor. All right, the chair recognizes Lynn Crockett.
Yes, I'd like to be moved to alternate for state.
All right, thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
I would also like to note, okay, so before we get crazy with the alternate side of things, because people are talking about alternates, so let's not get too far down that path. So we have a number of folks in front of us who have been nominated or nominated themselves who exceed the number of people that we have for delegates in a balanced slate, as it were, right? So at this point, we have a contest for delegate. I would propose because we have 21 delegates and 21 alternates, I want to do some math here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So can you scroll down to the alternates? It's 13. Okay, so I would propose that we're going to have a contest for delegates, but then however we determine and how we want to conduct a vote, or if it's a walking sub-caucus, that the people who do not get as many votes, or if it goes into a sub-caucus, you'll figure that out yourself, then those would become alternates versus delegates. So now that we have the names in front of us, let me do, propose and give you a couple of options here. So first off, we could do some sort of a plurality vote and get a ballot set up. And then take the votes from people numbering no more than 21, 10 male or 10 female or 11 male or 11 female, and do something like that. Or the other option is potentially for us to do a walking sub-caucus. So as that is in order at this point, I am asking if there is any motion on the floor to do a walking sub-caucus.
I would like to make a motion. Sorry, I can't raise my hand because I'm sharing my screen.
Thanks, Conrad. Go for it. You are recognized.
Hey, so this might be a little bit of a complex motion, but I think everybody kind of gets the gist of it. So I would make a motion that folks have a ballot and that all 30-some people be on this one ballot, and that folks should be able to vote for up to 21 people. And so for the delegates, if they are, of course, having a high number of votes, that they'd become a delegate. And if there is a possibility that an alternate, somebody who's trying to be an alternate, if they get like the most votes or something, that they would not take the delegate slot from somebody else, but they would still be an alternate. And in that sense, we still have the people who are delegates competing against the people who are alternates for the alternate spots, but then the people who are delegates are competing amongst themselves, because there is a risk to go to a walking sub-caucus with the virtual Zoom convention that we're having right now. So I would offer that as a motion, that we have a ballot and that the delegates go for the delegate slots. If the delegates don't have enough votes, then they'd be competing amongst the alternate nominees for alternate slots. And so to have a ballot.
Those would be ranked by vote gets.
Yep, so the ballot would be a random sorting, and you'd be able to vote for up to 21 people. And then our credentials and nominations and such can work on the outcome of that vote, and that it'd be due by 8 p.m. tonight, just like the resolutions committee ballot is as well.
All right. I don't know that business can become something that is only due by 8 p.m. That would be something that still has to happen as part of the convention.
Well, in that case, I would offer that we allow, say, 30 minutes while the convention is still not adjourned to be able to vote on electronic ballot, just like we voted on paper ballots in the past. And then the results are automatically shared with the credentials and nominations committee, and they can together share the results of the ballot to do it that way while we're still in convention. But just to avoid, I just want to make sure that everybody is treated equally, and it's for the Zoom meeting, because I know that there's people have varying familiarity with breakout rooms.
Right, right. Yeah, the concern I think you're voicing is that having a walking sub-caucus in this virtual format has some inherent risk in that it's being attempted for the first time here for things to not go smoothly, and we prefer not to have a problem for you guys to navigate through with us. So the one other thing I would call out, Conrad, if you would be so kind as to update your motion and add to it something on the order of if the final delegate slot on the male or female side is a tie by votes, that we would go ahead and settle that by lot.
I accept that and reintroduce my motion as such.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor for us to set up a vote. It would be for, we will take some time to get that set up for you. While we're doing that, we'll go through the speeches we haven't gotten to yet. So you will not be bored. And then we will work on getting that vote done and accomplished before the end of the meeting. It's interesting. All right, so another couple things I want to provide you up front to be clear about this. Do not vote and leave. Do not vote and wait for the results and then leave. Please vote and stick around, because those of you who are elected as delegates to the convention need to stick around and vote on your chair and vice chair for the delegation for the congressional district, and be able to get that business done immediately after the convention. So please do not leave. So that's the election of delegation co-chairs, election of the congressional district, pre-convention committee members, and alternates. So please don't leave if you are elected. Please don't leave before you know if you're elected, because that it's important work and we need you to stick around for that. All right. All right. So that being said, let me go back into our group here, and I see folks with their hands up. So I will first recognize Victor Martinez. By the way, the motion has been seconded by Anthony Lucian in chat. So
Yeah, I was just wondering, according to what I had read in DFL bylaws and other material, it is encouraged those that have already been past delegates to these conventions to allow people that have never been participating before. I'm just wondering if there's anything like that we could offer. And I know there's, so
yeah,
just a thought out there to help make it easier, if not.
Yeah, I appreciate that sentiment, Victor. We will get to a point where I will give people the opportunity to, A, we're going to clean up the alternates or the delegates, and then B, we will go ahead and give people the opportunity to switch from delegate to alternate if they so wish. So, all right. Frank, you are recognized, sir.
Mr. Chair, what are we doing with the people that are listed as both alternates and delegates?
We will be polling them or giving them an opportunity for them to state whether they want to continue to run as delegate, in which case they would be removed from the alternate, and because, you know, by virtue of the votes, they would become a delegate or an alternate, so that repetition is unnecessary, or that for them to volunteer to become an alternate, in which case they, so. All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Brian Boucher.
Mr. Chair, you called to ask if anybody wanted sub-caucusing for election of state delegates.
Yep.
And then you went on and accepted other motions other than that without clarifying to the convention that there was nobody in the queue that wanted to move to sub-caucusing. So I think we get all the way down this rabbit hole and then we determine that people want sub-caucusing. We've wasted a lot of time. So are you ready to rule that nobody asked for sub-caucusing, or are you going to open that motion again?
I believe the person had presented the motion has precedent and priority in this because they made that motion. So that motion needs to be.
You can't make a
considered.
motion that's contrary to the Constitution.
It is not contrary to the Constitution, Mr. Boucher. I've made the offer for the people to motion and request that, but somebody made a motion before that. That is not out of order. If you would like to appeal the ruling of the chair, you may do so.
I'm not going to do that.
All right. I will take a moment out of respect for the concern you have vocalized for that to call upon my parliamentarian to confirm that that is indeed a correct ruling, so that we may proceed accordingly at that point. So, Mr. Parliamentarian Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm doing some digging in the rules right now, and I'll get back to you shortly.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we will come back to that, Brian, and confirm because I think it is an important point, and I want to make sure we get it right. So, all right, I would like to recognize Marilyn Berea.
I thought I had nominated myself as a delegate or an alternate, but then my screen was small enough that I couldn't tell if I was nominated as a delegate or not. The whole list didn't show up.
All right, we will.
You are nominated as a delegate.
All right,
I
thank you,
have.
Conrad. Thank you.
I have. So I have been. Okay, thank you.
No, that's totally spot on. Chair recognizes Peggy Clark.
Okay, I want to reiterate a little bit what Brian said because it takes actually a fairly small number of people to wish to do the walking sub-caucus. And I think we kind of bypassed that and we put a motion on the table. And we'll find out what Barry says.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I just want to.
As a chair, I'm not in me asking for that and soliciting that.
Yep.
I did what I was supposed to. If somebody didn't take it up at that moment, I believe that then it is what it is. But again,
okay, I want to
see what Barry says. So.
That will come out at the end of the day. And then I don't think it's clear, at least not in my mind, if we have some people on the list that said they wanted to be alternates. They didn't say they wanted to be delegates.
Yep.
So are the people that wish to be alternates, are they given first chance at the alternate spots?
Absolutely, because I don't think there's any problem with that because in doing the math and looking at the lists, there are not more people running for delegate than that would fall to an alternate spot than there are alternate spots.
Okay.
So I think that's fine. Yeah.
Thanks.
That is a good question. All right, Barry.
Mr. Chair, I look at Rule 57B, which says for state convention delegates elections that if a contest exists, which clearly does for us, the convention chair shall ask for a show of hands on proportional voting. If delegates equal to the number represented by one state convention delegate want proportional voting, it must be used.
Gotcha. So I would rule then in that case, because we didn't get the opportunity to do a show of hands that we should do that. So that we kind of interrupted in the middle of that process. And Brian, you are correct in bringing that up and asking us to address that. So that being said, I would like to go ahead and reverse my own ruling. So thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for clarifying that, Barry. I appreciate it greatly. So, so that being said, just to be clear, before we raise hands, if you raise your hands to do a proportional voting subcaucus, then you are basically asking that the previous motion, which is currently not in order, would have to be resubmitted technically, is not what you want to do, and that you want to do walking subcaucuses and going to breakout rooms and do that instead. So, so if you raise your hand and say aye, and you want to do walking subcaucuses, then you're voting for that instead of doing a balloted vote as previously discussed. All right. So can we clear, well, before we go to that, if the hands up are points of order or points of information, I will go ahead and entertain those before we raise those hands. Peggy, go ahead.
Should we explain what the subcaucus is all about? Because I think we have some new people here and maybe they've never participated in a subcaucus, so maybe they should know what it is before we take a vote.
Before they say yes or no. Yeah, I think that's in order, Peggy. So I appreciate that. All right, so just to be clear, what happens, and this is a beautiful thing, I know that you I probably want to get out of here fairly quickly, but I do really like this part of our system. So what happens is basically if the number of people sufficient to elect one delegate to the congressional district or state convention from this body are vote in favor of doing a walking subcaucus, then we do the walking subcaucus. What happens then is we ask people to go ahead and step up and nominate a subcaucus, a walking subcaucus, and they would name it by a candidate and or an issue. So it'll either be a candidate and an issue, or a candidate or an uncommitted and or an uncommitted in the issue. So basically you're calling for somebody to rally around you based on the idea that you stand for this candidate, you stand for this cause, you stand for this purpose, and then you gather like-minded folks around you to be able to do that work. In the case of regular convention, that would be in person. You'd be standing in the auditorium. I'd point you to go X spots and stand there until we released everybody to go around the room. In this case, it will be via breakout rooms. So you will be assigned a breakout room, and then people will be freely allowed to go to whichever breakout room they want to go to. Then what happens is there's a first walk. So and that is it's basically a freebie. So you can go ahead, explore any of the subcaucuses, talk to the people in those subcaucuses, get a better understanding of what they are, what they're for, what they're about, kind of your own informal Q&A, as it were. And then at the end of that initial time, then the floor is frozen, and those people who are in those subcaucuses need to stay there while we do some tallying and accounting. What happens then is we take and calculate a viability number, which is the number of folks that is needed in a subcaucus to be able to elect one delegate, which and that is rounded up number. So if a subcaucus has 15 people, the viability number is 5, then theoretically they could be able to vote for 3 delegates and 3 alternates to the CD and to the state convention. If they had 4, then they would not be viable. In the first round, that's just for the purposes of you getting familiar with it, getting to know things, and for us to calculate the viability number. From that point on, that viability number is the one you have to pay attention to, because then you are free to go around in each of the other sub-caucuses for a period of time after that, at which point, when the time is up and the floor is frozen again, if you are not in a viable sub-caucus, then it's a kind of a game of musical chairs where you are suddenly out. So you want to be in a viable sub-caucus at the end of your walking from the second round onward. Again, the first time is a free one. Just have fun, explore it and whatnot. But the second one on becomes becomes more important for you to be in a viable sub-caucus. Now, one other thing of note, if after the first sub-caucus, there is all the sub-caucuses are viable, then there will be no second walk, and the sub-caucuses and the numbers are calculated at that point, and the number of delegates each of those sub-caucuses are able to elect is told to them, and then that proceeds from there. Keep in mind, each of those sub-caucuses, your individual breakout rooms in this case, would then be responsible for doing some sort of a vote or process for your own sake to identify those delegates from your sub-caucus that you want to go forward, and the alternate in, let me phrase it, you have to elect delegates, and then you have to elect alternates, and those alternates have to be ranked so that if you need to elevate a delegate or an alternate to a delegate status, we know who to cover first. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on with this, and it's fantastic and beautiful in person. If you vote for it, let's see what happens virtually here. But it is a cool thing in person to see in person. So that being said, I'm going to open and ask Conrad, go ahead and chair recognizes you.
Well, thank you. So I just want people to recognize that by trying to make my original motion, I am trying to help make sure that we elect state delegates and CD5 delegates to represent our great Senate District 59 and get done with that today. I just want to make sure that everybody has an equal opportunity to do that. And honestly, we've never done a breakout room walking sub-caucus before in the history of the DFL. And so I just would not like to experiment today if the body so chooses to avoid that. And just a reminder that we have currently about 103 delegates in the convention. So we still have quorum by a good measure. But currently it would take 5 delegates in favor to move to a walking sub-caucus. And so the ballot has been prepared. And if we move forward with a ballot, it'd be shared with a bunch of people for the committee so that everybody has a chance to see that equally. And if we move to a walking sub-caucus, I myself wouldn't run for a position because I want to make sure that other people have a chance to do that so, and I can provide technical support.
Thank you, Conrad. The chair recognizes Matt Pelican. All right, I'll give you a prompt to unmute, sorry.
This is a point of order. Are speakers allowed in favor or opposed to this at this stage?
Normally I wouldn't say that, but at this point, because of the kind of back and forth, I will allow it just so that people have some clarity about the benefits and the risks, as it were. So
I just want to, I don't want to take too much time. I would just echo what Connor was saying. I love precinct caucuses. I love conventions. It's a beautiful process in person. There are criticisms of it generally in terms of the barriers and the time cost. And I would just say that in my view, here in this virtual world, the balance shifts. And I just think that people need to understand there are a lot of, especially going through the first time here in terms of, we break into subrooms and how do we assess viability and come back, and you have 30 people in a breakout room trying to speak. I mean, I think there are just a lot of technical questions that could significantly increase the barriers for participation, significantly increase the risk that technical glitches create barriers. And so I just think that as wonderful as the process is, as important as it is in meeting neighbors and friends and activists, there are just some real concerns that I would have about the technical issues and the barriers for folks here as we're trying to finish this process in doing it this evening. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. All right, Victor, you are recognized by the chair. For what purpose do you rise?
Yeah, this is my first time doing a convention like this, and even if it was in person. So can you give me some content? Like if we did do a walking sub-caucus in person, real life, how long does that normally actually take? And is there kind of a projection to what it would take this way?
So normally that first walk would be 15 minutes after all of the sub-caucuses are nominated. So I would say that first walk is usually 45 minutes to an hour long. And then I don't know how that's going to turn out in the online conditions. And we will see how that works out if we do decide to do that. So does that help, Victor?
Kind of, I guess. It's so roughly about another hour, you're saying?
For the first walk. Then after that, it'll be 45 minutes to an hour probably before we get to that. Maybe if we're really good, we might be able to get it in 30 minutes. But I'm worried that with breaking out into these different breakout rooms and the technology challenge here, that it's going to take us more time to sort through things initially. So normally in an in-person convention, that would be, maybe 10 to 15 minutes for the sub-caucuses to be named, and then 15 minutes for the walk, right? In this case, I'm going to hedge on the side of caution and say we're probably looking at 45 minutes and maybe an hour. And then after that, we have further walks. All right. Peggy, go ahead. You are recognized.
Okay, so let's presume we don't do walking sub-caucuses. I'm pretty sure that the rules say that if you don't, then your people that want to be delegates are supposed to be given a certain amount of time to pitch their case, as it were. And I want to say it's 1 minute, but I'd have to dig through the rule book, which I don't have at my fingertips right now, but I know Barry does. So I think, otherwise, how do people decide which of, who are the 21 going to be? We don't really, we have their names in the chat and we have their names on a piece of paper, but maybe we need to let them speak.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, the chair would like to recognize Jeff. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to just refer to my question through the chair, the maker of the motion. So was it the intent that all those who want to be delegates are going to be in this, if this passes and we do not sub-caucus, all those would be put into the ballot for delegates, and then anyone not elected a delegate also then goes into the election with alternates, in which case I don't see why one wouldn't want to be put into both contests. And then I do think the virtual sub-caucus rules that we've appended to the convention rules are not hugely onerous. I know there's a risk, and we're only one of 2 Senate districts in the city using virtual, to my knowledge, and I think one CD8 or SD8, I believe. But I think it is potential that we could have this done as efficiently as a ballot that may require lengthy counting. And my understanding is all the election has to occur within the convention. So it's not as if we can treat this like the resolutions ballot. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, I would like to get to the showing of hands as soon as possible at this point, because I believe we're starting to flog a dead horse. But I will go ahead and recognize Edna.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm one of the people who've come over from Senate District 60, and I'm feeling really kind of lost with the candidates, and I'm going to be very brave and maybe jump into the pool that no one wants to go, but I believe a sub-caucus would be very helpful for me to be able to gather the information, size up people, and decide who I wanted to vote for, because otherwise we're kind of orphans over here.
Yep.
So that's my point. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. I would not like to have all hands and emoticons and everything cleared.
All feedback is cleared.
Thank you. So now I would like to see a show of hands of anybody who would like to conduct a walking sub-caucus. All right. Going to close voting in a couple of seconds here. All right, so we have a show of hands here. Can you do a record of this? I know what the body wants to do here, so, but go ahead and state the results.
Just a sec, the screenshot is saving, but I'll have it here soon here.
All right, thank you, Conrad. So I don't need to see any more. The number for that was 5. So, and that is taken by taking the number of people in the convention at this point, which is 100 divided by 21 and rounding up. So there are more than 5 people who have voted to conduct a walking sub-caucus. Therefore, that is what we're going to do. So congratulations. You are all guinea pigs, and you get to be the first doing this in the state. So let's figure this out and rock it and make it happen, okay? So as I described before, each person who wants to come up with a walking sub-caucus name, and they should be stating a candidate, an issue, or an uncommitted and an issue, or just an uncommitted or just a candidate, to name their walking sub-caucus. We will go ahead and record that on the screen, and then we will work on getting you assigned to a specific room so that people will be able to join you in those rooms based on those walking sub-caucuses that you have described. All right?
Yeah, we'll create the rooms once all the sub-caucuses are named, so they can all open at once.
Yep. So we will start by, just like we would do in an in-person convention, we are going to name all of the sub-caucuses. Then we'll get all the rooms, make sure they're all created, and then we will allow people to move to those breakout rooms to conduct the sub-caucuses. All right. So I would like to state that somebody asked about quorum. We are still well above quorum at this point, though we are diminishing in numbers. So that being said, I would like to recognize Viviana. Viviana?
Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, this is my first time. I'm not really what am I supposed to say?
the candidate or a candidate you want to support or uncommitted, and then an issue if you'd like.
Okay, I would like to support walls, and one of my issues is safety. I live in North Minneapolis, so safety is a big issue right now.
Okay, so it's walls and safety. Is that good?
Yes.
All right. Conrad, you got that? All right. Thank you, Viviana. Chair recognized Leopoldo. I gave you a prompt to unmute, Leopoldo. I'm going to do it again. Leopoldo, you are recognized. You have to tap the accept the request the unmute. All right, I will move on and address you at a future point. Chair recognizes Tyler.
I would like to start an uncommitted public safety caucus.
All right, we have an uncommitted public safety caucus nominated or introduced by Tyler Balbuena. All right, chair recognizes Lee Munich.
I would like to nominate a Walls Social Justice Subcaucus.
All right, thank you, Lee. All right, chair recognizes Anthony Lucian.
I would like to make a Elon Omar Housing is a Human Right Housing is a Human Right Caucus.
Awesome. Thank you, Anthony. All right. I would like to recognize Brianna Lee.
I was going to just make one for Ilhan Omar in general, but I can just piggyback off of housing is a human right because heck yeah, it is.
Awesome. All right. Chair recognized Karen Rotz. Sorry, I'm going to give you another prompt there.
Oops, sorry, I thought I had clicked it. I would like a Walls Flanagan and legal recreational cannabis subcaucus.
Excellent. Walls Flanagan. Legal recreational cannabis. Thank you, Karen. That's Karen Moratz. All right. Chair recognizes Victor Martinez. Victor, I've given you a prompt to unmute.
Thank you so much. I would like Ward 5 delegation for safety and business and job creation, uncommitted.
All right, so Ward 5 delegation for safety jobs, but it starts with uncommitted. Gotcha. You'll get that fixed, so that's good. Thank you, Victor. All right, chair recognizes Frank Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like a Keith Ellison, second chances.
Second chances, like it. Thank you, Keith. Or sorry, thank you, Frank. Look at name, say name. Good job. All right, chair recognizes Peggy Clark.
Two things. Eric Wan is trying to tell in the chat that he wants an outreach and inclusion caucus. He's unable to raise his hand for some reason.
That has been added in as number 4 there.
Oh, okay, thanks. I didn't see that. Okay, and then I'm sorry, but I think the deal with sub caucuses this year is it's candidate or issue, but not combined.
I don't believe so.
Am I dreaming this? I'm sure that I thought I heard that or saw that, or it's somewhere in the rules.
Double check.
I mean, I don't read this for pleasure reading at night, believe me, but I've read through these documents like 10 times in the
You're
last
right.
few
It
weeks.
does say or an issue. I don't know why they made that change, and
I don't know either, but I remember that it was new this year. So I don't know if some of these want to, combine themselves or something, but I think we'll have to make some adjustments to the current list. I was hoping somebody else would raise the issue so I didn't have to, but
Yeah, no, that's.
sorry to be a fly in the ointment.
No, it's also important that we get this right, so it's all good. All right, my apologies for not having seen that before, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I'm gonna acknowledge a couple folks here, and then we will work on remedying that. So, Makeda, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Point of information, what is quorum?
Quorum would be 50% of what was the total amount, was 160 something at one point. Let me double check. So I took a note about this. 162 was the high number.
Here you go.
So it would be
Here you go. I have the
80
number.
It would be 83.
It's a little bit higher than that, actually. Our high was 176. So 87.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that would be in order because we did not approve a credentials report.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, then it was, okay. If you want to go with the 164, that's good.
Yep, just want to be clear. The number is, would be 82 then. Anything less than 82 would not be quorum anymore. So,
okay.
All right. So, thank you, Makeda. Mr. Pelican, you are recognized.
I just wanted to second a comment from I don't believe that the or, this is legal construction, but or is not always disjunctive. So I just think that we could proceed with both substances. But I also just wanted to mention, because I've just put in the chat, that I'm just have a Tim Walz for governor, no sub issue, general, anyone who's supporting Tim, sub caucus. It's on the list at number 11. It's already there at number 11.
Thank you, Matt. All right, Jeff, you are recognized. Giving you a prompt to unmute.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Agreeing with Mr. Pelican, and I don't want to delay things either, but it seems rather tightly construed looking at the rules myself.
All right. And then we have Barry as our parliamentarian, who I was about to ask for extra consult on this. What would you do? I recognize you. Go ahead, Barry.
Well, first of all, I was just going to say, with respect to subcaucus number 6, I am not moving a subcaucus called uncommitted. The rules provide that there is automatically a subcaucus called uncommitted.
Correct.
So in parentheses there, just say per the rules.
Yep, that is correct.
It does say or. In fact, or is capitalized. So I think that means it could have either both or just one.
Okay. So it is the opinion of our parliamentarian and some other members that the nominations of the sub-caucus names are in order per the rules. And I'm willing to accept that. So that is my ruling as well. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Discussion is closed. That ruling stands. So that being said, we're going to go forward with these sub caucuses. All right. So next up, they're going to work on getting those breakout rooms established. And while we're doing that, if somebody could go ahead and play the next video, that would be wonderful.
I was just gonna ask that if we could keep the slide up, the list up here, because Zoom does limit the number of characters that a subcaucus can be to about 30 odd characters. So I want to make sure that people can jot down what subcaucus they want to be in, because some of these will be longer. And so just to be clear about which one you want before you do the first movement here.
All right. If we could play a video in the interim until we have those meetings or those rooms set up and people need to do that, that would be great.
Hello. Hello, my name is Dewana Witt, and I am running for Hennepin County Sheriff. I'm currently a major here at the Sheriff's Office, overseeing our two largest divisions, which is courts and jail. Why am I running for this position? Well, it's simply because I care. You see, I was raised in South Minneapolis. I went to Minneapolis Public Schools. I graduated from Minneapolis Public Schools. I also got my graduate degree from St. Mary's, located in South Minneapolis. I've volunteered here. I've worked here. I am a part of Hennepin County, and Hennepin County is a part of me. So some may say, well, why would you want this position again? Simply put, I care. Part of my initiative is to tackle three main issues that I see. We need safer communities, we need reform, and we need collaboration. When I talk about safer communities, that includes everyone. That includes people of all ages, races, creeds, religion. It's all of us. Everyone should feel safe walking to the park. Every parent should feel safe sending their kids to school. Enough's enough with not feeling safe in our own communities. Reform. Reform means different things to different people. We know that changes need to be made, and I'm the person to make it happen. I've been doing this job for 22 years. And as a person who is from this community, I believe that I know how to get us to where we need to be. Enough of words, it's time for action. And collaboration, well, I can't do it by myself, and I realize that. We need different people, different lenses who are ready to take action. We don't have 2 years for somebody new to come in and learn this job. I'm ready. Wit for sheriff. It's time we have a sheriff with wit.
And then all breakout rooms are created. I had to shorten two last names, Mary Louise and Joel Rainville, because it maxed out the character limit. I didn't want to truncate their names, so I just did the abbreviation there. But they are all created and ready to open them to people, and people will see a poll essentially to join which one at the front. Yeah, so ready at the discretion of the chair.
So somebody asked a question, I threw this in the chat as well. Part of your convention rules, if you lose quorum, is 30 minutes after the convention, the chair, which would be Conrad, would be able to convene an emergency convention for the express purpose of electing state convention delegates and alternates, which the rules would apply to at that point, which will obviously establish a new quorum. So that is how that would be addressed if we happen to lose quorum. I see.
I would keep it in the same Zoom meeting if that's okay with people.
Sure, and we just basically they adjourn and leave the meeting up, and then have people come back in 30 minutes. All right, Brian Boucher, you are recognized, sir.
Mr. Chair, I believe once you begin a vote, the quorum can't be called until after the vote is concluded. So as soon as we begin subcaucusing, we don't lose a quorum.
Correct. You are absolutely right, Brian. Thank you for that reminder. So if we lose that in the middle of business, we would finish that business and then move on from there. All right. So at this point, once again, I remind you, you are going to go to different breakout rooms. The ones that you think are interesting, or ones that you want to explore, or ones you want to support. If we could get that back up on the screen too, that would be great. So then you are going to go to those breakout rooms and have some discussions, make sure you understand where those people are coming from, if those are the folks that you want to associate with, as it were. And feel free to move between rooms, explore different rooms and whatnot, because again, this first one is kind of free. If at the end of this first one, every subcaucus is viable, then we will not move on with another walk. However, if even one subcaucus is not viable, then there will be a second walk. So again, feel free to walk around, have some fun, and go ahead and do that. We will give notice and alerts to you as the time winds down, so that you know that the floor is about to be frozen, the rooms are about, subcaucus are about to be frozen. So don't fret about that as well. We will get that announcement into your breakout rooms so that you are aware of that as well, okay?
Yep, and the announcement will be, of course, the text that shows at the top of your Zoom screen. And then we'll try to pop into the Zoom rooms as well to say that as well. And then the time is 7:15. And the first count is when, Chair?
The first count will be at 7:30.
So opening the rooms now.
Can I have just credentials, make sure that there is nobody who is not a delegate or an upgraded alternate on the floor, just to be sure?
Yeah, so I can just visually check here. I think Credentials is doing their subcaucusing right now, like the rest of them. But since I'm not part of the subcaucus, I can clearly see who is a delegate by the signatures that we've added to people's names. And so I'll just be checking that. And I see that Dustin, some people are in the waiting room, so they're going to start subcaucusing like with the rest of them.
All right. I see a lot of people who haven't joined the room or are still unassigned. Please feel free to jump in wherever. Don't be shy.
I'm a co-host, so I don't think I'm actually able to join a room. I only have an option to close all the rooms, which I obviously don't want to do. So
right.
that would be bad. So I'm not going to touch that button.
You should be able to join a room, I would imagine, but I can also stop making people co-host if they want to, if that's a barrier there.
Yes, I can't join any breakout rooms either.
All right. if you, those of you who are co-hosts can't join a room, if you're willing to relinquish that to Conrad to monitor and Randy to provide oversight, as well as myself as the convention chair, just let him know so that he can change your status so that you can join those rooms.
I will hang out here in the main room in case there are questions or needs.
Thank you, Barry. I saw a question and I see two hands up, so I'm going to assume there are questions here. But first off, I saw a question at 7:16 from Raymond Muse to add a ranked choice subcaucus. That is not in order. We have already established subcaucuses. We have already opened the rooms. That moment is past and we cannot do that. So, all right, so we see people that do not see the breakout rooms and are wondering where the links to the rooms are. So I'm going to go ahead and ask people to unmute and address their individual points of order concerns. Maybe they can't get into a room, so we can try to address that as quickly as possible.
If they could raise their hands maybe because they can't.
Yep, I'm going to start with those. So Mary Louise, you are recognized.
I've done lots of Zoom meetings, but never ones with a breakout room, and I don't see anything on my screen. I'm on a MacBook Pro, if that matters, about where I can join and how to join a breakout room.
It does matter, sadly. So there should be a bar where you've got your mute and your video. And you will have a bunch of different options, including sharing the screen, chatting, etc., like that.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, where is that on your screen?
It's at the bottom.
Okay, is in the upper right or upper left-hand corners, do you see 4 squares?
No, but I just clicked on the 3 dots that says more, and then a little window came open that says breakout rooms. So is that it, do you think?
That was the next option I was going to exercise. The process I described would apply to those on iPads, just to be clear.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right, sorry for cutting you off, Mary Louise. Michael Peter, you are recognized, sir.
Okay, I should be unmuted.
Yep.
Okay, I am also having a similar trouble. I'm kind of shooting around here and trying to find how to get to the room.
What kind of system are you on?
I am on a cell phone.
What kind of smartphone is it? Is it an iPhone or a Android?
Well, it's a Samsung 5G.
Okay. So it's an Android. Okay. So do you have 3 dots anywhere on your screen with a more?
Yeah, on the bottom lower right corner, I do.
All
It
right,
says
so
more.
tap those 3 dots.
Yeah.
And then you see some additional options. Is breakout rooms part of that?
I don't see breakout rooms as part of the options. I see chat, view full transcript, meeting settings, minimize meeting, and disconnect audio.
Okay. Is there any arrow to the right or left on your screen, or if you swipe on your screen, does it reveal?
Yes, I have arrows to the left and right.
Okay. Go ahead and try one of those and see if additional options are revealed for you.
Well, I just went to the left and it went back to the screen showing me the subcaucuses
Okay.
that I had
go back
before.
again and go to the right instead.
Yeah, okay, let's see here. Gotta go back here. All right, now we'll go to the right. Did the same thing.
Okay, okay. And there's nowhere else.
Speed up and slow down motions.
Go ahead, Conrad, sorry.
On Android, it seems that from what his feedback was, the emoticon feedback, that was speed up and slow down.
Just a moment. Let me get that part back up again. Let's see. Okay, there's emojis. Yeah, it's got 6 emojis here. I don't see anything that looks like speed up or slow down. I see a thumbs up one, shake hands, a heart, something that looks like an ice cream cone or something. And
All right. So I'm not sure how to address your issue in particular. We've done the left, we've done the right, we've done the dots.
well, no, just one other thing here. Let me try, because you had mentioned something about on this one having 4 dots up in the corner, and I thought I saw that at one point looking for it, but hold on here.
Yep.
Boom.
I've worked in
Okay.
IT for many years, so I can appreciate the fact that
Okay,
every
yeah, all
system
right.
is different.
I see something right up on top here. I just click something and then it pops up. There's a one that says breakout rooms.
That's what you want, sir.
Okay, so I hit that and I should be able to
Then you'll see
figure out
the
where.
different rooms and you should be able to pick one to jump into.
All right, thank you.
All right, you are welcome, sir. Oh, sorry. All right, let me clean it. All right, Peggy, you are recognized. No, you're muted. Go ahead and start again.
Okay. I agreed to stay on as a co-host because I wasn't intending to go to the state convention, so I could help move people around and stuff, but I'm not a co-host anymore, so I can't do anything to help. So.
All right.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I thought you were going to go to a breakout room. I'll make you a co-host again. Sorry about that.
He's like, what are you doing? Thanks, Peggy. All right, there are still a few people here who are in the main room. Do you need any help getting into the right room?
Hey, Chair, since there's only 20 people left who are unassigned, would it be possible to go through one by one and unmute them and ask them which breakout room they want to go in? And then we can manually move them that way and get closer to it. Because most of these breakout rooms are good on a first count, it seems.
Right. All right. I'm going to ask Matthew, you are recognized by the chair. Which breakout room would you like to be in, or do you not want to be in any breakout room? Matthew, I have given you a prompt to unmute. Matthew Ramadan. All right, moving on to Matando. I have given you a prompt to unmute Matando. What room would you like to be moved to? All right. Aviva, I see you there holding your forehead. I have prompted you to unmute.
Yeah, I'm looking at the one, but I don't know what I click on to say that I choose it.
Okay. Which one would you like to be in? I'm sure Conrad can put you into it.
Okay, social justice is the one I want.
All right. Thank you, Aviva. And Conrad will get you moved in there.
It's Wall's social justice she put, and I can't move her into a breakout room. I saw her in the chat, but I can't move her.
Really?
So I do it. Just tell me how and I'll do it. I can click on join here, me.
Yeah,
here.
should be able to click on join. Yep.
Yeah.
See, bye.
If you can see the room, you should be able to join it.
Yep. All right. I am prompting you to unmute yourself, Elaine. Which room would you like to be in? Oh, somebody's saying they're in a breakout room, but they cannot unmute their microphone and can't chat. Is that a problem with everyone or not?
Possibly, I just moved to make everybody able to unmute themselves now that we're in the breakout room.
Can you make a broadcast message for them?
Yes, I'll do that right
Telling them
now.
that? Thank you, sir. All right, Elaine, I have prompted you to unmute. All right. No answer from them, so I will go ahead and move to Iris. Iris, I've prompted you to unmute. Would you like to be assigned to a specific breakout room? All right, no response. Kelly Alvarez Weisman, would you like to be assigned to a breakout room? Kelly, I've asked you to unmute. All right, next up, Joe Mullery. I've given you a prompt to unmute yourself. If you would like to be assigned a breakout room, please speak now. I lost my list again, that's annoying. Hang on a second. Get my view back the right way. It's annoying. All right. Come on. All right. Next up, Lucretia. I'm giving you a prompt to unmute. Is there a breakout room you would like to be assigned to?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Nicholas Cross, I have prompted you to unmute. Is there a breakout room you would like to be assigned to? Nicholas Cross.
Then maybe just a general ask, since people can unmute themselves now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. So everybody, you are able to unmute yourself at this point. If you would like to be assigned to a breakout room, please go ahead and unmute yourself and let us know that.
So we're coming up on the first count here. And I think if nobody else is wanting to be assigned to a breakout room, that doesn't affect the choosing of delegates.
Correct.
It looks like somebody asked for help in a sub-caucus. So I am going to join that sub-caucus and stop sharing my screen.
Right,
so I'll be back in a little bit.
Right. We are close to our closing time, but we will wait for Conrad to return quickly and resolve any issues. I appreciate the flexibility as we are doing this for the first time virtually ever.
Well, it looks like a couple of these caucuses don't have anybody in them now. So it looks like they may have self-determined
That could happen.
where to go. So I think there is one caucus here that isn't viable. Two. Well, there's a couple that aren't viable.
Okay.
And and then we have all the unassigned. Okay, never mind. Got it.
The unassigned is fine.
Yeah. The others just have to have 5 to be viable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the unassigned are basically choosing not to participate. They would be sitting in their seats somewhere else.
Well, and now this one here, this Walls Social Justice. There's one person in there that hasn't joined, but maybe you have to join after you get in there.
You once again, if you didn't hear this earlier, which it seems like, Raymond, because you made that request after the sub-caucus rooms were created, and we had actually broken into those sub-caucuses to do that work, that request could not be accepted. My apologies if that was a technical issue, but that is how that is broken out, and that is why we have not created that room or that sub-caucus. Conrad, you have your hand up, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just asked to join Victor's sub-caucus to answer our question about a delegate needing to rejoin the meeting. Some people have popped off, but then popped back on with the login that they already had. So I think that is being fixed.
Okay.
But I know that people, for example, Mike Fedor,
I just let him back
I see
in.
him reconnecting right now. So
Yep. So people have already been approved by credentials. It's just a matter of if they had to leave the floor or not, kind of, in a sense.
gotcha. Thank you, Conrad.
And then, Mr. Chair, is there anything that you would like to have on screen right now? I know I was having the list of sub-caucuses before I had to go to the breakout room, but is there anything that you'd like to have up?
Not at this time, but we are about at the time for allowing with a couple of minutes extra for your clarification, where we should probably consider the first walk being done. So if you could go ahead and broadcast that message to the groups to freeze and stay in their rooms while we
Right now, that
calculate.
is?
Yep.
Mhm.
So freeze, do not leave your room. Michael, we have things set up where you can unmute yourself right at the moment. Were you in a sub-caucus and you didn't get back to it, or were you were just in the meeting and had not joined one?
No, I got into a meeting and it seemed like I was all alone. I was able to kind of kick it back in and switch to another room. And once again, I was all alone. And yeah.
So you picked the rooms with nobody in them, and the sub-caucuses with no one there?
Yeah, apparently so.
So is there any other room that you would want to jump in here? I would allow that because you.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping that they'd do a labor issues, and I was also hoping that we wouldn't get down to sub-caucus because while I've been to a lot of Zoom meetings, never been to one where we've had breakout rooms before. It's just
Understood. That is part of the challenge of this and part of the accessibility concerns that we were worried about. And it's a learning experience for both us and for you. So
yeah,
our apologies. We're trying to muddle through it and do the best we can. So
yeah, I understand that. But I just looking at the list, I don't know. There's a few of them that kind of appeal to me, I guess. But let's see. I'd have to pull
can
the
you
list
pick
back
one?
up
And then
again.
Conrad, could you throw Michael into a sub-caucus and confirm it's actually have people in it before you throw them in there?
Yeah, I can give a count as the ones that have people in it, protection of reproductive rights as one person.
No, you don't have to read them out. Michael, just go ahead and tell us which one you would like to do, and then.
All right.
Conrad,
Well,
if
the
you
one
could
that I
confirm
wanted,
they have somebody.
the one I wanted first was the Walls Labor that Ray Dean had.
Okay, and that has nobody in it right now?
Well,
Conrad?
that's what it appeared to be. As I said, when I got on that one, there was nobody in it. But then the next one, which was the Keith Ellison second chance, there was nobody there either.
Okay.
There is no at sub-caucus right now.
Yep. So let's go back to what you were doing, Conrad. Go ahead and list out the ones that have people in them, and so you can pick one.
The ones that have people in them are protection of reproductive rights, outreach and inclusion, Steve Simon, Uncommitted Public Safety, Walls Social Justice. The next one is Ilhan Omar, Housing as a Human Right. Walls Flanagan, Legal Recreational Cannabis. And the last one that has people in it is Uncommitted Ward 5 Safety Jobs.
Give me the Ilhan Omar one.
All right.
All right, momentarily here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Boucher is returning to the meeting. So we will do a quick check-in with him on why he is returning. Mr. Boucher, it looks like you have returned to the meeting. I want to check in with you and make sure that that it wasn't a technical issue and if we need to get things figured out for you. Brian Boucher, could you go ahead and tell us if you were in a sub-caucus and you lost connection, if we need to help you out? Brian. Brian, are you there? All right. I will call that good then. All right.
Could we send a
Conrad.
message? Should
Yeah,
we send a message to the room so that we can take a formal count and make sure
I think
what's viable?
But I will.
Oh, you did?
Can you confirm?
Okay.
We already did. I can send out another message if it's been a couple of minutes. So if we want to do another message before a count, but ready to do that.
Let's just do a count at this
I
point.
think we need a count, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I have the count. It's saving the screenshot right now, but I'll read it off once it's saved. So just a second here.
Why is Eric Wong not in this room?
He was, and he moved because he knew
It's
his wasn't
funny.
viable.
No, I
So-
know. It's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you ready, Chair?
Absolutely.
So I will actually share my screen to this screenshot, and that's a great way to do it.
Awesome.
So as people can see in this screenshot, which is being live streamed right now.
And it's being streamed to, do the breakout rooms see this or do we need to?
No, the
share?
breakout rooms don't see this, but it's part of our record of the live stream of the
Yep.
convention, so that there's a record that, you know, it's very clear that this was what happened.
Exactly.
So Walls Labor has 0, Protection of Reproductive Rights has 1, Walls Safety has 0, Outreach and Inclusion has 1, Steve Simon has 3, Uncommitted has 0, Uncommitted Public Safety has 8, Walls Social Justice has 29, Ilhan Omar, Housing as a Human Right, has 16, LGBTQ Northsiders for Safety and Walls has 0, Tim Walls for Governor has 0, Walls Flanagan Legal Recreational Cannabis has 6, Uncommitted Ward 5 Safety Jobs has 9, and Keith Ellison Second Chances Frank Brown has 0.
So we have 5 sub-caucuses that are viable.
Correct.
And I am able
we
to
have, more importantly, we have 3 sub-caucuses that are not viable and have members. Can we get a total of the people in these sub-caucuses?
Looks like the 3 sub-caucuses that are not viable have a total of 5 members in them.
Yep. And they are still allowed after this, during the second walk, to be able to move about and find a valid sub-caucus or viable sub-caucus.
And then is it my understanding, Chair, that after this first movement that we've done now, that we would close the sub-caucuses with 0 participants? Is that correct?
That would be correct, but I need a total of the number of folks in these.
Okay, just wanted to double check that that would be the right way to do it because we haven't done this before.
Fair enough. And by the way, the rules provide that the uncommitted subcaucus, which was added per the rules, survives the first count. Correct. So even with 0 in it, it stays. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Barry. We would have had to recreate that room because I didn't point that out right away.
Hello, I think I've been unmuted for a reason, and I hope that I can talk.
Yes, I had asked earlier if you were having problems and if you had a sub-caucus room you wanted to be assigned to if you were having problems.
I was not having problems. Unfortunately, I was on the phone and I've got a prayer time coming up in about 5-10 minutes, but I was interested in either one of the uncommitted, and I'm not in Ward 5, so I guess I would be the uncommitted public safety.
All right. There will be an opportunity for you to move about and join a sub-caucus in the next walk.
All right, thank you. I'll go back to mute.
Barry, let me confirm this, but I believe if people aren't in a sub-caucus after this second walk, that they really can't join one at that point, right? That's correct. All right. So be aware if you would have abstained from participating to this point and or you are called away, that there is a risk of you not being participating in the selection for delegates and alternates or for becoming a delegate or alternate yourself. So. I see people's numbers changing in the breakout rooms. Make a comment. Do we have a total?
You need a total of who's in the breakout rooms?
Yes, I need the total of the people who are in the walking subcaucus.
Okay, I can get that for you here.
Determines the viability number for the next steps. So
15, 41.
73. Check my math.
And 9, that's 82.
Thank you, Barry, and we'll
83.
double check with Peggy here too.
Well, I count 83 from the list I'm looking at. 1 plus 9 is 10, plus 32 is 42, plus.
Are you looking at the current breakout rooms or the screenshot?
I was looking at the current,
Screenshot.
sorry.
Yeah.
All right, let's do the screenshot. I'm sorry. Is that the whole thing? Okay. 1, 2, 5, 13, 42, 58, 64, 73. Is that what you said?
That's what Barry said. So
All right. Okay, 73.
That's good. All right. So 73 is the total. So the viability number, if we take 73 divided by 21, we come up with 3 plus a remainder. So therefore the viability number is 4.
Because 20 people chose not to participate?
Yep.
What if they decide to participate this time? That's okay?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Okay. All right.
They could, but they would just go into one of the viable rooms.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. Mhm. Yep.
So the 3 rooms that are not viable are, well, all the ones with 0, but the 3 that have people in them are protection of reproductive rights, outreach and inclusion, and Steve Simon.
So we're going to close those rooms. But we have to pull the people out, right? Tell the people to come out.
No, the people that don't have, the people that, if we go by the point that where it was frozen, there were no people in those rooms. If there are people in the rooms at this time, then we will have to kick them out. But generally speaking, that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, you can't close a breakout room if somebody's in it. So we have to have them come out.
There shouldn't be people in a breakout room that is a 0 number that was frozen at the time. So
right, but we also have to close the non-viables.
0.
Yep. So maybe, unfortunately, if this is only a second time and it's the last time too. So if we have to, we can always close all the rooms and then redo the movement to the second one and have it quickly move in that direction.
So there's no way to close the rooms that have 0 people in them?
Well, I'm seeing a close all rooms button, and I thought from before that I was able to close one at a time. So we're going to see here, but
okay,
I'll do my best.
Okay. If that's the way we need to handle it, it's all good. We'll figure it out.
So we're going to make a short list that are viable, which would be actually uncommitted public safety, Walls social justice, Ilhan Omar, Walls plan again, and uncommitted again, and make a short list of that, and then people can start voting for their people.
Don't forget the plain uncommitted per rules that has to be included.
Yeah.
Yep, you're correct in that.
So I have a question regarding the rules, if I might ask, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Eric. You're
Okay,
recognized.
so in a live caucus, you know how many people are actually around because you see warm bodies walking around or sitting down. Right now, we know just by our personal practices that a lot of people have walked away and have gone out for dinner but left their computers on.
Yep.
How do we check that we actually still have a quorum, unless quorums include computers that have been left on, and you'll probably see them in the Zoom room tomorrow morning as well?
I think that for all practical intents and purposes, we cannot make any assumptions about people who jumped into, who did not elect to jump into a breakout room, whether they are AFK or not. We did ask people to unmute themselves and tell us whether or not they wanted to be assigned to a breakout room. So we gave them that option if they were having a technical problem or difficulty, but there were only a couple that chose to do that. And to be fair, Eric, there were people that said, no, I don't want to participate. I am still here. So we can't make any assumptions about that. It is what it is.
Also, is it not a valid motion right now?
What's that?
Aren't we in the middle of a?
What is the motion for those of us that just
now?
got kicked out?
I don't
of
think
our
it was a
breakout room?
motion. It was a point of clarification, not a motion. So he was asking what quorum would be and whether or not people who might be perceived as AFK away from keyboard might be considered in that count or not. So
Okay, so
I was clarifying that we cannot assume that somebody who does not respond and is still in the meeting is not actually there. So
Mr. Chair, I have good news. Everybody's still part of their breakout rooms. So once we go back to the breakout rooms, those people that are already in a viable subcaucus, we'll immediately move to those. And people who are in the main meeting can choose to go to a viable subcaucus.
All right. So can we delete the ones that are?
Yep, that was already just done.
Are we sure? Because I still see them.
So they're not open right now, but people have been assigned to them.
I get that, but if there are
How
free
many
to
are
move-
left?
Hang on. Order. Conrad, can you clarify? Because when I look at the breakout rooms, it says breakout rooms not started. I see breakout rooms with nobody assigned to them that we could rename or delete. Why would we keep them there?
Just a second here, but I think we'll be good to go in just a second.
Okay. I think it would be more helpful to delete them so that people can move about the caucuses that are left and not. Okay, so you have a different screen than what I see. That's interesting.
Hear this all the time. I enjoy the art therapy of
And then Chair, if you could unmute yourself again, because somebody, some audio.
Because we muted everybody. All right, so everybody's muted again temporarily. So please hang on. Please do
Mr.
not.
Chair, point of clarification.
No. Hang on, I am speaking. Please do not unmute until you raise your hand in the meeting and I acknowledge you and recognize you. So that being said, I do not recognize you, Raymond Dean. I do
Mr. Chair,
recognize-
I did raise my hand. If you look, you will see that I had raised my hand.
Mr. Dean, I appreciate you raised your hand, but there are others who have raised their hand before you. Please mute yourself.
I'm raising for a point of order.
You are not recognized. There are other individuals who had their hands up before you. Please mute yourself before I do it for you.
Wow, I've never seen a meeting run like this.
Well, that is unfortunate because whatever. All right. I recognize Michael Fetter. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. You are recognized. I'm giving you a
There we
prompt
go.
to-
Okay.
There you go.
Gotcha. All right, that's unfortunate. I don't know what Ray is raising, but I was trying to get into Ray's room first. That was one point, but I just got ejected out of the room that I was in.
Yes,
I don't know.
everybody was ejected because they had to do that in order to delete the rooms that were subcaucuses that were not viable. And then we will go ahead and open things up and allow you to go ahead and go back to those rooms and then go ahead and jump between rooms at that point as well. So understood, Michael. It was not how we wanted to do it, but that was how Zoom allowed us to do it. So
all right, but I'm on a cell device, Samsung, and Conrad got me into the room in the first place.
Yep.
I was not able to get into that room.
We will get you taken care of once we open the second subcaucus walk. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Joined our group.
All right. The chair recognizes Joel Rainville. I'm giving you an opportunity to unmute yourself. I've given you a prompt to unmute yourself. Go ahead, Joel.
Hi, I just wanted to check on, I had messaged Chair Strand earlier about the evening prayer time. I don't know if that's something we need to be concerned about, but I wanted to make sure that I brought it to the attention just to see if that was an order to honor that need that exists.
It is in order to consider that. I will entertain some other questions while Chair Strand goes ahead and takes a look at that and sees what the options are. So thank you, Joel. I will go ahead and recognize Anthony Lucian.
Well, first, a point of clarification. Will we be able to make a case in the greater meeting here to draw people into our caucus before we break out? Just because a lot of people were feeling like it was a little clunky to be able to recruit people from other caucuses.
Understood. So to clarify the process for you, you are able to leave your room. We do not click leave and leave the whole meeting. You are able to leave your breakout room and go and join another to make that case to people in that other breakout room. It will not be done as a meeting as a whole. So that's how that will be and should be handled.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Dean, you are now recognized. Raymond Dean, you are recognized. I'm giving you a prompt to unmute yourself.
There, it took a while. Same issue that was raised by Michael Fedor.
Okay. We will make sure you get assigned to a room. If you are having technical difficulties, just hang out and Conrad will make sure you are assigned to the room of your choice, okay?
Yes.
All right. Victor Martinez, you are recognized, sir.
Yes, to clarify, what I'm seeing on the screen are the viable caucuses left, right? And everybody else, like
correct.
Their sub-caucus is closed. They got to come into one of the ones that are 5 remaining.
Correct.
Awesome, thank you.
All right. Linda Higgins, you are recognized. You are muted still.
Victor asked my question. Are we having a second go round or is this what we have?
Absolutely. We are doing a second go around because there were not viable sub-caucuses that were more than 0. There were literally 3 of them. So we do have a second go around for a walk.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right. All right. So once again, just to be clear, give you instructions, you are going to be given the opportunity to jump in any of these rooms at this point. You may join the same room that you had previously been in. You could jump into another room at this point, which is a little unusual, but it's part of the virtual format. And you can go ahead and leave a room and go to another room. If you have problems with that, we can get Conrad in there to assist you so that you can go to another room and or make an appeal to the individuals in another room to join your sub-caucus per the traditional in-person kind of walking sub-caucus, all right? So you will be given 10 minutes to do this. We may fudge that a little bit if we have technical issues as we did during the first walk. So don't hold us to that perfectly because we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to address any technical issues and actually participate in this process.
And then also
before we do that,
the Zoom chat is open all the time. So
Yep.
people can use that as a communications tool.
Exactly. And somebody had brought up that the prayer time, sunset prayer time, had already started by the time we had that question addressed and answered. So unfortunately, the moment has passed, which I apologize to anyone who needed to attend prayers and or has left for prayers and is not present, unfortunately, because of that. So if they can get back in, we will go ahead and work on getting them into a room and getting them able to participate. So I go ahead and recognize Brian Boucher.
Are the sub-caucuses responsible for their own elections, or is that going to be?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, so can we start, have candidates doing speeches as soon as we go back into our break rooms?
No, because we have not established viability of each of the sub-caucuses. So
Well, we know that the sub-caucuses left are viable, and we've got a lot of people in our sub-caucus, so.
Brian, there were
Yeah.
3 that were not viable, which
Right.
is why we need to do a second walk.
And
That
I
gives us-
understand that, but the people who are already in the larger sub-caucuses would like to get going on this.
Brian, that
And-
is not the way it works. There is an opportunity for a second walk for 10 minutes for people to change their minds and to combine sub-caucuses or completely vacate a sub-caucus, et cetera. So it is not in order for people to start elections until the second walk is done and there are no remaining non-viable sub-caucuses. All right. I'm going ahead and recognizing Thomas Barrett.
Just wanted to say, I agree that we should, let's go. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I recognize Marilyn. And I'm giving you a prompt to unmute. Marilyn, you are recognized. I'm giving you one more prompt to unmute. All right.
I'm sorry. I seem to have lost my room, although I have a couple of my people's pictures at the bottom. So what should I do?
Yeah, Marilyn, what we're going to do here is we are going to conduct a second walk.
No, I know, but I don't know how to find the rooms. Or haven't you set it up?
The rooms have not been opened up again.
Oh, okay.
And so we are going to do that momentarily. We are addressing any questions and providing instruction, okay?
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. All right, Mary Zibkowski, you are recognized.
This is Peggy Clark again. I got kicked out for a while, and the only link I could find to bring me back in makes me Mary Zibkowski, and I'm not a co-host, etc. So I don't know who needs to fix it, or maybe you don't need any more help. I don't know.
Conrad,
for you. Sorry about that. I'm glad you're back. Oh wait, now you're Peggy Clark. Okay.
I'm a Peggy Clark, but that's okay.
All right. Thank you. With that, we are going to go ahead and open the breakout rooms and the sub-caucuses again. You will have 10 minutes to move about and go ahead and figure out things. At the end of that time, we will freeze the floor. We do not want you to move from the rooms at that time, although we will go ahead and take a screenshot as well. And you will then hopefully, if everybody is viable, you will then have the opportunity to go ahead and conduct your own elections to do delegates and alternates to the state convention and to the congressional district convention. All right.
We can keep the breakout rooms open at that point and just pop into the breakout rooms and say, now you have your viability number and here's your number of delegates.
Yep, we will do it that way so you have that information and you can plow forward. All right, rooms getting opened. All right, go ahead and jump into the rooms. If you have problems getting to the rooms like Raymond had and like Matthew and a couple others, Joel Mullery did, hang on a second. Conrad will swear you away and we will acknowledge you so that you can get put into the room of your choice.
Oh, no, I'm not running. Sorry. I don't need to run for this.
Okay, cool.
I just want to make sure that people can get help and get technical.
You were just asking. Thank you. I appreciate that. right. Looks like Raymond was able to get in, so that's good. Is there anybody left? If we would go ahead and make sure, Conrad, that everybody has the ability to unmute themselves, that would be awesome.
Folks now have the ability to unmute yourselves. Use that power wisely.
All right. For those who are still in this main room, if you need some help getting assigned to a breakout room, please unmute yourself and let us know at this time. Iris, I see you were unmuted. You are
Hi, I'd like to join the Wall Social Justice breakout room.
All right. Conrad, would you take care of Iris for us?
Thank
You have
you.
had an invitation to do so. Thank you.
Awesome. Excellent. Is there anybody else who would like to be assigned to a breakout room due to technology or other issues? Brian, I see you still in the main room. Do you need some help, sir? Oh, Brian, do you need help? Brian Boucher. Right, I'm going to. Conrad, would you mute Brian and give him the opportunity to unmute himself if he needs to speak? Nathando, do you need any assistance? Do you need assignment to a breakout room?
I have to mute all because I can't mute one person at a time. But I'm
Okay,
gonna
don't do that then. We'll deal with it. So, all right. Is there anybody else in the main room here that can hear me who needs help being assigned to a breakout room? Chancey, I see your hand up.
The people from Ward 5 were trying to move to the other public safety group. And I don't know, I ended up back here. I don't know where they are.
All right, so you want to be in the what? Uncommitted?
Tyler's public safety room.
Okay, gotcha. Uncommitted public safety. Conrad, yeah, I'm assuming you are taking care of that. What's that?
I'm sorry?
Conrad?
What was the delegate's name that wanted to move to
Charles.
It is Chancey Charles.
Actually, I think everyone in that room is trying to do it at the same time.
Trying to do what?
Someone from Tyler's group came and invited us to join them, and we said yes, we would do that.
Oh, what group were you in?
I was in Ward 5 safety, and all of Ward 5 safety is trying to move to the
so let's get you invited to that room. Conrad, you are going to see a prompt on your screen, Chancey, to accept moving to that breakout room. And then Conrad, if you would pop into the uncommitted Ward 5 safety jobs and confirm that that is the case and help them out, that would be fantastic.
So Chancey is part of uncommitted public safety.
Yeah, but she was part of the Ward 5 safety jobs. And apparently
there's 0 people in the Ward 5 and there's 19 people in the uncommitted public safety.
Great, great.
They all switched.
Cool, I wanted to make sure that happened.
So at this point, I know we're not freezing the floor yet, but at this point, the counts are 20, 33, 14, and 7. So all are viable at this point, I believe, right?
Correct. Brian Boucher, I know you wanted to move forward with the elections and getting things taken care of by the respective sub caucuses. I want to confirm you are not interested in being part of that in a particular subcaucus? Are you having technical difficulties, or are you AFK? Do you need any help?
Brian Boucher and the other delegate below them are not connected to audio right now.
Brian, you are not connected to audio. If you go in the lower left-hand corner, there is an audio and a microphone, and you might have to reconnect your audio. All right, next prayer break is at 9:16. I'm hoping we are done by then. So, all right, I'm going to message here to Brian. All right, for those of you in the main room here, can you keep me honest? I didn't take an exact time when we did the breakout start, so can somebody tell me when we did that? So I know we got to be getting close to 10 minutes, but
Yeah, it's pretty close to 10 minutes. So we have 53, 68, 74 people in caucus rooms right now.
all right. We'll wait just 2 more minutes and then we will freeze things. So let's make a broadcast here.
I just confirmed that Brian Boucher is in a breakout room.
Okay.
I think he has an iPad and a computer going. So
Yeah, he had 2 identities earlier today. Yeah, he was in there twice.
Can we kick out the one that's in this room then to avoid confusion?
Yes. Well, I don't know. He might be using them both.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess up his how he's set up a Zoom that can mess with both of his logins potentially. So
the viability number is 4 now.
correct. It is 4 from after the first walk, and it will stay at 4 from this point on. All right.
These guys get 5, 7, 3.
Did you want to take a screenshot right now?
I just gave a 1-minute warning for folks.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
We see a movement here. It's like Wallace Flanagan moved into Wallace social justice probably. Conrad, could you check in with Clay and make sure that he's not stuck trying to move to another.
I'll join the breakout room and then talk to him and then reassign.
Okay. So I assume that's probably what's happening.
Yeah, the Walls Flanagan's falling below,
Yeah, it looks like they moved, so,
or the cannabis one, yeah.
yeah. Or the social justice. All right, looks like we have that resolved. Thank you, Conrad. All right, go ahead and take a picture.
Just a second, I gotta readjust my screen. All right, just took a screenshot. I'll have it up shortly. And then I also have the document that I'm sharing right now.
Awesome. All right. Looks like looks like Peggy got kicked out again.
Me?
All right. All right, so we are at 3 viable sub-caucuses.
This is turned off. It's like them soccer. Yet the killer still felt the need to choke the victim as well. Do we have any questions? You just got here. Maybe an hour.
Yeah, the killer still felt the need to check the victim's blood. Thanks. All right. So just to be clear, we've got uncommitted public safety. Viability number is 4, so they would get 5 delegates. Walls social justice would get at least 7 delegates. 8 delegates. Ilhan Omar would get 5 delegates. So we're talking 5, 5, and 8.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
the way I calculated it, uncommitted public safety gets 5.6. Walls social justice gets 9.24. Omar housing gets 6.16. And that 5 and 9 and 6 add up to 20. And uncommitted public safety has the highest remainder at 0.6. So it gets the 21st.
Good. All right. Thank you for doing that. I was uncertain if you were doing that in the background, so I was doing the mental math already. So once again, we've got uncommitted public safety gets 6, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. All right. Wonderful. All right, so I will, Conrad, if you could go ahead and jump in one, I will jump in another and give them their information. And then whichever ones of us gets to the third one, we'll do that one as well. All right. You good with that, Conrad?
It's easy to memorize these. So I will go into uncommitted public safety and announce that they have 6 delegates and 6 alternates.
All right. I will jump into the wall social justice. All right. Greetings, Walsh Social Justice Subcaucus. How is everyone doing?
I think you're still in the main room, Chair.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Why didn't it let me join? Yes.
So all breakout rooms have been notified that they have the number of delegates, and I don't see the chair here yet. So I'll just put something else on screen while we wait for the chair.
Conrad, is anybody gone to the third sub caucus? I went to the Walls one.
Oh, I went to the third one, yeah, and
Thank you.
I just said like announcement, you have 6 and 6 and we're all good.
Yep. It took a little longer for me because I had to explain that gender balance couldn't be one person off, but they have to balance that between delegates and alternates, et cetera, et cetera. So they should be good on that front as well. So. Thank you for covering both of those. Having an even number makes that much easier.
Yeah, I guess I kind of forgot about that because it was an even number, but you are very right that if it was 7 and 7 or something like that, that it would have to be 3, 4, 4, 3.
Yep.
Yeah, at least you didn't have 2 odd numbers.
Right. All right. So after this, Conrad, it would be in order to see and hear the remainder of our speaker videos while we gather information and make sure things are, we have the information we need.
So if you want to see speaker videos right now to the 10 people who are.
No, I don't think that would be appropriate. I think that I think we would wait and give people something to look at while the delegations are sharing the right information, and you guys can share and confirm that you have what you need. So that might go quickly, but sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I just threw the slide together to have something on screen so people know what's going on who are watching from home, who are not delegates, but happy to put anything on screen that you want to, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair to be at the immediate adjournment of this meeting.
So I'm wondering, what do we want to use to collect the delegate information? Because I believe that we have to create a list to send to the state party of who our delegates and alternates are. So what do we want to do? Chat or?
Is that something that you don't have prepared? Because everything else has been so prepared.
I mean, if everybody's delegates and we have a list of their names, I do have their addresses and stuff.
Awesome.
Oh, well, everybody would have to be a delegate to be able to be elected to state. Yeah. But I
have
do
to
need a
register.
list from them somewhere so that I can create whatever. So
Yeah,
can we
Peggy,
get the rooms?
I can just add to the document here, and then we will have a final tally based on sub caucus.
Okay. And then you'll post that in the Google Drive or something so that I can pull that down and put it together with their addresses and whatnot.
Oh, yes, of course. I was just meaning that it's a scratch sheet in terms of a Google Doc that has all the stuff that we've been working on.
Okay, cool. All right. Because I think we only have about 10 days to get that stuff in or
Correct.
thereabouts.
You are correct.
Yeah.
So if you could do that in the background while we're watching videos, we can have those people, are they going to submit them to you in chat, or is there a document they're sharing for them to do that? How do you want that to actually happen? I'm not clear about that.
Are you asking me or Conrad?
Conrad and you, so.
Well, you guys have communicated with the people in the rooms. I don't have access to those right now.
Right.
So,
we just
if you,
just to be clear, from my perspective, and I'll let Conrad share his, all I've done is conveyed to them that it is up to them how to elect their delegates and alternates. We need to have the alternates ranked. We need to have gender equity or equal division, and they need to get those names and the alternate ranks to us. Can you ask
them
how we get them to this? I don't know.
Can you ask them to put that in the chat, or to let Conrad know to put it on the summary sheet, I guess we'll call it, so that we can. If we have their names, we don't need We should have everything else about them.
Yep,
We
so we
have their
just
name.
need delegate or alternate, their name, and you have the gender identity already, and then alternate ranking, right?
Yes, and hopefully, were they explained how to do their equal division so that they make sure that, okay, so
Yep.
theoretically,
The
they'll have
Waltz
taken
one,
care of
I
that.
had to, the Waltz one, I had to spell it out because they have an odd number. The
Right.
other ones that with 6 are fortunate that they just have-
Evenly.
Yeah.
Okay.
they're even. So, yeah.
Okay,
Good
All right.
question.
but just so we get it before they adjourn. Oh, and they also have to elect their chairs.
Yes, but we can adjourn and then add, and once again, remind them during the calculation of the videos that they should stay around post the convention to elect those individuals for those roles, right?
They can do, yeah, if you want to adjourn first, then just as long as they do it, because
That's what the
does
agenda
need to be
calls
done.
for. So, so yeah.
So, Chair, would you be willing to type that into the chat and then use it as a reference point, and for you to explain that to the 3 sub-caucuses, since there's only 3, and you have a more strong, firm hand on that?
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. I appreciate that, Conrad. I will do that now while we have time.
Mr. Chair, that's truncated, so if it'd be good.
I did on purpose, yeah, because it limited the characters, so. So I have a follow-up broadcast to add to it, so. Marilyn Berea is entered the waiting. All right. All right, Conrad, do you want to each of us to pop in and check to see where things are at? Or do we
Yeah,
want to just send a message?
I'll start with
Go ahead, Rob Conrad, sorry.
I'll start with the uncommitted just like before, and we'll see who makes it to the third one first.
Sounds good.
This is Conrad. I'm back. I was just grabbing a drink, and I was just wondering if Wayne, if you have any needs right now from the tech side.
No, but I will point out one thing. I didn't want to counter your instruction in the other room, but to be clear, the whole delegation to the state convention elects chair and a vice chair to be able to manage the elevation of delegates and alternates. And they have to do that according to the sub caucuses and according to the rankings. They don't have a chair and a vice chair for each individual caucus.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my misunderstanding. I thought when you were meaning that was per sub caucus, but I'm sorry for that.
Nope, it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. We'll get everybody clear. I just wanted to let you know that. So I've actually done that at the state convention as a delegation chair. It was a lot of fun. Trying to rotate people in on the floor and get everybody to participate. All right, I'm gonna mute. Since we have the moment, how is everyone doing?
This is going smoother than I thought it would.
I know, I'm very surprised. Got some kinks to work out and people to get adjusted to it, but it has worked better than I thought it might, or as well as I hoped it would, I should say. Good job on you guys for setting it up and figuring it out and creating a structure and a framework where it could work. So kudos to you guys.
And thanks to Barry to keeping us on the rules of the road.
Absolutely.
No, Conrad, I think, is the master architect here, so it's all the credit.
Nice, nice. Well, hats off to your whole group. You've done an awesome job of pulling off something that's pretty difficult to do, and I really appreciate the structure and thought you put into all of this. So.
Well, and there's also 2 other delegates that told me they are COVID positive in the Zoom chat direct message. So that's a total of 3 delegates at least who are COVID positive that at least know it, of course. So
right.
it was like, how many people don't know they're positive, and then you're doing a walking sub caucus. Even if you have a mask on, it's definitely not 100% safe condition. So if all the people who want to be a delegate have the chance to participate and make their case and things, then I think that's without having a COVID exposure. I think that's a really great situation.
100%. I'll let you know that for CD6, we are having our convention at the Lions Park Pavilion in Victoria. And it is a venue that is the hugest pavilion I've ever seen. And it is literally a space that you can open up all the garage doors around it and have it be completely open, but we can also close it down in case of inclement weather. So we have prepared as best we can for an in-person convention and taking people's safety in mind as well. So I totally get what you are trying to accomplish here, and I appreciate it a lot. So
it's a Star Trek convention.
Yeah.
where no one has gone before.
Right.
So if I might speak, Mr. Chair.
You are recognized. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, so I'm the credentials co-chair for the Minneapolis DFL convention. Mm-hmm. This has been more than simply an experience, it's a learning experience, because it's better to do it at this scale than for the entire city.
Right.
There's so many lessons learned that I hope to gather from both you and Barry. What would you have done different? And I'm sure that Conrad would also want that information. Conrad, are you in here with us?
Oh yeah, he is.
Okay, yeah. I'm not a co-host anymore, so I can't see everybody.
You should be able to change your view to the what's it called?
This is Joel. I was going to say I was
Gallery.
very surprised, actually, in general, how smoothly the walking sub-caucus process actually goes virtually. I would say it was, although a little tedious to begin with, was actually smoother than an in-person walking sub-caucus. Having done them for so many years, I was kind of impressed that it ended up being more organized this way.
Yeah, it's a little weird and wonky, and it took a little adjustment, but I was just saying to Conrad and Barry and the crew in the main meeting here that, kudos to them for coming up with the idea of how to structure this and executing it as well as they've done. So.
Also, the rules were written by Joel and Jeff and others as well. So we're following the rules that were given to us by the DFL, but also changed and kind of modified to better suit what the reality on the ground is.
Yep. Yeah, you did a fantastic job of doing that as best as we can to meet the conditions, right? So.
And Conrad, I sent you a note. You may have not seen it, but I wanted to just congratulate you in person for your election as chair, and looking forward to serving with you as a director for the next 2 years.
I appreciate that, and thank you for saying that. I didn't see it because I don't have the chat open. The chat closes every time I come out from a breakout room and everything. So I haven't been monitoring the chat so much, but I appreciate your involvement, and I think I'm glad that we're now more than 12 directors. We're up to 19 directors if we want to. So the more representation and involvement that we can have in the Senate District DFL, I think that's a good thing. And and I hope if you came back into the meeting that you became a state delegate. So I hope that happened, because we need people to represent SD 59 too.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
So please hang around for a little bit while we wait for the other sub-caucuses to rejoin us. But thank you for getting your business done. We will have the next 3 topics, technically 2. Is any other business for the convention, and then we will adjourn and immediately have the state delegates who have been elected meet to elect delegation co-chairs and the congressional district pre-convention committee members and alternates, okay? And in the meantime, you're free to have some discussion. What's going to happen is we're getting these names together, and maybe once we get another group completed here, we'll put some of the remaining speakers on for us to be entertained, and then we will compile that list and reflect that back to everybody, so everybody has some visibility into what happened and is matter of the record. And then we will go ahead and do the other business and adjourn. So just give you a visibility as to what to expect, because we've all been here quite a while. So, and we are about 20 minutes away from the next prayer break. So hopefully get done before that. That would be awesome. Victor, you have a hand up. Is he in the main room?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Go ahead, Victor.
No, it's okay. I just had a couple people that were with me that had to really get going. I know you wanted them to stay around. We did a lot of the business already in our caucus. I could call them back if we didn't need them, but they.
It's really hard to hear you, Victor. I can't quite understand what you're saying.
No, I was just saying that I have some people that couldn't stick around, so I just want to give you a heads up. I'll relay any message to them that I need to.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate everybody's patience in sticking this out. I would just like to say that it signals how serious you folks are about this work. To stick around, there are many conventions that we've seen that would like to have bailed it by this point, so and would have. So thank you for sticking it out.
I will just note, since we're kind of in a visiting moment,
yep.
I have not eaten yet today because I thought this would be done a while ago.
I have had about 5 of these Dorito chips. So that has been the extent of my food today too, Tyler.
Tyler, I do apologize. During one of our earlier breaks, I was able to pop in an Amy's vegetable korma into the microwave. So,
well, we're in Lent right now, and I made myself. I put into the microwave some roasted vegetables and some fish, and put it into the microwave, and had it with a little bit of chili sauce and barbecue. But it was all microwave, so it was the Star Trek convention, the Star Trek meal.
You know, that sounds really delicious, but I can't imagine the smell in your condo.
So the official desk of the parliamentarian is located 8 feet away from the refrigerator. I didn't have a problem.
So, Mr. Chair, Alhan Omar, Housing as a Human Right, is asking for help. Chair, would you be able to assist them?
I will join them. Feel free to visit with each other. I appreciate the levity.
I have a question. So I'm looking at this state convention URL. Do we need to fill this out?
they'll probably explain that to us. You can fill it out now if you want, or you can wait. I guess all the elected delegates and alternates are going to meet immediately at the end of this meeting to go over details. But if you have been elected an alternate or delegate, you can fill it out.
Thank you.
So I'm looking at my monitor right now, and I've got 17 open tabs from today. And I'm looking forward to closing each one of them for all the databases we needed to administer the credentials. I hope we're almost at that point. This is exhausting. We've been at this since, well, over 12 hours now. Well, it's more like 14 hours.
This is my longest convention, I think, of my life.
Well, have you guys?
I just came back with the Guinness reason.
If you guys are ever in Austin, Texas, y'all gotta try this taco place, Taco Deli. Taco Deli. I hate airport food, but this place, they did it for me. So they got a place over in Austin, Dallas, Houston, and Plano. You guys gotta try them out when you're down here.
I just wanted to announce that, of course, the resolutions balloting had closed at 8 p.m. And so theoretically, that was during the convention. But there is a total of 114 votes. So there was a quorum even with the votes there, unless there's double voting for the latest vote. But it should be that that is all good, even though we didn't actually need more than half.
Eric or Conrad, was it 451? How many delegates were elected to the convention today?
There was a total of 450, I want to say 53 delegates, and then 7 alternates. And I think Eric, what was your credentials report, I guess?
The highest credentials report that was approved was 162. But it sounds like, Eric, there was 178 at one point.
Yes, the 178 included the non-voting.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right. So we took those out to get to the voting.
Gotcha. That works.
Yep.
Well, we actually had 176 people that were delegates that participated at the very high point, not during a credentials report, but
Yep.
so
That's,
that looked like our maximum number.
So it's like 38% of the elected delegates came.
Frankly, in a non-presidential year, that's not bad. So, it'd be nice if it was better, but it's not terrible.
Well, our endorsements, our candidate endorsements were uncontested, so that would have reduced the participation a bit.
Exactly.
But we were pretty happy. I mean, we had, like 160 people maybe that pre-registered. So I thought that was a pretty good sign.
Yeah,
so
it was. It's pretty spot on, actually, wasn't it? All right, so people are sharing in the chat the delegates and alternates and their rankings. While we're at this point, since we have a majority of the folks back into the main room, I would like Conrad to queue up the remaining speaker videos so that we can get those covered as well.
Would you like me to stop sharing my screen on the actual?
Yeah, we will have time for that once we have everything compiled, and we will share that out with everybody, right? Thank you, Conrad.
And I am ready to be your next Hennepin. Hi, my name is Swana Kirkland, and I am ready to be your next Hennepin County Sheriff. As a resident of Hennepin County since March of '99, I know that trust is low and emotions are high. I deeply believe that communities all across Hennepin County are ready for leadership with strong community connection and vision and action for public safety. Residents are experiencing tremendous amounts of fear and uncertainty in their homes and in the community. The last 2 years, we've been exhausted by the lack of leadership, division, and transparency. You deserve leadership that's experienced in building trust and leading with character and integrity. Together, we can have thriving, vibrant, safe communities for all. You deserve leadership that's accountable, responsible, reflective of the communities, and ready to lead. You deserve a county leader that can inspire, support, and encourage our county partners. You deserve a leader with a diverse background, with multiple lenses. Together, we can restore, rebuild, and reinforce public safety and community trust. I humbly ask you for your support today. Again, my name is Swana Kirkland, and I'm running to be the next Hennepin County Sheriff. Thank you.
Tyler, what was your typo in the in your subcaucus? I'm trying to. I had copied the first one, but not the second one. What was the?
So the last one that I put in is correct. So the first typo was one of them I think I missed the I in Louise. I spelled Louise wrong in Mary Louise Beardsley's name.
Okay.
And then the other one was Weissman is ANN and not ENN. But I think you might have gotten that already.
Thanks, Tyler. Much easier for him to correct the errors than hunt for them.
All right, so I'll play the next video. I am done with adding in the first subcaucus.
Great. Thank you, comrade.
Well, hello there, neighbors and friends in Senate District 59. My name is Angela Conley, and I am your Hennepin County Commissioner for the 4th District. And I'm seeking re-election to the Hennepin County Board this year, and I hope to earn your support as delegates and alternates to the county convention in May. You may remember me from such hits as declaring racism a public health crisis and creating the first ever Race Equity Advisory Council, and adding $10 million to our human services budget to support Black and Indigenous birthing people for maternal health support and efforts. Over the next 4 years, I really hope to continue working with you to establish ways to help support people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. I was instrumental in creating the first ever shelter for people who identify as women in the Whittier neighborhood in South Minneapolis, and there's more to come. Hennepin County has been leading the charge in housing people in terms of taking old hotels and turning them into single room occupancy housing, which is really, really working for a lot of residents who have been chronically homeless. So I hope to earn your support. Congratulations on being a delegate or an alternate, and I'll see you at the county convention next month. Bye.
And then Anthony from the B side, if you are in the main meeting, what would you like to do for your rankings? Because currently they are ranked separately, male and female. So I guess, or the opinion of the chair, what should I put the female first since that was put first in the chat, or what would be the best course of action?
It's probably fine. It should be without respect to gender, but that's okay.
We do have one thing that we agreed to amongst ourselves, and that was that Raymond was first alternate. So if there has to be a first alternate, it has to be Raymond. Yes.
Okay. So then
we didn't consider that they shouldn't be broken up by gender. I assumed it was if a female can't make it, you take a female to replace them.
that is correct, but the purpose of not ranking them by gender is that you don't have to do that effort. You can just take the highest ranked female, even if they're third down on the list, right? So.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. As long as Raymond is first, that is the only thing that we specified.
Perfect. All right, Conrad, if you could queue up the next video, that'd be awesome. I'd like to see what Shivanti has to say.
My name is Shivanti Sadanandan. Hello, Senate District 59 DFLers. My name is Shivanti Sadanandan. I'm your neighbor, a proud Northsider, and I'm also proud to serve as your state DFL second vice chair. On behalf of all of our state party officers, I want to say thank you for everything you're doing to make sure that we get great DFLers elected in our district and across our state. I know that the last couple of years have not been easy, and we've asked an awful lot of you. What I also know is that you have been tenacious. You have been courageous, and you have been relentless in the fight to get Democrats elected to office. Time and again, you have dug deep and found creative, meaningful ways to connect with neighbors, to build relationships, and to win hearts, minds, and elections. We are the party that fights for the working class, for labor, for farmers, for students, and for families. Our future depends on the warriors who are fighting for us every day in government. Warriors like our friends, Senator Bobby Joe Champion, Representative Fooley, and Representative Esther Agbaje. Warriors like Attorney General Keith Ellison, Secretary of State Steve Simon, State Auditor Julie Blaha, and Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. And while they fight for us every day in government, now is the time for us to step up and fight for them. Across our state, elections are being won and lost by just a few dozen votes, sometimes less. We can't afford those close margins. We can't afford for any of our friends in office to not cross the finish line in November. So I've got to ask you, are you ready to join me in this fight? Are you ready to knock doors, make calls, walk a few parades this summer, and turn out every last vote in Senate District 59? I know that you are, and I know that all of you are going to knock this election cycle out of the ballpark. I can't wait to get out on the campaign trail for you. Thank you again for everything you're doing. Let's do this, Senate District 59.
To Shivanti's point, I would like to just add that Holly Swinston, Brooklyn Park candidate this last cycle, lost by literally one vote. So your votes do count, and they are fairly narrow at this point. So I know for you guys that you don't have to worry about that as much, but running up to vote totals is really important for the statewide elections. So I really appreciate the work you guys do because it really makes a difference.
And then Chair, was there an update on the Wall Social Justice Sub-Caucus? I see that, actually I see people are leaving, so maybe they have done finished.
Linda Higgins has our report.
Sweet.
And what do you need from us tonight, who are the delegates?
So what's going to happen next? Let's just make sure that everybody is back in here before I tell you what's going on.
Chair, is it okay if the sub-caucus says that they're done with their sub-caucusing, that we just close the breakout
Close the
room?
room, yeah. If you would, Conrad, that'd be great. I was going to move them manually, but that's a better call. So in a moment, I will answer that question so that everybody has that information, so you know what's going to happen next. There is not a ton of business to be done, and some of it is going to have to happen after the adjournment. So please stick around if you are a delegate or an alternate.
Conrad? I apparently made a third typo.
Well, we're not live on screen, so feel free to share, because it's not live to the world. What's the typo?
So I guess Kristen and Kristen Herzog is spelled I-N and not E-N.
That change is made, and thank you for being honest.
Thank you.
It's been a long day. We're all making typos. It's okay.
Right.
Get this up.
I think a typo is par for the course at this point. All right.
I think those are my 3 strikes, though.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You're already out, is what you're saying. Wow. All right. Welcome everyone back to the main meeting. I just want to convey exactly what's going to happen next. Thank you all for getting your delegates and alternates in. For those rejoining us from the Waltz Social Justice Sub-Caucus, please make sure you put the delegates, alternates by rank without regard to gender into the chat so they can get that information updated. They will go ahead and reflect that back before the convention ends, so you have that information. That being said, the next bits we are going to cover is there's a couple more speakers to be heard. We are going to do any other business. If there's any other business that people want to introduce at that point, then we will adjourn. And then those who are delegates and alternates need to stick around to conduct elections for the delegation to the state convention and congressional district conventions, as well as the subcommittees or the committees for the pre-convention for CD convention as well. So those are the things that are remaining. That should all go fairly quickly. So while while Conrad is transcribing as people, as the last sub-caucus is being entered here, I would invite him to play our last set of videos. Once that's done and he has that count, we will share that back to the group for everybody to have transparency and full visibility into what's going on. I do see your hand up, Jeff. So I will go ahead and recognize you.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for doing this great work all day. I've emailed to you and Conrad and Brianna, the new chair and vice chair, the official call for the CD5 convention and pre-convention committees. I want to make sure that all the delegates get that if possible.
Yes, and I will share that on screen.
Delegates and alternates, I should say.
Or somebody can share that on screen if as we get to that point.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. I have that still queued up on my monitor. So, all right. So if we could go ahead and play the next video, that'd be awesome.
Good morning, DFLers. This is Leah Midgarden, and I'm your DFL State Party Treasurer. I want to thank you all so much for all the hard work that you have done to help us as we get ready for the convention. More importantly, get ready to elect Democrats all across our state. Re-elect Governor Tim Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, and of course, re-elect your state senator and your representatives. And this work doesn't happen without you. So thank you all so much for all that you do. You are the DFL.
All right, next video when you have a moment. By the way, Leah is a fantastic person.
Scott unfortunately shared a picture and not a video, but I will, and I did reach out to him a couple times, I think. So I will read his statement. So just a second while I pull that up. So Scott's statement was, as the former chair of SD 61 for 10 years and DFL Party Affairs Director for 2 years, I seek the position of chair of CD5. I am running on a platform of party unity and party building. So that was the shared remarks in the comment field.
Awesome. And I know that his video was supposed to be 10 seconds, so that tracks. So Scott did great work, by the way, as a DFL party director. So he's definitely somebody you should consider. So, and then there's one last video.
Hello, my name is Harley Meyer, and I'm running for Minneapolis Public School Board at large. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and introduce myself. I also want to thank many of you who took the time to give me guidance and help me through this process and continue to help me to be a successful candidate through this process. My expertise are in literacy and in mathematics. I spent 10 years doing research in language acquisition in Thailand, and we figured out a very good way to teach anybody to read. I don't care if you're a child or an adult. We can take, for example, a non-native English speaker who is 5th grade on up and have them reading at the 1st grade level in 1 month. We have kindergartners we've tested the materials on here, and we can get them reading in about 3 to 4 months at the 1st grade level. I was also fortunate enough to have developed and discovered a way to teach high school algebra to 2nd graders. I mean, it's paint yourself, it's real, but it's very fascinating. I'm really fascinated by how these little young kids can do these things. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here and to present myself. And I'm only one person and I can only do so much, but building consensus and working with people, there's a lot of problems in the district. And at least a certain extent, I do have a set of skills that go beyond those individuals in the district who are responsible for curriculum in the district. So at least I have an eye for what's wrong and what's right and how to, bridge the achievement gap, but also to help those move forward. I mean, we have a tremendous amount of problems in front of us that we need to start educating our children. And I have a certain, skill set that I can help do that. Again, thank you very much for allowing me to be here and to introduce myself.
All right, and that concludes the speakers. I will note that I was on the lookout for Ryan Winkler and or somebody from his campaign because they had reached out to speak directly, but at the points that I checked, he was not present, nor was one of his folks. So I guess we missed that. So, all right. Jeff Strand, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And last comment in my capacity as Chair of ST 59, I think I change when we adjourn, I believe. Wayne, I'd like just personally express my debt of gratitude for your yeoman work in chairing this convention, and to Barry Clegg for this helping Senate District 59. Incredibly long, and none of us I think have even done a virtual convention ever. So this group was like really breaking new grounds, and I just can't thank you enough. And the other volunteers, Conrad and Brianna, best wishes on your new leadership, and Ray and others elected. So here's to a very successful future for ST 59. And again, thank you, Wayne and Barry, for this, what they call it, a marathon convention today. But, successful one. We got through it.
Yes. I would like to echo a couple of key elements there that we were discussing before your subcaucus rejoined us, which is that this is this is the first, right? So the fact is there, while we're nervous about stuff, your leadership team and all the volunteers pulled together to put this into place and have a framework upon which we could base some success. So hats off and kudos to the whole volunteer team and everybody who contributed to this, because I am astounded that this has worked as well as it did for the walking subcaucuses, and acknowledgement needs to be provided to you, your volunteer and leadership team, for making it possible. So good job, everyone. Now, just quick check-in with Conrad. How are we doing on the names?
We have all the delegates and all the alternates, and all the alternates and delegates all have gender identity, and all the alternates are ranked. So it would be, I would assume, good for these fine folks to elect a delegation chair amongst themselves.
Yes, but that is supposed to happen as an agenda item after the meeting adjourns. So that being said, moving on to the next agenda item, is there any other business anybody wishes to introduce to the convention? Patricia, you're laughing. Is there any other business? All right, Frank Brown, you have your hand up, sir. You are recognized.
I move that we adjourn this convention.
All right.
Second.
Motion is been made to adjourn.
All in favor?
And it has been seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And amen.
Any nays?
Is there a way we can see the whole list?
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
actually would be nice.
We'll go ahead and do that momentarily. For those who are delegates and alternates, please stick around. This convention is adjourned